You found MrDantello, Scary Stories for Sleep. Welcome or welcome back. To everyone who returns night after night, you are this channel. Thank you. Tonight, abandoned places and lost locations. One thing before we start, and I want to be straight with you, I'm sorry about the ads in the first 10 minutes. I think about it every time I publish, whether it's worth it, whether it breaks the trust I'm trying to build with you. But the honest answer is that without them, there's no channel, no next video, no tomorrow night. So I kept them short, kept them at the start, and made sure everything after that is yours completely. No interruptions, no cuts, nothing. The rest of this video is fully ad-free. Drop a comment. What's the most unsettling thing you've ever seen somewhere abandoned? Even something small? Subscribe and leave a like. Story 1. The fire station boots were lined up by the door, as if waiting. I took the job because I needed the money and because the work seemed simple. A property management company had acquired an old fire station in a small city about 90 miles from where I lived, the station having been decommissioned 6 years earlier when the county had consolidated its emergency services into a larger, newer facility on the other side of town. The company wanted someone to go through the building, document its contents, make a basic assessment of the structure's condition, and compile their findings into a report that a company would use to determine whether to renovate the space for commercial use or strip it and sell the site. They were offering a flat rate for the work, which was enough to cover 2 months of expenses I had been trying to outrun. And they were providing accommodation in the building itself for the duration of the assessment, which they estimated at 2 weeks. Accommodation in the building itself. I had read this line in the job listing, and I had paused on it, because it was an unusual thing to offer and an unusual thing to accept. Most assessment jobs, the kind of freelance property documentation work I had been doing for 3 years since leaving a full-time position I had been unhappy in, provided a per diem for a local hotel. Offering to put the assessor in the building was a different arrangement, and when I called the contact number to ask about it, the woman who answered said that the fire station had habitable rooms on its upper floor, crew quarters from when it was operational, and that the company preferred to have someone on site continuously rather than coming and going, as continuous presence allowed for a more thorough assessment of the building's condition at different times of day and in different weather. This was reasonable. I said yes. My name is Robin. I am 36 years old, and I have been doing property assessment work for long enough to have lost the sense of novelty that empty buildings held for me in the early years of the job, and to have replaced it with a professional efficiency that serves me better in most situations. I walk through spaces that were built for purposes they no longer serve. I document what remains and what has degraded. I note structural concerns and maintenance requirements, and I leave with a report. The personal history of a building, the lives lived inside it, the reasons it was built, and the reasons it was abandoned. These things interest me as a person, but I have learned to hold them at a distance while I am working, to treat them as context rather than content, because the content of my reports is measurements and observations, and not the texture of accumulated human presence in an empty room. The fire station challenged this discipline more than most buildings I have assessed, and it challenged it from the moment I arrived. The building was in a residential neighborhood that had grown around it over the decades since it was built, the station having predated the houses that now surrounded it on three sides by perhaps 40 years. It was a three-bay station of the kind common to mid-sized municipal fire services in the mid-20th century, built of red brick that had darkened with age to a deep burgundy, with three wide arched openings across the front that had held the apparatus bay doors and above which the words Fire Station Number 4 were still clearly readable in stone letters set into the brick. The apparatus bay doors themselves were steel and were closed and locked, and the building's operational entrance was on the side, a plain door that the property management company had unlocked for my arrival. I parked in the station's small side lot, and I sat in my car for a moment before getting out. The building was not threatening to look at. It was simply old and closed, a building that had served its purpose and been set aside. The brick was solid, and the roof appeared intact from what I could see from the lot. No obvious sagging or damaged sections. The windows on the upper floor were intact as well, the glass present and unbroken, which was better than many buildings I had assessed. A closed, solid, unremarkable building that needed documentation. I got out of my car and I went to the side door with the key the management company had sent me, and I unlocked it and went in. The ground floor of the fire station was the apparatus bay, the large open space where the vehicles had been housed. It was divided from the office and utility areas by a partition wall with an internal door, and the partition wall and the internal door were the first things I saw when I entered. I pushed through the internal door and into the apparatus bay, and I stood there with my flashlight on, because the apparatus bay doors were closed and the windows at the sides of the bay were small and high, and did not let in much of the October afternoon light. And I looked at the space. 3 bays. The floor was painted concrete, the paint worn and scuffed by decades of vehicle tires and heavy boots, with the darker staining of oil and water and all the other fluids that accumulate in a vehicle housing space. The overhead lights were fluorescent, the long tube kind in metal housings fixed to the ceiling, and I found the light switch panel near the internal door and tried it, and 2 of the 3 banks of lights came on, the third either dead or on a different circuit, which was good enough. The light was institutional and flat, and it showed me the emptied space in full. The vehicles were gone, of course. The equipment racks on the walls were mostly empty, though some still held tools that had been left behind when the station decommissioned, a few lengths of hose, coiled and dusty, a bracket that had held an axe and still showed the shadow of where the axe had rested against the wall for so many years that the wall was slightly darker in that shape. There was a drainage channel run across the floor that was clear of debris. There was a station clock on the wall above the middle bay, its face a plain white disk. Its hands stopped at 11:42, though whether it was 11:42 in the morning or at night, and on what day was something the clock could not tell me. I looked at all of this and noted it. This is what empty fire station apparatus bays contain. And then I turned toward the far end of the bay, and I saw the boots, They were lined up against the base of the far wall to the right of the door that led to the station's utility and accommodation areas, in a single row, toe out, heel against the wall. There were 8 pairs of them. Heavy rubber boots of the kind worn by fire crews, tall boots that came to mid-shin, black with yellow reflective banding around the upper edge. Each pair was placed with its boots parallel and evenly spaced from the pair on either side of it, the whole row running about 3 meters along the base of the wall, precisely and neatly arranged, as if 8 people had been told to put their boots by the door before going somewhere else. There was no randomness in the arrangement, no pair sitting at a slight angle from the others, no gap in the spacing that would suggest the row had been assembled casually or over a period of time by different people with different habits. The row had been placed with consistency, with a unifying intention, and the intention was visible in the result. A row that said something about the people who made it, that they were trained to order, that order was part of their daily practice, that putting your boots in a particular way in a particular place was something you did without thinking, because you had done it every shift for years, and the doing of it was in your hands and your feet before it was in your mind. I stood at the other end of the apparatus bay, and I looked at the boots for a while, not with alarm, not immediately. With the professional attention of a person cataloging a building's contents, noting that the boots were here, and that there were 8 pairs, and that they were arranged in a particular way. I walked to them, and I crouched at the nearest pair, and I looked at them more carefully. They were not new boots. The rubber had the age on it that rubber gets when it has been used and cycled through heat and cold many times, a slight brittleness at the creases, a fading of the yellow reflective banding from bright to dull. They were operational boots, boots that had been used for the actual work of the station. They were not stored here because they were new stock. They were here because they had belonged to people who had worn them. The dust in the apparatus bay was thin, but present, the accumulation of 6 years of being closed, and it lay on the floor in an even coating over most of the space. Around the boots, it was slightly thicker on the floor immediately in front of them, the way dust accumulates against a vertical surface when there is nothing to disturb it. But on the boots themselves, on the tops and the inner surfaces of the shafts, there was less dust than on the floor around them, less than I would expect from 6 years of sitting untouched in an unventilated space. Not much less, just less. Enough to notice if you were the kind of person who noticed these things in the course of a job that required noticing things. I noted it in my paperwork, and I moved on. The rest of the ground floor took me most of the afternoon to document. Beyond the apparatus bay, the station had a small office space with a communications desk and filing cabinets, and a whiteboard that still had writing on it, a roster of some kind in a handwriting that had dried out and ghosted on the surface until it was barely legible. There was a utility room with a washer and dryer and cleaning equipment and more storage. There was a vehicle maintenance area attached to the third bay with a hydraulic lift that had been drained of fluid and locked in its down position, and a workbench along one wall with tools still on the pegboard above it, various wrenches and screwdrivers and specialty tools for vehicle maintenance, all of them dusty and disused but present. I documented everything, and I took photographs, and I made the notes that my format required. I worked until the light outside the high windows began to change, and I noted that I had covered the ground floor and would begin the upper floor the following morning. The upper floor stairs were at the back of the building, accessed through a door in the utility area. The stairs were narrow and steep, in the way of older buildings that were not primarily designed for comfort, and they opened at the top onto a landing that gave onto the crew accommodation. I went up to leave my bags and to see what I would be living in for the next 2 weeks. The crew quarters were a long room with 6 beds, the metal frame bunk kind, 3 sets of 2, each with a thin mattress that had been left in place when the station closed. The mattresses were covered in the same thin layer of dust as everything else, undisturbed, which meant no one had slept here since the station was decommissioned. The bed frames were solid metal and showed no structural issues. There were lockers along one wall, 6 of them, and the lockers were closed. Beyond the bunk room, there was a kitchen and a day room, the day room having a worn sofa and 2 chairs and a table and a television mounted on a bracket on the wall, and beyond that a bathroom with 2 sinks and 2 shower stalls and a toilet. The management company had arranged for the utilities to be reconnected for my stay, and when I tested the taps they ran, and the lights worked, and the heating responded when I turned the thermostat up, sluggishly at first, and then with the specific ticking and knocking of a system that has been cold for a long time and is warming back up, which is never a particularly comforting sound in an empty building, but which I recognized as ordinary. I sat up in the bunk room, choosing the bed nearest the window that overlooked the side lot where my car was parked, the bed furthest from the door to the stairs. I made the bed with the sheets and blanket I had brought, and I put my bags against the locker nearest the bed, and I sat on the bed, and I ate the food I had brought from home, and I looked at the room. 6 beds, 5 of them not mine. 5 thin, dusty mattresses on metal frames, 5 sets of pillows and blankets that the station had used and which had been left when the station closed. The closeness of other people's beds and other people's things, even old and unused things, had a quality in an empty building that it did not have in an occupied one. In an occupied building, the nearness of other people's sleeping spaces was simply communal living, normal and unremarkable. In an empty building, it was something different. The nearness of the negative space where other people had been, the suggestion of occupation without the occupation itself. I slept acceptably that first night, which I note because subsequent nights were different, and I want to be precise about what changed and when. I slept from approximately 10 until 2, which was my usual pattern when I was working away from home and was sleeping in an unfamiliar place, and then I was awake for an hour, and then I slept again until 6. The hour of waking was unremarkable, except that in the silence of the building at 2 in the morning, I became more aware of the building's sounds than I had been during the day. The specific collection of noises that a large old building makes when it settles in the night. The expansion and contraction of materials responding to temperature change. The particular sounds of the plumbing system. The quality of the silence between these sounds, which in a building of this size had a depth to it, a sense of a large quiet space below and around the room I was in. I noted this and went back to sleep. The upper floor documentation on the second day took most of the morning and into the early afternoon. The bunk room, the kitchen, the day room, the bathroom, all noted and photographed. The lockers I opened with a universal key that the management company had provided, and what I found in them I documented as carefully as I documented everything else, which is to say very carefully and without the emotional response that the contents warranted, but which was not appropriate to the purpose of the assessment. 5 of the 6 lockers contained personal effects. Not much. The kind of small accumulation that people leave in a work locker rather than the full inventory of a life. A jacket hung on a hook, a pair of civilian shoes on the bottom shelf, a photograph taped to the inside of the door, a book, a phone charger coiled on the top shelf. These were the things of 5 people who had used this building as their working home and who had, when the station closed, not fully cleared their lockers, or had cleared most of their lockers and left the things they did not need, the backup jacket and the spare shoes and the photograph they had a copy of at home. I documented the contents without looking at the photographs longer than I needed to for documentation purposes. A photograph of a family at what appeared to be a summer gathering, the colors of the print slightly faded with age. A photograph of a dog, a large dog with a short coat, sitting with the patient dignity of a dog who has been asked to sit for a photograph many times and has decided it is simply part of the arrangement. A photograph of a younger man with his arm around an older man in a way that suggested a son and a father, both of them squinting into the sun, both of them smiling. The familiarity of these objects in an unfamiliar space, the way they carried the specific temperature of an individual life, the dog and the family gathering, and the father and son, was the kind of thing I had trained myself not to linger on. I noted them and moved past them. The 6th locker was empty, except for one thing. On the back wall of the locker, which was otherwise bare, someone had written in black marker. Not a long text, not graffiti or decoration. 3 words, in large clear letters, the marker strokes thick and deliberate, each letter perhaps 4 centimeters tall, written at roughly eye height on the back wall of the locker, so that whoever opened the locker door would see the words immediately. Center frame, unavoidable. The words were, "Do not sleep." I stood in front of the open locker, and I read these words. Then I photographed them, and I documented them, and I moved on, because documenting without emotional response is the job, and I am good at the job. But I thought about them as I continued working through the afternoon, the 3 words in the back of an otherwise empty locker in the crew quarters of an abandoned fire station, and what I thought as I turned them over at the back of my mind while my professional attention was on the work, was that they were either an old joke of the kind that people make in any shared sleeping space, the kind that station crews might write in a locker for the new person's benefit, hazing humor, or they were something else. And the reason I thought they might be something else rather than hazing humor was the care of the lettering, the thick, deliberate strokes that were not the strokes of something written quickly for a laugh, but of something written with intention, with the specific quality of a person taking their time to make sure what they were writing was clear. I have seen a lot of empty buildings, and I have seen a lot of things left behind in them, and I have learned to know the difference between something left by accident and something left on purpose. The boots lined up against the wall downstairs, 8 pairs in a perfect row, were not left by accident. The words in the locker were not left by accident. These were things placed and written by people who wanted them to be found and to communicate something. And what they communicated was a quality of intention that most things left behind in empty buildings do not have. That evening, I went back downstairs to the apparatus bay. I told myself this was part of the documentation process, that I wanted to check something I had noted about the floor drainage channel in the afternoon light of the windows, and this was true in the way that the things you tell yourself to justify an action that you know has a different real reason are sometimes true. The drainage was fine, as it had appeared in the afternoon. I looked at the boots, 8 pairs, toes out, heels to the wall. I walked the length of the row, looking at each pair carefully in the light of my flashlight. They were all large boots, all the larger end of the sizing range, but not uniformly so. There was variety across the 8 pairs, the variation you would see in a row of boots belonging to 8 different people, some larger and some slightly smaller, some with more wear on the outer heel, and some with more even wear across the sole, some with the particular deepening around the toe cap that comes from years of a specific kind of walking, and some without. These were 8 individual people's boots, not a set of new stock. They had been worn by 8 specific people who had worked in this building. I went back upstairs, and I made dinner, and I sat in the day room, and I tried to find information about the fire station on my laptop. The management company's brief had not included any detailed history of the building, only the essential facts of its construction and decommissioning dates, and I had not thought to research further before arriving. Now I looked. Station 4 had been a functioning fire station for 41 years, from its construction in the mid-1960s to its decommissioning 6 years ago. In that time, it had served the northwestern residential districts of the city and had responded to the full range of emergencies that a municipal fire service manages. I found its local news mentions over the years, the routine civic coverage of fire stations that involves photographs of crews and equipment and occasional mentions of particular calls, and most of what I found was unremarkable, the steady professional history of a public service doing its work without drama. Then I found the news from 18 years ago. The article was in the digital archive of the local newspaper, and it covered an incident at a residential fire in the northwestern district, the district served by Station 4. The fire had been in a 2-story house on a street I noted without visiting, and it had been an overnight fire, starting sometime in the early hours of a winter morning. Station 4 had responded. The article described the fire as having been brought under control after several hours of work, which was standard language for a difficult fire, and it described the building as having been seriously damaged. It described, in the careful language of a newspaper that is balancing information against sensitivity, the death of a firefighter during the suppression operation. I read the article carefully, the way I read everything carefully, and I noticed that the language around the circumstances of the death was more compressed than the language around the fire itself. as if the writer had spent more time on the fire and less on the death, or as if the facts of the death were harder to arrange into clean, reportable sentences than the facts of a burning building. I noted this compression without drawing a conclusion from it. One firefighter, one name, which I will not write here because the name belongs to a person and a family and is not mine to distribute. A member of Station 4's crew who had not come out of the building when the others had, whose body had been recovered after the fire was fully suppressed. I sat with my laptop in the day room of the fire station where this person had worked and eaten and slept and kept their boots by the apparatus bay door, and I read the article 3 times. Then I searched for follow-up coverage, and I found it, a later article that described the official investigation into the death and its findings, which were that the firefighter had become separated from their crew in conditions of severely reduced visibility and had been unable to exit the building before the structural failure of the staircase they had been positioned near. The investigation had found no fault in the conduct of the operation. The death had been classified as a line-of-duty death in the performance of firefighting operations. 18 years ago, 12 years before the station closed, a crew that had continued working and living in this building for 12 years after losing one of their own, and then the station had closed and they had all gone elsewhere and the building had sat empty. I thought about 8 pairs of boots. I went to bed that night with this thought, and I lay in the bunk room in the crew quarters in the dark, and I thought about it carefully, not because I thought it explained anything supernatural or required that framework, but because it was the human reality of the building, and I owed it enough attention to think about it properly. A crew of 8, or however many had worked in this station, and one of them had died in the line of service. The remaining crew had come back to this building and continued working in it. They had eaten in the kitchen and slept in these bunks and sat in the day room and kept their lockers and lined their boots by the apparatus bay door the way fire crews always did. Boots by the door, ready to step into at a moment's notice. The standard practice of a crew that may need to be on a vehicle and moving in under 2 minutes when the alarm goes. I fell asleep thinking about this, and I slept until approximately 12:30, and then I woke. The reason I woke was a sound. I lay still for a moment before I tried to identify it, which is the thing to do when you wake to an unexplained sound, because identifying it while fully awake is more reliable than grabbing at it while still surfacing from sleep. The sound was below me, on the ground floor. It was rhythmic, not loud, the kind of sound that penetrates a building structure and arrives at you not at its full volume, but as a reduced and filtered version of itself. I lay and I listened. It was footsteps. I want to be precise about this because precision is what I can offer. The sound was consistent with footsteps, with a heel-to-toe pattern of a person walking on a hard floor, repeated at the pace of an unhurried walk, and the quality and the repetition of it were close enough to footsteps that my brain identified it as footsteps within a few seconds of focused listening. The sound moved, which footsteps do. It came from one part of the floor below me and traveled to another and then stopped. And then after a pause, it came from a different location and traveled to a third. I got up. I put on my shoes, and I took my flashlight, and I went to the stairs. I opened the door at the top of the stairs, and I listened before going down. The sound was not present while I stood at the top of the stairs. The building below me was quiet in the specific way that a building is quiet after a sound has stopped, a quality of recent silence that is different from long silence. I went down. The ground floor was empty. I checked every part of it that I could access: the apparatus bay, the office, the utility room, the maintenance area. My flashlight went into every corner and along every wall, and nothing moved, and nothing was different from how I had left it at the end of the day. The boots were in their row, the same row, the same 8 pairs, toe out, heel to wall. I stood in the apparatus bay in my pajamas and shoes with my flashlight, and I looked at the boots, and I thought about the sound that had woken me. I thought about buildings and the sounds they make at night, about the way a large structure of old brick and metal and timber adjusts to temperature change in the night, and about how these adjustments can produce sounds that travel through the structure and arrive at a person sleeping on the upper floor as something that resembles footsteps without being footsteps. I thought about how the plumbing system in an old building can produce rhythmic sounds that a sleeping brain, pulling itself toward wakefulness, organizes into the most familiar rhythmic pattern it knows. I thought about how the apparatus bay was a large space with a hard floor, and how sound in such spaces had particular properties of reflection and resonance. I went back to bed. On the 3rd night, it happened again, and this time, when I went downstairs, I found something that had not been there when I had checked before going to bed: the lockers. I had checked the locker room as part of my documentation, and when I had finished that documentation, I had closed the lockers, all 6 of them, which I always did after examining the contents of a space, leaving things as close to their prior state as I could, as a matter of professional habit and basic respect for the space. All 6 lockers had been closed when I went to bed. I was certain of this because I had made the final check of the upper floor before going to bed as part of my daily routine, noting the state of each area, and all 6 locker doors had been closed. When I came downstairs at 1:40 in the morning to investigate the footstep sound, I had checked the ground floor first and found it empty, and then I had gone back upstairs and walked through the upper floor before returning to bed, and the locker room was part of the upper floor, and 3 of the 6 locker doors were open, not wide open, ajar. Each of the 3 open doors stood at approximately the same angle, open perhaps 15 centimeters, as if pushed open from the inside by a modest pressure rather than pulled open from the outside with intention. The 3 lockers that were open were the ones that had contained personal effects, the jacket and the photographs, and the spare shoes. The 3 lockers that were empty were still closed. I stood in the locker room at nearly 2 in the morning in an empty building, and I looked at the open locker doors, and I thought about what had opened them. Temperature differential and the expansion of metal was the first explanation I considered. Old lockers in a building where the heating had recently been turned on after years of cold could conceivably react to the temperature change in ways that caused doors to move, latches to release, hinges to shift. This was possible. I examined the latches on each of the 3 open lockers, and they were simple, mechanical latches of the lever type, the kind that can be pushed open from the inside by a moderate upward force, the kind that a person reaching up from inside the locker could release by pushing the lever up with their palm. I was aware of how I was thinking, and I was aware that my thinking was being shaped by the building rather than by strict professional objectivity. I closed the 3 open lockers, and I went to bed, and I lay awake for a long time. In the morning, I called the management company. I reached a contact there, a man who handled the administrative side of the assessment project, and I told him what I had found in the locker, the 3 words in black marker. I did not mention the boots or the locker doors or the footstep sounds because I had decided these were not yet findings that my professional judgment could present with confidence. The marker text was definite and documentable, and was the thing I could report cleanly. He looked it up, or said he was looking it up, and said that the station's decommissioning inventory noted that the crew quarters had been cleared of personal effects on a specific date 6 years ago, and that the building had been secured at that point with no indication of further access until my arrival. He said the locker text was probably something from the station's operational years, possibly a joke or a piece of station culture, and that if I was concerned about the state of the building, I could submit a preliminary note to that effect with my report. He was not unhelpful, but he was not interested in the way I was interested, and the conversation confirmed that the management company's frame for this building was a frame of square footage and renovation costs, and not of whatever was at the edges of what I had been finding. I went back to the apparatus bay after the call. I stood at the row of boots, and I counted them again. 8 pairs. I had counted them on the first day, and I counted them again now, and there were 8 pairs. I had not miscounted. The row was unchanged, the same arrangement, the same spacing, the same toe-out positioning. But when I stood at the row this morning and looked at it more carefully than I had on the first day, I noticed something I had not noted in my initial documentation. The boots were not equally dusty. 8 pairs in a row. 6 years of accumulated dust in a closed space. All 8 should have been dusty to the same degree, the dust having had the same amount of time and the same access to each pair. 7 of the 8 pairs were dusty in this expected consistent way. The 8th pair, the one at the far right end of the row, the last pair, was less dusty. Not dramatically less, not clean, but less, a degree of dust accumulation that corresponded to less time having passed rather than 6 years. I crouched at this pair, and I looked at it very closely. The rubber was the same aged quality as the others, the same brittleness at the creases, the same dulling of the reflective banding. These were not new boots, but the dust on them was not 6 years of dust. I took close photographs of this pair beside the pair next to it for comparison, and I stood up and I walked out of the apparatus bay and up the stairs, and I sat in the day room and I looked at my photographs on the camera screen, and the difference in dust accumulation was clear in the photographs, the way these things are often clearer in photographs than to the naked eye, the controlled frame of the image letting you compare 2 surfaces directly without the distraction of everything else around them. Someone had moved those boots Not recently, not in the last day or two, the dust was not that fresh. But more recently than 6 years ago, someone had moved the boots on the far right end of the row at some point after the station had been decommissioned and the building had been closed, sometime during the 6 years of vacancy. I had been trying, since the first morning, to hold my experience of this building in the professional frame, the frame of documentation and assessment, and the frame had been doing its job adequately, letting me work and sleep and function as the person the management company had hired. But the photographs of the boots, the difference in the dust clear and indisputable on my camera screen, made the frame harder to maintain. Something had been in this building during the 6 years it was officially empty. Something had touched these boots, had moved them, had placed them back in the row, or had never removed them from the row, but had handled them in a way that disturbed the dust on this one pair and not the others. That night, I did not go to bed at my usual time. I sat in the day room with the light on, and I worked on my documentation notes, and I waited. I was not sure what I was waiting for, not in specific terms, but I had decided that the professional frame was not serving me as well as a more honest frame would, and the more honest frame included the acknowledgement that this building had been doing things at night that I could not explain with confidence, and that sitting up and watching for them was a more useful response than lying in a bunk pretending I could sleep. At 12:40, the sound began. I heard it from the day room, the same sound I had heard from the bunk room on the previous 2 nights, the rhythmic heel-to-toe pattern of an unhurried walk from the floor below me. I got up immediately, without hesitation, and I went to the stairs, and I went down them quickly, and I pushed through the internal door into the apparatus bay, and I turned on the overhead lights. The apparatus bay was lit by 2 of the 3 banks of fluorescent lights, the same 2 that had been working since I arrived. The space was bright and flat under the fluorescent lights, and I could see every part of it clearly. The floor, the equipment racks on the walls, the drainage channel, the stop clock on the wall, its hands at 11:42, the boots, 9 pairs. I stood at the internal door, and I counted the row twice. 9 pairs. There had been 8 pairs on my first day, and on every subsequent day that I had counted them, including this morning. 9 pairs now. A 9th pair at the right end of the row, added since this morning, beside the pair whose dust accumulation I had photographed as anomalous. The 9th pair was placed in the same orientation as all the others, toe out, heel to the wall, evenly spaced from the pair beside it. I walked to the 9th pair, and I crouched beside it, and I looked at it. New boots, or nearly new, not the aged rubber of the other 8 pairs. Clean boots, with minimal dust on them, placed in the row within the last several hours. I put my hand on the rubber of the shaft. It was slightly warm. Not the faint warmth of a boot that has recently been worn by a person who has been walking. I corrected myself immediately because that was where my thinking had gone, and I pulled it back. The warmth of the boot shaft was more likely the residual warmth of a room that had been heated and in which a rubber object had been left close to a heat source. I looked for a heat source near the right end of the boot row and found nothing closer than the radiator on the opposite wall, which was at least 5 meters away. I stood up. I looked at the row of boots for a long time. Then I looked at the clock on the wall. 11:42. I looked at my watch. It was 12:51. The stopped clock showed a different time from the current time, which was expected. But I had been in this building for 3 days, and I had walked past this clock many times each day, and the time on it had always been 11:42. And now I looked at the clock, and the second hand, which had been still on every previous observation, was moving. The clock was running. I watched it for a full minute to be certain, and the second hand completed its revolution, and the minute hand moved to 43, and I was certain. The clock was running. Something had started it in the last few hours, had either replaced a battery or wound the mechanism, or done whatever this clock required to run, and it was now keeping time. And the time it showed was 1 minute to 12:43 in the morning, which was approximately the current time, which meant it had been started with the correct time rather than simply started from wherever it had stopped. I went back upstairs. I did not go back to bed. I sat in the day room with all the lights on, and I wrote up my notes from the night in full and careful detail, and I sat with them until the light outside the windows became the early gray of a November dawn. In the morning, I called the management company again. This time, I asked for the full history of the building's decommissioning, the complete inventory that had been done when the station closed, and specifically, I asked whether that inventory had counted the number of boots left in the apparatus bay. The man checked and came back and said the inventory listed 7 pairs of boots in the apparatus bay, left in place as part of the station's standard equipment that had not been transferred to the new facility. 7 pairs. I had documented 8 pairs on my first day. There were 9 pairs now. He asked if everything was all right with the assessment. I said that there were some inventory discrepancies I was working through, and that I would note them in my report. I did not leave the building that day. I told myself this was because the assessment was ongoing, and I needed to be present, and because leaving would interrupt the work. And these things were true. I also did not leave because I had decided that leaving was not what the building required of me, and I was not entirely sure how to explain this decision or whether it was entirely rational. I spent the day in the apparatus bay, not documenting, not with my camera and my report forms. Sitting. I brought a chair from the day room upstairs, and I sat in the apparatus bay, and I looked at the boots and the clock and the stopped clock that was now a running clock, and I thought about the things I had found and heard, and about the things I had read in the newspaper archive, and about Station 4 and the 41 years of its operation. I had assessed, by the time of this sitting, a large number of buildings in various states of vacancy and disuse, and I had sat in some of them in this way, with the deliberate intention of simply being present in the space rather than cataloging it, because I had learned that a space sometimes gives you something in the sitting that it does not give you in the moving through. I had never sat like this in a building that had given me as much as this one had given me in 3 days, and so the sitting felt more necessary and more loaded than it usually did, and I gave it the full, unguarded attention it seemed to require. A crew of 8 or more cycling through the shifts and the years. A death 18 years back. A firefighter not coming out of a burning building. the crew continuing as fire crews continue because the work goes on regardless. The station eventually closing, the crew dispersing to other stations or to retirement or to civilian life. The building sitting empty, and something in it, not dispersing, not going elsewhere, remaining. I sat in the apparatus bay, and the afternoon light came through the high windows and lay in strips on the painted concrete floor and touched the row of boots. And I thought about a person who had spent years in this building, eating and sleeping and training and responding to calls and coming home through the apparatus bay door and stepping out of their boots and lining them up by the door the way you line your boots up when you will need them again, when you are not done yet, when you will put them on again for the next call, not done, still waiting for the next call. I sat until the light from the windows faded and the apparatus bay went dark, and I turned on the overhead lights, and I sat some more. I sat through the dinner hour and through the early evening, and when the clock on the wall read 11:15, I stood up and I walked to the row of boots, and I stood in front of them. I said, out loud into the empty apparatus bay, in a normal speaking voice, "I know you are here. I know something of what happened. I am not here to disturb anything. I am here to make a record of this building, and then I will leave. And what becomes of the building after that is not my decision. I am sorry for what happened to you. I am sorry that you did not come home. This is not the kind of thing a professional property assessor normally says in the course of an assessment. I know this." But the professional frame had been insufficient for several days, and I had abandoned it, and what I had instead was honesty. And this was the honest thing to say, and so I said it. The apparatus bay was quiet after I said it. The clock on the wall moved its second hand, and the fluorescent lights hummed in their housings, and the row of boots sat in its row, 9 pairs, toe out, heel to wall. Then the overhead lights went out. Not all of them. The one bank of 3 lights that had been non-functional since my arrival, the third bank, the one above the right end of the apparatus bay, came on. And the 2 banks that had been working since my arrival went out. I was standing in the apparatus bay lit only by the third bank, the one above the row of boots. I stood in this light for a long time. I cannot tell you exactly how long. The clock was at 11:42 when I was next able to see its face in the overhead light, and I knew that the clock now kept time. So I knew the hands had moved to 11:42 from wherever they had been when the lights changed. But I did not know where they had been when the lights changed, and so I could not calculate the duration. In the morning, the lights were back to their previous configuration, the 2 working banks on and the third off, and I packed my bags, and I documented the night's events in my report notes, and I photographed the boot row one final time, and I took my bags downstairs. I stood in the apparatus bay for the last time, and I looked at the 9 pairs of boots and the running clock, and I said again in a normal speaking voice that I was leaving, and that the report I wrote would be a full and honest record of what I had found. I said that I hoped whatever came next for the building was something dignified, something that honored what the building had been and what it had held. Then I went out the side door, and I got in my car, and I drove the 90 miles home. The report I wrote was complete and honest, within the constraints of a professional property assessment report, which is to say that it contained all the measurable and documentable findings of my time in the building, including the inventory discrepancies with the boots and the non-functional and subsequently functional clock, logged as anomalous findings requiring investigation. It did not contain everything I have written here because a property assessment report is not the right form for everything I have written here, and I knew this, and I chose the right form for each thing, which is what you do when you have a commitment to honesty and to the appropriate form for what you need to say. The report is the form for measurements and observations and structural assessments and inventory records. This is the form for the rest of it. For the night, the lights changed, and the boots were 9, and the clock ran at the right time. For the footsteps and the locker doors and the 6th locker with its 3 words. For a firefighter who went into a burning building and did not come out, and whose boots, or the suggestion of whose boots, appeared in a row in the apparatus bay of their home station in the early hours of a November morning, when the only person in the building was a woman sitting alone in a chair in the middle of the room, watching. The management company, as far as I know, has not yet decided what to do with the building. The last communication I had from them several months after I submitted the report was an acknowledgment of receipt and a note that the assessment was under review. I do not know what they will decide. I do not know whether the building will be renovated or demolished, whether the boots will be removed or left, whether the clock will be stopped again or left to run. What I know is that the boots were lined up by the door, as if waiting when I arrived, and there were 8 pairs, and there had been 7 pairs in the official inventory when the station closed, and on the night the clock began to run, there were 9. 1 pair for each year of service, someone might say, if they were the kind of person who made that kind of meaning from numbers. I am not usually that kind of person. But I counted the years of the firefighter's service in the records I found, and the number of years between their joining the service and the night 18 years ago, when they went into a building and did not come back, and the number was 9. I noted this, and I do not know what to do with it except write it down here where someone may find it, the way the warning was written in the locker where someone might find it, the way things are left in empty places for the people who come next. I do not know whose boots the 9th pair was. I do not know, and I have thought about this more than I can fully account for, whether the pair of boots that appeared was placed there as a completion of something, as the return of something that had been missing, or whether it was something else, a demonstration, a presence asserting itself in the only language available to it, which is the language of things. Boots by the door, clock on the wall, lights in the ceiling, a building that held 41 years of people and their work and their lives, and one irreversible loss, and which had been holding all of it for 6 years of silence, and which had, for 2 weeks, held me. I drove home in the November morning light, and I was glad to be going, and I was also aware, in the specific way that you are aware of something you will not stop thinking about, that I was leaving something unresolved behind me, that the building would be there with its boots and its clock and its 6 lockers and its stopped second-hand and its do not sleep in the empty locker, and that Whatever had been in it before I arrived would be in it still, waiting with the particular patience of something that has no specific appointment and no specific deadline, that exists in the building the way the building exists in the neighborhood, simply and continuously, there regardless of whether anyone comes. I sleep fine most nights. I want to say this clearly. Most nights I am in my own bed, in my own home, and the building is 90 miles away, and I sleep without difficulty. But there are nights when the very early hours have that quality of recent silence, the quality I learned in the crew quarters of Station 4, where the silence after a sound has stopped is different from silence that never held a sound. And on those nights, I am very awake and very still, and I listen, and I think about boots lined up by a door, still there, still waiting. That's where this story ends. Let's continue with the next. The old map in the visitor center showed a path that was not there. I took the job because I needed to disappear, not from the law or from debts, just from the life I had built and watched collapse over 3 years of bad decisions and worse luck. The relationship ended with screaming and broken dishes. The job ended with my supervisor explaining that restructuring meant I was no longer needed. The apartment ended with an eviction notice taped to a door I no longer had keys for. I was 32 years old and starting over with a backpack, a sleeping bag, and $1,400 in a checking account that wouldn't last 2 months in any city. The posting was on a bulletin board in a grocery store in Flagstaff, paper yellowed by sun and time. Seasonal park ranger assistant, remote location, housing provided, must be comfortable with solitude, no experience necessary. A phone number, nothing else. I called from a pay phone outside a gas station. The voice that answered was old and slow, each word considered before spoken. Blackwood Canyon State Park. You know it? No, I admitted. I'm not from Arizona. Not many are. Not many know it. Used to be a mining town. Silver mostly. Dried up in the 20s. State made it a park in the 60s. Nobody comes. Too far from anything. Too hard to reach. That's why we need help. Maintenance, trail marking, keeping the buildings from falling down. A pause, the sound of wind through ancient phone lines. You running from something? Just need work, I said. That's not an answer. But it's the one everyone gives. Be here Thursday. Flagstaff bus to Williams, then the county road north. 40 miles of dirt. You'll see the sign. Can't miss it. Nothing else out there. I arrived on Thursday. The bus driver let me off at a crossroads that wasn't even marked on my phone's map. I waited 3 hours until a Forest Service truck appeared, driven by a man named Henry, who didn't speak, until we had bounced over 20 miles of washboard road. You'll be the only one there, he said. Ranger Davies is the supervisor, but he's in Flagstaff 3 weeks a month. Medical treatments, cancer, they say. You'll see him when you see him. Otherwise, it's just you and the canyon. How big is the park? 12,000 acres, maybe 15 miles of maintained trail. The rest is backcountry, old mining roads, game paths, stuff from before the state took over. He glanced at me, evaluating. You know how to use a compass? Read a topo map? Basic training in the Scouts, 20 years ago. Better than most. There's a radio in the cabin, satellite phone for emergencies. Don't expect cell service. Don't expect visitors. Last year, we had 12 people sign the log. 12. For the whole season. The canyon appeared suddenly, the road cresting a ridge and dropping into a landscape that seemed wrong for Arizona. Instead of desert, there was forest, ponderosa pine and aspen, oak and maple in the lower elevations. A stream ran through the canyon bottom, audible even from the ridge. The air smelled of water and pine resin and something else, something mineral and sharp that I couldn't identify. The visitor center sat where the road ended, a log building with a stone chimney and a porch that faced the canyon. Behind it, accessible by a dirt track, was the ranger cabin. Small, weathered, but solid-looking. Henry helped me carry my pack inside. The cabin had one room with a bed, a wood stove, a kitchen area, and a desk with the promised radio and satellite phone. An outhouse stood 50 feet away. Water came from a hand pump behind the building. "Supplies come every 2 weeks," Henry said. "Next delivery is the first. You'll get food, fuel, anything you ordered. There's a list in the visitor center of what we keep stocked. Mark what you need. If you run out of something, you wait. No exceptions. The road washes out in heavy rain, sometimes for days." He showed me the visitor center. It was larger than the cabin, with exhibits that hadn't been updated in decades, black and white photos of the mining town, rusted tools and glass cases, a relief map of the canyon carved from wood and mounted on the wall. The map showed the maintained trails in green paint, the stream in blue, the boundaries of the park in red. It was beautiful work, obviously handcrafted, with every ridge and drainage rendered in careful detail. "Who made this?" I asked. "Ranger before Davis, 1970-something, dead now. Most of them are." Henry moved to a counter and opened a drawer. "Here's the trail log. Anyone who hikes signs in and out. Mostly. It's empty. If someone doesn't sign out within 24 hours of their expected return, you call it in. Don't go looking yourself. People who get lost in this canyon stay lost. Terrain's tricky, old mine shafts everywhere, drop-offs you don't see until you're falling." He left after that, his truck disappearing into the dust of the road, the sound of its engine fading slowly, until I was alone with the wind and the stream and the creaking of the wooden buildings as they adjusted to the afternoon sun. I spent the first day exploring. The visitor center had a small library, field guides to local plants and animals, geological surveys, history books about the mining town of Blackwood that had existed from 1887 to 1923. The exhibits were dusty, but intact. The photos showed hard-faced men with pickaxes, women in long dresses standing in front of rough wooden buildings, children who looked like small adults in their formal poses. Everyone was dead now. Everyone in the photos, everyone who had known them. The town was gone, collapsed and burned and reclaimed by forest. Only the pictures remained, and the mine shafts, and the name. I found the map again that evening. The light was fading, coming through the windows at an angle that made the relief map shadows deeper, more dramatic. I studied it carefully, learning the names of features I hadn't seen yet. Devil's Elbow, where the stream made a sharp turn. Widow's Peak, the highest point on the north rim. The Silver Lode Trail, which followed the main drainage up to the old mine entrances. And then I saw it, a path drawn in faded brown paint that didn't match any of the labeled trails. It started near the visitor center, not at the main trailhead, but behind the building where the ground sloped down toward the stream. It wound along the water for a mile, then turned up a side canyon I hadn't noticed, climbing to a ridge and disappearing into an area marked only with the words "unsurveyed" in small letters. I checked the legend. Green meant maintained trail, red meant boundary, blue was water, brown was... There was no brown in the legend. The path was simply there, unlabeled, unexplained. I went outside. Behind the visitor center, the ground did slope down to the stream, but there was no trail that I could see. Just grass and rocks and the dense growth of willows along the water. I walked to where the brown line started on the map, according to my estimation. Nothing. No path, no sign, no indication that anyone had ever walked there. Back inside, I checked again. The brown line was definitely there, winding through the carved topography, crossing the stream twice, climbing to that ridge. It looked like it had been painted decades ago, the same vintage as the green trails, the same careful hand. But it wasn't on any modern map. It wasn't in the trail guide. It wasn't listed in the logbook or mentioned in any of the historical accounts. I told myself it was a mistake. An abandoned route, perhaps, from the mining days, drawn on the relief map and then forgotten. The park had changed since the 70s. Trails had been rerouted, closed, reopened. The brown path was probably a relic, a ghost of something that no longer existed and shouldn't be followed. I slept poorly that night. The cabin creaked in the wind, and I wasn't used to such absolute darkness. No streetlights, no neighbor's porch light, no glow from a distant city. When the moon set, I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. I lay awake listening to sounds I couldn't identify, rustling in the grass outside, something heavy moving in the trees, the stream's constant murmur that sometimes seemed to form patterns, almost words. In the morning, I started my duties. The trail guide listed 3 maintained routes: the canyon loop, 4 miles, the rim trail, 6 miles with significant elevation gain, and the Silver Lode Trail, 8 miles round trip to the old mine entrances. My job was to hike them, check for fallen trees or washouts, clear drainage channels, repaint blazes where they had faded. I did the canyon loop first. It was easy walking, following the stream through the bottom of the canyon. The forest was beautiful. Old growth pine, some trees 3 feet in diameter, their bark smelling of vanilla when I touched it. I saw deer, a fox, countless birds. The trail was in good condition, clearly marked with green metal signs at intersections. At one point, I found myself looking across the stream to where the brown path would have been, if it existed. The willows were thick there, impenetrable. No one had walked that way in years, if ever. I finished the loop by afternoon and returned to the cabin. The radio crackled at 5 p.m., as Henry had said it would. A check-in from the district office asking for my status. I reported all clear, no issues, no visitors. The voice on the other end was young, bored, clearly reading from a script. I doubted they knew where Blackwood Canyon was or cared. That evening, I studied the relief map again. The brown path seemed more prominent in the fading light, its line thicker and more certain. I traced it with my finger, following its route up the side canyon, across the ridge, into the unsurveyed area. What was there? The topo maps in the library showed nothing. Blank space, contour lines indicating steep terrain, no features named or noted. I found a folder of old reports, annual summaries from the 1970s and 80s. One from 1974 mentioned exploratory survey of North Ridge area, abandoned due to hazardous conditions. Another from 1979 noted closure of unofficial trail to Silver Lode Upper Works, liability concerns. Nothing specific, nothing about the brown path. I slept better the second night, tired from hiking, but I woke before dawn with the certainty that something was outside my cabin. I lay still, listening, and heard it clearly, footsteps, slow and deliberate, circling the building. Not an animal. Animals don't circle like that, don't pause at windows, don't test doors. I found the courage to call out, "Who's there?" Silence. Then slowly, the footsteps moved away down toward the stream. I waited until full light before going outside. There were tracks in the dust near my door, boot prints large with a distinctive pattern on the sole that I couldn't identify. They led to the stream and disappeared in the grass. I spent the day on a rim trail climbing 2,000 feet to the canyon's northern edge. The work was hard but satisfying, clearing fallen branches, repairing a wooden bridge over a seasonal drainage, repainting blazes on trees where the bark had grown over the old marks. From the rim, I could see the entire canyon spread below, the visitor center and cabin tiny in the distance, the stream a silver thread through green forest. I tried to locate the brown path from above. According to the relief map, it climbed to the ridge somewhere east of my position, in an area of broken rock and dense vegetation. I scanned with binoculars, but saw nothing. No trail, no disturbance in the forest, no sign of human passage. That evening, I met Ranger Davies. I was cooking dinner on the wood stove when I heard the truck. A battered Forest Service pickup pulled up to the visitor center, and a man emerged who seemed to be all angles, sharp elbows, sharp knees, a face that had been handsome before illness carved it hollow. He moved slowly, carefully, as if each step required negotiation with his body. "You're the new assistant," he said, not a question. "I'm Davies. I'll be here 3-4 days, then back to Flagstaff. You managing okay?" "Fine," I said. "Quiet." "Gets quieter." He looked around the cabin, nodding at my arrangements. "Henry showed you the trails? The procedures?" "Yes, I hiked the canyon loop and the rim trail. Everything's in good shape." "The Silver Lode?" "Tomorrow, probably." He nodded again, but his attention had shifted to the window, to the darkening canyon beyond. "You looked at the map? The big one, in the visitor center?" "Yes, it's beautiful work. Made by my predecessor, Harlan Vance, knew this canyon better than anyone." He turned to face me, and his eyes were strange, pale blue, almost colorless, with an intensity that made me want to look away. "You noticed the brown path." It wasn't a question. I felt caught, accused of something I didn't understand. "Yes, I noticed. Is it a real trail?" Davies sat heavily in the cabin's only chair. "That's the question, isn't it? Whether it's real?" He was quiet for a moment, gathering strength or words. "Vance put it on the map in 1974, said he found it, followed it, mapped it, said it went somewhere important. The state surveyors couldn't find it, sent 3 teams, different seasons. Nothing, no trail, no sign a trail ever existed. They told Vance he was mistaken, imagining things, getting too old for the job." What did Vance say? He said the trail was there when it wanted to be, that it showed itself to those who needed to see it. Davies smiled, but there was no humor in it. They forced him to retire, medical leave. He died 6 months later, right here in this cabin. Heart attack, they said. I found him. I'm sorry. Don't be. He was ready. He'd been trying to find that trail again for years, trying to prove it was real. He died with a map in his hands, they told me. I wasn't here. I was in Flagstaff dealing with my own issues. He gestured vaguely at his body, the illness consuming him. I took this posting because of Vance. Because of what he said. Because I wanted to see it for myself. Have you? Seen the trail? Davies looked at me directly, those pale eyes pinning me in place. Twice. First time was 1989, my second year here. I was young, ambitious, thought I'd solve the mystery. I followed the brown line on the map, went behind the visitor center, pushed through the willows, and there it was, clear as anything. An old path worn into the earth, stones placed for stepping across the stream. I followed it 2 miles to where it climbs the ridge, then I stopped. Why? Because I heard something up ahead, voices maybe, or music, or the wind and rocks. I don't know, but I felt unwelcome, like I'd been allowed to see the trail, allowed to walk it, but not to reach the end. Not yet. He paused, remembering. I turned back. When I tried to find it the next day, it was gone, just willows and rocks, same as always. And the second time? Last year, after the diagnosis, I was angry, you see, facing the end, and I'd never solved the one mystery that mattered. I went behind the visitor center every day for a month, and finally, it was there again, clearer than before, almost welcoming. He stopped. I waited, but he seemed to have lost the thread, staring at the wall with unfocused eyes. What happened? I prompted. I followed it to the end, he said quietly. To the ridge, to the unsurveyed area. I saw what was there, and I came back, and I haven't tried to go again, because I understand now. I understand what Vance understood. The trail isn't for us. It was never for us. We're just custodians, keepers of the place until they're ready. Until who is ready? He stood, suddenly tired, suddenly old. I need to rest. We'll talk tomorrow. Don't try to find the trail yet. You're not ready. You don't need it yet. When you do, it will be there. He left for the visitor center, where he kept a small apartment for his rare visits. I sat in the cabin, confused and unsettled, listening to the night sounds. The footsteps didn't return, but I dreamed of paths through dark forest, of following something I couldn't see, of arriving at a place that filled me with longing and terror in equal measure. Davies was gone when I woke. His truck remained, but he wasn't in the visitor center, wasn't on any of the trails I could see from the cabin. I hiked the Silver Lode Trail alone, marking time, thinking about what he'd said. The trail led to the old mine entrances, 3 shafts driven into the canyon wall, gated and posted with warnings about unstable ground. I checked the gates, found them secure, noted the condition in my log. The mines were deep, the surveys said, hundreds of miles of tunnels following the silver veins through the mountain, most of it unmapped, even now. Dangerous. Forbidden. I returned at dusk. Davies was in the visitor center, sitting in the dark, looking at the relief map. I could see him through the window, his face illuminated by a flashlight held below his chin, making shadows that turned his hollow features into a skull. "Did you find it?" he asked when I entered. "The trail?" "No." I looked behind the building, nothing but willows. "Good, you're not ready. You don't need it." He turned to look at me, and his expression was strange. Pity, perhaps, or envy. "I hope you never need it. I hope you finish your season, go back to your life, forget this place exists. That's the best outcome, the only good one." "But you said you saw it. You followed it. What did you find?" He shook his head. "I can't tell you. It wouldn't make sense. You have to see it. And you shouldn't see it. No one should." He stood, unsteady, gripping the map's frame for support. "I'm leaving tomorrow. Back to Flagstaff. I won't return. This is my last visit to Blackwood Canyon." "You're quitting?" "I'm dying," he said simply. "The treatment stopped working. I have weeks, perhaps days. I came here to say goodbye, to the canyon, to the trail, to whatever waits beyond it." He touched the brown line on the map, gently, almost lovingly. "Vance died here, trying to find it again. I'm going to die in a hospital, surrounded by machines. I don't know which is worse." I didn't know what to say. We sat in silence, two strangers connected only by this place, this mystery. "Promise me something," Davy said finally. "If you see the trail, if it appears to you, don't follow it, not all the way. Turn back when you can. The end of that path, it's not for the living." Vance knew that at the end. He told me the night before he died. He said the trail leads to where the silver came from, not the metal, the light, the source. And once you've seen it, you can't unsee it. You spend the rest of your life trying to get back, trying to stay away, both at once. "I promise," I said, though I didn't understand. He left in the morning. I watched his truck disappear down the road, raising dust that hung in the air long after he was gone. I was alone again, more alone than before, because now I knew there was something to be alone with. Something that might appear at any moment behind the visitor center, waiting. Days passed. I fell into routine, hiking, maintaining, checking the empty logbook, listening to the radio check-ins that meant nothing. The weather turned cooler. Frost appeared on the grass in the mornings. The aspen began to change, their leaves turning gold, then falling, carpeting the ground with coins of light. I stopped looking for the trail. I told myself it was superstition, the dying fantasy of an old man who'd spent too much time alone. The brown line on the map was a mistake, a fantasy, nothing more. I focused on my work, on the real trails, on the tangible world of trees and rocks and flowing water. Then Sarah came. She appeared in the logbook first, a name I didn't recognize, signed in at 9 a.m. on a Tuesday. Sarah Chin, hiking Rim Trail, returned by dark. I was on the canyon loop that morning, didn't see her arrive. When I returned to the visitor center at noon, her car was there, a small sedan with California plates, dust-covered from long driving. I waited. The Rim Trail was 6 hours minimum, 8 for someone not in condition. She had written, "Return by dark," which suggested she knew what she was doing. I busied myself with maintenance tasks around the visitor center, watching the trailhead. She didn't return by dark. I wasn't immediately concerned. People misjudged time, underestimated difficulty. stopped to photograph sunset from the rim. I waited until full dark, then used the satellite phone to report a possible overdue hiker to the district office. They told me to wait until morning. That night, searches were too dangerous, that most missing hikers turned up sheepish and embarrassed at dawn. I didn't sleep. I sat on the visitor center porch with a flashlight and the trail log, reading her entry over and over. Sarah Chen. The name meant nothing. The handwriting was neat, confident. She had planned to return. At first light, I hiked the rim trail. I found her car still parked unlocked, with a day pack on the passenger seat and hiking boots on the floor. She had gone up in sandals, light clothing, unprepared for the temperature drop at elevation. I found her tracks at the trailhead, small prints with a distinctive tread pattern, and followed them. The rim trail was clear, well marked, easy to follow even in dim light. I tracked her progress to the first viewpoint, the second, the third. She had stopped at each, taken photos. The memory card in her camera, which I found dropped near a rock, showed the canyon in morning light, afternoon light, sunset. She had stayed up there all day. Her tracks continued past the last viewpoint to where the maintained trail ended. The Forest Service had placed a barrier there, a wooden fence with signs warning of dangerous conditions beyond. The signs had been moved, not torn down, carefully lifted and placed aside, as if by someone who intended to replace them. Beyond the barrier, there was no trail, just steep slope, loose rock, dense brush. But I found her tracks, the same sandal print, pressing through vegetation that should have stopped her. She'd climbed, not toward the ridge and the known terrain beyond, but along the canyon wall, traversing east, toward the area where the brown path would have climbed if it had existed. I followed. The going was difficult, dangerous, the slope ready to give way with each step. I used my hands grabbing trees and rocks, pulling myself along. The tracks were clear, unmistakable. She had come this way, determined, not hesitating, not searching for route, but following something she could see, and I couldn't. I found her sandal at the base of a cliff, just one, as if she had stepped out of it and continued barefoot. The cliff was 30 feet high, vertical, unclimbable without equipment. But there were marks on the rock, scratches, smudges, places where hands and feet had found purchase, and above, at the top, the edge of something, a path, level and clear, running along the cliff's rim. I couldn't climb it. I didn't have rope, didn't have skill, didn't have the desperate need that must have driven her up that face. I circled, looking for another way, and found a game trail that switched back to the top. It took an hour. When I reached the cliff rim, her tracks were there, bare feet in dust, following the path I had glimpsed from below. It was the brown path. I knew it immediately, though I had never seen it before. The width was right, narrow, single file. The construction was right, stones placed at intervals, ancient but solid, forming the steps where the ground sloped. The direction was right, up the side canyon, toward the ridge, toward the unsurveyed area. I followed. The path was easy walking, almost too easy, as if designed for feet that weren't quite human. It crossed the stream twice on stepping stones placed just the right distance apart. It climbed through breaks and cliff bands that seemed natural until you noticed the tool marks, the places where rock had been shaped to allow passage. It switchbacked up the ridge, gaining elevation steadily until I emerged from tree cover onto open slope with views of the entire canyon spread below. The path continued. I could see it from here, clear as a road, cutting across the slope toward a saddle in the ridge. But Sarah's tracks didn't follow it. They turned off onto bare rock, toward an outcropping of white stone that gleamed in the sun. I found her there. She was sitting, facing east, looking at something I couldn't see. She was alive. Her chest moved, her eyes blinked, but she didn't respond when I called her name, didn't turn when I approached. She was warm to the touch, her pulse steady and strong, but her eyes were fixed on empty air, and when I waved my hand before her face, she didn't flinch. "Sarah," I said. "Sarah Chen, can you hear me?" Nothing. She was breathing, present, utterly absent. I tried to lift her. She was light, too light, as if something essential had been removed. I carried her back to the path, planning to descend, to get help, to understand. But when I stepped onto the brown stones, she became heavy, too heavy to carry. I had to set her down, and when I did, she stood on her own and began walking up the path toward the saddle, moving with purpose, though her eyes remained fixed on that distant nothing. I followed. What else could I do? I couldn't leave her, couldn't carry her, couldn't stop her. I could only witness and document and try to understand. The saddle was a gap in the ridge, barely 20 feet wide. Beyond it, the terrain dropped into a valley that wasn't on any map. Not the canyon I knew, not the watershed I had studied. A different place, with different light, different colors. The trees were wrong. Too tall, too straight, their bark silver instead of brown. The stream that ran through the valley bottom flowed uphill, or seemed to, or the slope was wrong, or gravity was wrong, or my perception was wrong. Sarah walked into this place without hesitation. I stopped at the saddle, at the boundary, feeling something push back against me. Not a physical barrier, a permission, an invitation, withdrawn. I was not welcome. I had not been called. I could see, but I could not enter. I watched her go. She walked to the stream, knelt beside it, cupped water in her hands. The water was silver, like mercury, like liquid mirror. She drank, or seemed to. She stood. She turned to look back at me, and her eyes were different. Silver, like the water, like the bark of the wrong trees. She smiled, and it was not a human expression, too wide, too knowing, too full of something I couldn't name. Then she walked on, following the stream upward, and the valley seemed to fold around her, the trees to close ranks, and she was gone. I was alone on the saddle, on the boundary, with the wind and the sun and the path behind me that led back to the world I knew. I don't remember descending. I found myself at the visitor center at dusk, with no memory of the hours between. My log entry for that day is in my handwriting, but I don't recall writing it. Solo hiker Sarah Chen located and assisted off trail, returned to vehicle, and departed. No further action required. Her car was gone the next morning. I checked the logbook. Her sign-out time was 6 p.m. the previous evening, before I found her, before I followed her, before I watched her disappear into a place that doesn't exist. I hiked to the cliff. I searched for the path. I found nothing, just slope and brush and rock, impassable, untouched, no sandal, no marks, no way up, no way through. But the relief map in the visitor center had changed. The brown line was darker now, thicker, more prominent. And it continued, past the saddle where I had stopped, down into the valley, following the silver stream to its source. The map showed more than before, more than Vance had carved, or more than I had been able to see. It showed the valley, the wrong trees, the stream that flowed upward. It showed at the center a structure, not a building, a formation, a place where the silver concentrated, where the light came from, where the path ended. I touched it. The wood was warm, vibrating slightly like a living thing. I felt something reach back to me, curious, considering. Not yet, it seemed to say, not yet. But soon, I stayed at Blackwood Canyon for the rest of my contract. I didn't try to find the trail again, though I looked for it daily, hourly, in every moment of free time. I didn't see it. I didn't see Sarah. I didn't see anything but the ordinary beauty of an ordinary canyon, empty and quiet and waiting. I left in November when snow closed the road and the district office recalled me to Flagstaff. I never returned. I found work in the city, in an office, surrounded by people and noise and the comfort of not being alone. I tried to forget, but I dream of the path. I dream of following it all the way, of drinking the silver water, of seeing what Sarah saw, what Vance saw, what Davies was afraid to see. I dream of the valley, the wrong trees, the source of the light, and I wake with the certainty that I will return, that I am still following that path, that I never really stopped, that the part of me that walked into the valley is still walking, still approaching, while the part that came back is just a shell, a placeholder, a custodian of a life that no longer belongs to me. The map is still there in the visitor center. I've seen photos online. Some hiker posted them, complaining about the outdated exhibits. The brown line is visible in the photos, clear and dark and inviting. People comment that it looks like a trail. They ask where it goes. No one answers. Davies died 2 months after I left. I read the obituary online. Longtime park ranger, lover of wilderness. No mention of Blackwood Canyon. No mention of Vance. No mention of the mystery that consumed his final years. I don't know what waits at the end of that path. I don't know what Sarah became, or whether she is still walking, still following the silver stream to its source. I don't know if Vance found it again before he died, or if he died trying. I don't know if the trail appears to everyone eventually, or only to those who need it, or only to those who are ready to stop being human. I only know that I saw it once, that I could see it again, if I returned, if I needed it badly enough. That part of me wants to, desperately, while part of me remembers Davies's warning, his fear, his choice to die in a hospital, rather than follow the path to its end. The old map shows the way. The path is there when it wants to be. The valley waits with its wrong trees and its silver water and its source that is not silver, not metal, but something else, something older, something that was here before the canyon, before the mountains, before the human concept of time. I am still here, still human mostly, still waiting, but I feel the pull daily, hourly, in every moment of silence. The path is patient. It has waited for centuries, for millennia. It can wait for me. And someday I know I will stop waiting too. I will return to Blackwood Canyon. I will walk behind the visitor center, through the willows, onto the stones that aren't there until you need them. I will climb to the saddle, cross the boundary, enter the valley. I will drink the silver water. I will see the source. And I will understand finally what the trail is for, what we are for, what comes next, after humanity, after the custodianship, after the long waiting in the dark. The map shows the way. The map has always shown the way. We just weren't ready to read it. I am getting closer to ready. Day by day, dream by dream, I am learning to need what the path offers. Learning to let go of the human world, its noise and demands and small consolations. Learning to become what Sarah became, what Vance glimpsed, what Davies feared. The canyon is still there. The cabin, the visitor center, the relief map with its brown line growing clearer, more insistent. Someone else is there now, another assistant, another lost soul looking for quiet. I wonder if they have noticed the path. I wonder if they will follow it or turn back or spend their season in innocent ignorance of what waits behind the willows. I could warn them. I could call, write, send a message. But what would I say? That the map shows a path that isn't there until it is? That the path leads to a place that doesn't exist, except it does? That the silver water changes you, transforms you, carries you to something beyond human understanding? They wouldn't believe me. Or worse, they would. They would go looking, find it, follow it, become what I am becoming, divided, waiting, neither here nor there, belonging to neither world fully. Better to let them discover it themselves, or not. Better to let the path choose, as it chose me, as it chose Sarah, as it chose Vance, so long ago. The path knows what it's doing. It has been doing this for longer than we have records, longer than we have language, longer than we have been human enough to need paths at all. I am saving money. Not much. I work a simple job, live in a simple apartment, keep my needs small, but enough, eventually, for a vehicle, for supplies, for the time I will need, not to hike the trail, to stay, to wait at the saddle, at the boundary, until the permission comes, until the invitation is extended, until I am ready to enter and stay entered. Davies said the end of the path was not for the living, but Sarah was alive, in her way, changed, transformed, walking toward something but alive, more alive than she had been, perhaps, than any of us are in our ordinary existence. The silver water didn't kill her. It woke her. It showed her what she could become. I want to become. I want to wake. I want to follow the brown line on the map to its source, to its end, to its beginning. I want to understand what this place is, what it was before we named it, what it will be after we are gone. The old map in the visitor center shows the way. It has always shown the way. We just had to learn to see it, to need it, to be ready to follow where it leads. I am almost ready. The path is waiting. The valley is waiting. The source is waiting, patient and eternal, for the next custodian to become the next pilgrim, the next witness, the next transformation. Soon, very soon, the brown line grows clearer in my mind, in my dreams, in the certainty that guides my days. I will return to Blackwood Canyon. I will find the trail. I will walk to the end, and then I will understand. We all will, eventually. The path is there for everyone when we are ready, when we need it, when we are prepared to stop being what we were and become what we are meant to be. The map shows the way. I am following. I have always been following. I just didn't know until now where the path would lead. With that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. The old telephone booth receiver was off the hook when we arrived. The town of Callard had been empty for 11 years before we drove through it, and it looked every one of those 11 years, and then some. I had read about it online a few months before the trip, on one of those forums where people talk about abandoned places and share photographs and compare notes on what they found and how they got in. The forum post about Collard was different from most of the others I had read, partly because it was unusually long, and partly because the person who wrote it had never gone back after their first visit, which was unusual. Most of the people on those forums went back to places multiple times. They developed a kind of relationship with the places they explored, returning to check on them the way you might check on a friend who was going through a hard time. The person who wrote about Collard had gone once in the summer and had described what they found in very precise detail, and at the end of the post they had written that they did not feel they needed to see it again. That was what made me want to go. My name is Elena, and at the time of all this, I was 28 years old and working a remote job that paid well enough to afford an old car and a habit of spending my weekends driving to places that most people did not go to. I had a friend, Nathan, who shared this habit and who was better than me at reading maps and worse than me at admitting when he was unsettled by something. We were good travel companions because our weaknesses balanced each other out. I would get us to the right place, and he would pretend to be calm while I processed whatever we had found, and between the two of us, we managed to get through most things without too much trouble. Collard was a small town, not a village exactly, more than a village. It had had a population in the low thousands at its peak, with a main street of shops and a school and a post office and 3 churches of different denominations and a water tower with the name painted on it in letters that had once been blue. The reason it was empty was practical and economic, and not unusual in that part of the country. The factory that employed most of the working adults in the town had closed. The factory closure had led to unemployment, which had led to families leaving, which had led to businesses closing, which had led to more families leaving, and the cycle had continued until the remaining population was too small and too old and too fixed to sustain the basic infrastructure of a town. And at some point, the town had simply stopped being a going concern and become a collection of buildings in various states of being reclaimed by the land around them. This story had been repeated in a dozen towns in the region. Collard was not unique in having happened, only in the way it felt when you were inside it. We arrived on a Saturday in early September, when the weather was still warm, but the light had that specific quality of early autumn, clear and slightly angled, that made colors more vivid and shadows longer than they had been all summer. We came in from north on a state road that was still maintained because it connected 2 larger towns, and Collard sat at the junction of this road and 2 smaller county roads, which meant that the main street was easy to find because it simply was the road becoming the main street as it passed through the center of town and then becoming the road again on the other side. We parked where the road widened at what had been the center of town, in front of what had been a hardware store, the sign still readable above the long, dark windows. Nathan turned off the engine, and we sat for a moment and looked at the street. It was quiet in the way that you understand quiet better when you're inside it than when you think about it abstractly, not the quiet of a park or a nature trail, where you can hear the sounds of the natural world filling the space. It was the quiet of a place that had been built for human noise, and from which all the human noise had been removed, and the natural world had not yet fully moved in to replace it. The street had buildings on both sides, and the buildings were close together the way buildings on a main street always are, and the closeness of them meant that sound did not move freely. It collected and sat still, and what you heard was its absence. We got out of the car and stretched and looked around. Nathan had his camera, a good one, and he began taking photographs of the street immediately, moving slowly and methodically the way he always did when he was working, which was what he called it when he was photographing something he cared about. I had my own camera, smaller and less sophisticated, and a notebook where I wrote descriptions of things I wanted to remember, because I had learned over years of this kind of trip that photographs showed you what something looked like, but they did not tell you what it felt like. And the feeling of a place was often the thing you most wanted to hold on to later. I wrote in my notebook, "The street is long and straight, and the buildings on both sides are mostly intact. Windows broken in some, weeds in the cracks of the pavement. A tree that has grown up through what used to be the sidewalk in front of the old diner on the right. The sign for the diner still there, a clock face in the sign with hands that read 8:15, though it is 11 in the morning." I wrote, "It smells like dust and warm stone and something faintly green, like wet moss or lichen." I wrote, "Nathan is photographing the water tower." Then I put my notebook in my jacket pocket and walked. I walked south down the main street, looking into the windows of the buildings as I passed them. The hardware store was closest to where we had parked, its window still holding most of its glass, and through the glass you could see the interior, still holding most of its shelving, the shelves bare but standing, the floor covered in a layer of debris that had come in through the broken panels at the top of the window over the years. Next to it had been a small grocery, the window broken completely, the interior dark and dense with the smells of mold and old wood that came out through the open frame as I passed. Then a barber shop, the striped pole still attached to the wall beside the door, the pole's colors faded to a soft pink and cream. Then a small office of some kind, the sign above the door too faded to read. Then the post office, its flag bracket empty, the metal of it dark with rust. On the other side of the street there was the diner and a clothing shop, and what had been a pharmacy, judging by the large mortar and pestle decoration that was still attached above its entrance, and a small building with no signage that might have been a bank or an insurance office or anything else that required privacy and small rooms. And at the very end of the block, where the street turned slightly and the last building on the left side stood before giving way to an empty lot, and then the edge of a residential area, there was the telephone booth. I saw it from a distance of about 30 meters, and I stopped walking when I saw it. Not because there was anything immediately alarming about it. A telephone booth in a small town was not an unusual thing. Many small towns had had them, standing on corners or outside shops, the kind of upright glass and aluminum structure that you stepped into and closed the door and fed coins into and spoke into the receiver while looking out through the glass at whatever was happening on the street outside. By the time Collard had emptied out, most people had cell phones, but the booth would have been there long before that, installed in a different era, and there was no particular reason it would have been removed when the town closed down. No, I stopped because the receiver was off the hook. The booth was mostly intact. The glass panels on 3 sides were still in place, scratched and dirty, but not broken. The door, which was the sliding kind rather than the hinged kind, was closed. The metal frame of the booth was dull with oxidation, but structurally sound-looking. Inside, visible through the glass, the telephone itself was mounted on the back wall of the booth, and the receiver, the part you held to your ear and spoke into, was not on its cradle. It was hanging on its coiled cord, the weight of it, pulling the cord down so that the receiver dangled below the telephone at the height of about your knee, turning very slightly in the still air, or not turning. It was hard to tell from this distance. In a town that had been empty for 11 years, a telephone receiver was hanging off its cradle, turning slowly in a space that had no air movement because the door was closed. I stood still for a moment and I looked at it. Then I took out my phone and I called Nathan. He answered after 2 rings, and I told him where I was and what I was looking at. He said he would come and that he would bring in the camera. While I waited for him, I walked toward the booth. Not all the way, not yet. I got close enough to see it clearly, and then I stopped. The receiver was hanging at about knee height, the coiled cord stretched out straight with the weight. The telephone itself was an old model, the kind with a rectangular body and a coin slot at the top and a numeric keypad in the center and a small metal shelf below the keypad where you could rest something while you dialed. Above the telephone, inside the booth, there was the card holder that in working booths would contain a small card with emergency numbers printed on it. The card was still in it, yellowed, curled at the edges, but still there. The door of the booth had a handle, a small metal bar set into the frame, and the door showed signs of having been opened recently. Not dramatically recently, but recently enough that the track it slid in was cleaner than the surrounding metal, as if something had moved along it within the last year or 2, clearing the accumulated grime. I noticed this because I was looking carefully at everything, the way you do when something has caught your attention without yet explaining why. Nathan arrived and looked at the booth, and then looked at me and said, I said, "The receiver is off the hook." He said, "I can see that." He took several photographs of the booth from various angles, including through the glass at the hanging receiver, and he spent a while getting the angle of the light right, so that the photographs showed the interior clearly. While he was doing this, I looked at the ground around the booth. The pavement here was cracked, and some of the cracks had filled with dirt, and some of the dirt had grown small things, mosses and tiny weeds, and the pavement itself was covered in the usual accumulation of years of leaves and their decomposition. It was soft in places and hard in others, and it did not hold impressions particularly well. I went to the door of the booth and I looked at it. The handle was at chest height, and I reached out and took hold of it and slid the door. It moved. Not easily. The track was dirty, and the frame had warped slightly with years of temperature changes. But it moved, and when I had slid it far enough, I could get my hand in and push from the inside, and the door opened the rest of the way. The smell that came out was different from the smell outside. Outside smelled of dust and warm stone and the faint green of growing things. Inside the booth smelled of old metal and something else. Something I could not name precisely. Not decay, not exactly. More like electricity, the specific dry, sharp smell of old electrical components that have sat unused for a very long time. The smell of a radio that has been in a drawer for 20 years and which you have just plugged back in. There was also, underneath it, something that smelled very faintly like a kind of cheap soap you find in public facilities, the kind that comes in a pink or green liquid form in a dispenser by a sink. Very faint. Old. But there. I stepped into the booth. It was a tight space, barely enough room for one person, and when I was inside it, and the door was behind me, I felt the specific constriction of that kind of enclosure, the glass on 3 sides, and the telephone on the 4th, the ceiling low enough that I would bump it if I were any taller. I looked at the telephone. Up close, the model was clearly old, late 1970s or early 1980s. The plastic of its body yellowed from the original gray or cream color it had once been. The number pad had 12 keys, numbers, and the star and pound symbols, and the keys had not darkened with the same yellowing as the body, which meant they had been used enough over the telephone's working life to stay clean from the oils of frequent fingers. I looked at the receiver hanging on its cord. The cord was the standard coiled type, the kind that accordions when you pull it and springs back when you release it. The receiver hung at the end of the fully stretched cord, which meant something had pulled it to its full extension before letting it go. The receiver itself was rotating very slightly. I watched it for a moment and confirmed that yes, it was turning very slowly, a barely perceptible rotation that moved it perhaps 1 degree per second or less. The kind of slow movement that is caused by a slight residual tension in the cord gradually unwinding itself. I reached down and picked up the receiver. I do not know exactly why I did this. There was no operational reason to do it. The telephone had certainly not been connected to any network for many years, the infrastructure that would have made it work having long since been disconnected and removed. Picking up the receiver was not going to achieve anything. But I picked it up, the way you might pick up an old book found on a shelf in an empty house. Not because you expect to read it, but because the act of holding it tells you something about the world it came from. The receiver was heavier than I expected. Old telephone receivers were built from solid components, dense plastic and metal parts, and this one had a weight to it that modern phones do not. I held it to my ear the way you hold a telephone receiver, and I listened. I heard static, not the total silence of a disconnected line, not the absence of sound that you would expect when holding an unconnected receiver to your ear in an empty booth in a town that has been deserted for 11 years. Static. A soft, continuous, even hiss, the kind of audio static you hear from an analog radio tuned between stations, the white noise of an electrical signal that is present but not carrying anything coherent. a signal. I held the receiver to my ear and listened to the static, and I did not move for several seconds. Then inside the static, the way you sometimes hear the suggestion of a voice in the sound of rain or wind, I thought I heard something, a low tone, not a voice, not words, but a sound with a rhythm to it, a pattern that repeated at regular intervals, a pulse almost, even and slow, like something breathing or like something counting. I pulled the receiver away from my ear and looked at it. Then I put it back. The static was there, and the low pulsing tone was there, and I listened to it for another several seconds, and then I reached out and hung the receiver back on its cradle. Nathan was still outside the booth. He had been photographing me through the glass. When I stepped out, he said, "Well." I said, "There is static on the line." He looked at me and said, "Elena, the line has not been active for probably 15 years. I told him I knew this and that there was static anyway. He looked at the telephone through the glass for a moment, and then he stepped in, and I watched him through the glass the way he had watched me. He picked up the receiver. He held it to his ear. I watched his face. His expression went through something I had not often seen on Nathan's face, which was a sequence of reactions he was not fully controlling. The slight widening of the eyes, and the very small tightening around his mouth that meant he was processing something unexpected. He held the receiver to his ear for longer than I had expected him to, and then he hung it up and stepped out. He said, "That should not be there." I said, "No, it should not." He said, "There is a sound inside the static, like a pattern." I said, "I heard it too." We looked at each other, and then we looked at the telephone through the glass, and we both stood there being two people who had just heard something in an old telephone booth in an empty town that had not been connected to any telephone network for many years. Nathan said that the most likely explanation was that the old line was picking up some kind of radio frequency interference. That had happened sometimes with old copper wire infrastructure that had not been properly decommissioned, that the wire could act as an antenna and pick up signal fragments from other sources. He said this carefully and systematically, the way he always built rational explanations, and I listened to it, and I thought it was probably correct as explanations went, and I also thought that the pulsing rhythm I had heard had felt very specific, too specific for random interference. We walked away from the booth and explored the rest of the town for the next 2 hours. We went into the buildings where entry was easy and safe, which was perhaps a third of them. We saw the things that empty buildings in empty towns always contain: furniture that had been left or had been too large to move, personal items that had been overlooked in the packing, the ordinary objects of daily life that lose their meaning when removed from the people who gave them meaning. A child's drawing still stuck to the wall of a kitchen with tape that had gone yellow and brittle. A shelf of books in what had been someone's living room, paperback novels, and 1 or 2 reference books, and a Bible with a person's name written inside the front cover in handwriting that was very old and very careful. A washing machine in the corner of a laundry room, its door standing open, a faded smell of detergent still faintly present when you put your face near the opening. We ate the lunch we had brought in the car sitting on the hood in the September light, and we talked about what we had seen, and Nathan went through his photographs on the camera screen, and I wrote more in my notebook. The town felt less strange in the lunch hour, more simply sad, more simply what it was, a place where people had lived and then left, a place that time was slowly taking apart in the patient way that time takes things apart. At about 2 in the afternoon, Nathan went to photograph the residential streets to the east, and I walked back down the main street to the telephone booth. I did not make a decision to go back to it. I was simply walking, and I walked toward it, and I told myself that I wanted to look at it more carefully in the afternoon light, which was now coming from the west and catching the glass panels of the booth and making them bright against the darker building behind it. This was true. The light was good, and it was worth looking at. But I also wanted to pick up the receiver again, and I knew this, and I was honest with myself about it when I got close enough that honesty was the only remaining option. I slid open the door. The smell from inside was the same. I stepped in. I picked up the receiver. The static was there immediately. The same even hiss. The same quality of signal. The same sense of an active line rather than a dead one. I held the receiver firmly and I listened very carefully. The pulsing rhythm was there, low even, repeating. I had been right about its regularity. It was not random. It had a consistent interval between each pulse, and within each pulse there was a shape to the sound, a rise and a fall that was too precise to be accidental. I counted the interval, approximately 4 seconds between each pulse lasting approximately 2 seconds. On and then off, and between the pulses, the static continued as a baseline, and the pulses rose just above it, not much, not dramatically, just enough to be distinct. I listened for a very long time. I lost track of how long I was standing in that booth with the receiver pressed to my ear. The light through the glass of the booth shifted slightly as clouds moved across the sun outside, and I registered this in a peripheral way without looking up from the middle distance I was focusing on as I listened. The pulsing continued. It did not change. It did not accelerate or slow. It did not become louder or softer. It was perfectly mechanically consistent, the way a signal from a machine is consistent rather than the way anything biological is consistent. And then, for a period that lasted approximately 10 seconds, the pulse changed. The regular 4-second interval collapsed, and the pulses came faster, 3 of them in quick succession, close together, and then a gap, and then 4 more, and then another gap, and then 2, and then the regular rhythm resumed as if nothing had happened. 3, 4, 2. I hung up the receiver and stood in the booth and thought about those numbers. 3, 4, 2. I thought about whether this was me finding meaning in random noise, which was something the human brain was known to be very good at. The tendency to see patterns and hear patterns in things that were not making patterns. I thought about this seriously, because it mattered. Because if the pattern was real, it was one kind of thing, and if the pattern was my brain creating it out of noise, it was a very different kind of thing. I thought about whether I could trust what I had heard. I went outside and I walked down the street to where I had left my notebook on the hood of the car, and I opened it and I wrote 3, 4, 2. I wrote the time, which was 2:41 in the afternoon. I stared at the numbers. Then I walked to the nearest building with a clear address number visible, which was the hardware store, and I looked at the address. The number was 14. I walked to the diner. The number was 20. I walked back to the telephone booth. The building behind it was the last building on the block, and its address, visible in tarnished metal numbers above the doorframe, was 42 3 4 2 3 42. The address of the building directly behind the telephone booth. I wrote this in my notebook, too, and I stood on the pavement and I looked at the building. It was a 2-story structure made of the same brick as most of the buildings on the main street. And it was in better condition than some and worse than others. The ground floor windows were boarded. The second floor windows were not, and most of their glass was intact. The front door, which was centered between the 2 ground floor windows, was not boarded, but it was locked. A padlock on a hasp that had been screwed into the door, and the frame, not original to the building, added later, either by the last person who used the building or by someone who had wanted to secure it after it was empty. There was no signage on the building, no indication of what it had been. In a street full of shops and businesses, with their names and purposes still at least partially readable on their frontages, this one was blank. Whatever it had not advertised itself on the outside. I looked at the padlock. It was not a new padlock, and it was not in good condition. The shackle had rusted in its open position, which meant the lock looked locked but was not, the mechanism having seized with the shackle in the open position. I lifted the padlock off the hasp, and it came away easily. I held it in my hand for a moment, and then I tried the door. The door opened. The interior of the building was dark, the boarded windows on the ground floor blocking most of the light, and the ambient light from the open door provided the only illumination for the first few seconds while my eyes adjusted. I stood in the doorway and waited. The room was large, larger than the exterior of the building had suggested, which meant that the building had no interior partitions on the ground floor, or had had them removed at some point. It was a single open space, perhaps 15 meters deep and 10 meters wide. The ceiling was high for a ground floor, perhaps 4.5 meters, with exposed wooden beams running across it. The floor was wooden and mostly intact, the boards warped and stained, but still covering the whole area. There was no furniture. The room was empty, except for one thing. Along the left wall, running the full depth of the room, there was a bank of old equipment. Not modern equipment, not computer equipment. Older than that. The equipment of a communication system from an earlier era, mounted in long horizontal rows on a metal framework that had been bolted to the wall. I walked to it and stood in front of it. It took me a moment to understand what I was looking at. It was a telephone exchange, a manual telephone exchange, the kind used before automatic switching systems, where a human operator would sit in front of the board and connect calls by plugging cables into the right sockets. The board had dozens of rows of sockets, each one labeled with a number in small, neat print that had faded but was mostly still legible. There were cables running between some of the sockets, old cables with cloth insulation rather than plastic, still in place after however many decades had passed since anyone had sat here to operate this system. At the far end of the board, there was a desk, a plain wooden desk, and on the desk there was a headset, the kind an operator would wear, with a microphone on an adjustable arm and earpieces that sat against both ears. The headset was connected by a cable that ran along the surface of the desk and then down the front of it and across the floor to a connection point in the board. And on the desk, next to the headset, there was a logbook. I went to the desk and I opened the logbook. It was a ledger-style book with columns printed on each page, columns for a date, a time, a call origin number, a call destination number, and a column labeled Notes that had free text in it in handwriting that varied across different entries, suggesting multiple operators had made entries over the life of the logbook. The entries were ordered chronologically, and I turned to the earliest ones, which were dated in the 1950s. And then I turned through the pages to the later ones, which became less frequent as the years progressed, as if the volume of calls being routed through this exchange was declining over time as the population of the town declined and as more calls were handled by automated systems. The last entries in the logbook were from the late 1980s, except for one entry. The last entry in the logbook was written on a different page from the others, not in sequence, but at the very back of the book, on the final page, as if whoever wrote it had wanted it to be separate or had written it last and not been able to add it in the right sequence. The handwriting was different from all the other entries, and the date was wrong. The date written was not in the 1980s or any of the earlier periods covered by the rest of the logbook. The date was 11 years ago, from the same year that Khaled had emptied. The entry had a time written in the time column, 7:14 in the evening. In the call origin column, a single number that was different in format from any of the other origin numbers in the logbook. In the call destination column, the same number repeated. And in the notes column, in the different handwriting, 5 words. The 5 words were, "No one answered. Still waiting." I stood at the desk for a long time, reading those 5 words. I read them many times. No one answered. Still waiting, written 11 years ago, in the logbook of a telephone exchange in an empty building in a town that was in the process of emptying. Written by someone who had come to this building and sat at this desk and used this headset and connected a call that had not been answered. I took my notebook out of my jacket pocket and I wrote down the number from the call origin and call destination columns, because they were the same number and I wanted to have a record of it. Then I picked up the headset. The headset was light, old, but not damaged. The foam on the earpieces dried out and crumbling slightly at the edges. I put the earpieces against my ears. I did not expect to hear anything. I picked it up for the same reason I had picked up the receiver in the telephone booth, because holding a thing in a place tells you something about the place, and I wanted to know. I heard the static, the exact same static, the same even hiss, the same quality, the same sense of an active line, and the pulsing rhythm, slow and even, 4 seconds between pulses, each pulse lasting 2 seconds. The exchange and the telephone booth were connected. Whatever signal was in the booth was also in this room, running through the old cables and the old board and the old headset, as if the system were still operational, as if the exchange were still doing what it had been built to do, routing the signal from wherever it originated to wherever it was going, patiently, correctly, after decades of silence. I called for Nathan. I called his name several times, and my voice went out of the open door and into the street, and I heard nothing back. I called his phone, and it rang 4 times and went to voicemail, which meant he was either out of signal range or had his phone in his bag and had not heard it. I left a message telling him where I was and what I had found and asking him to come when he got it. Then I stood at the desk and I listened to the headset, and I thought about no one answered. Still waiting. An hour later, Nathan came through the door and found me still at the desk. His face when he saw the exchange board was the most purely delighted I had ever seen it, which was Nathan's way, that the more extraordinary something was, the more it engaged his specific kind of enthusiasm, rather than his caution. He went straight to the board and started photographing it section by section, and I showed him the logbook entry at the back, and he read it, and his expression shifted from delight to something more careful. He asked me who would have written that. I said I did not know. He asked me why they were here, in this building, 11 years ago when the town was emptying. I said I did not know that either. He picked up the headset and listened to it, and I watched his face go through the same sequence it had gone through at the telephone booth. The small widening of the eyes, the tightening around the mouth, the sustained listening that went on longer than you would expect from someone who thought they were hearing nothing significant. He put the headset down. He said, "The pulse in the static. It is not random." I said, "I know. It changed while I was listening in the booth. It changed into 3 pulses, and then 4, and then 2. He looked at the logbook, at the entry I had shown him. He looked at the number in the call origin and destination columns. He looked at me. He said, 342. That is not a phone number, not in any format I know. That is 3 digits, area code parts maybe, or an exchange code, or it could be an internal number in this system, a short code for a specific line. I said, or it is the address of this building. Nathan went still for a moment. Then he walked back outside and looked at the front of the building and came back in. He said, 342. Yes. We stayed in the building for another hour, going through what we could see and document. There was a door at the back of the large room that opened onto a staircase going up to the 2nd floor, and the 2nd floor contained 2 small rooms and a bathroom, and what had been a living space, a single bed frame against one wall, a small kitchen area with a 2-burner stove and a sink, a table and 1 chair. Someone had lived in this building, in these 2 rooms above the exchange floor, presumably the operator or the person responsible for the exchange, in the days when such a person was needed. In the smaller of the 2 rooms, there was a cabinet, a metal filing cabinet with 3 drawers, 2 of which were empty, and 1 of which contained folders. I went through the folders carefully. Most of them were records of telephone accounts, names and numbers, and billing information, all decades old, all belonging to residents and businesses of Callard in its years of operation. These were sad in the specific way that lists of names and abandoned places are sad. The names of people who had lived their lives in this town and were now gone, their accounts closed or simply abandoned along with everything else. Near the back of the occupied drawer, there was a folder that was different from the others. It was newer, or at least less aged, the card of the folder not as yellowed and brittle as the rest. Inside it were 3 items: a photograph a handwritten letter, and a map. The photograph was of the main street of Callard, taken from somewhere at its northern end, looking south, and it showed the street in what appeared to be a period of early emptying. Some businesses still open, indicated by lights visible in windows, but others already dark, the desolation beginning, but not yet complete. In the center of the frame, visible down the length of the street, was the telephone booth. The booth was lit from inside, the old fluorescent light that would have illuminated its interior still working at the time the photograph was taken, and the light made the booth a bright rectangle against the darkening street around it. In the booth, visible through the glass, there was a person, a dark silhouette, standing with the receiver held to their ear, facing out through the glass toward the camera. The handwritten letter was addressed to no one by name and was not signed. It was written in the same handwriting as the logbook entry. It was 3 paragraphs long, and I will tell you what it said because it matters. The first paragraph said that the writer had been living in the building above the exchange for some months and had been maintaining the telephone lines as best they could on her own because they had not wanted to leave before they found what they were looking for. It said that the lines were old and were degrading and that they could not keep them active indefinitely. The second paragraph said that the calls had been coming for as long as they had been there, through the exchange, through the lines, the same signal every day, the same pulse in the static, and that the signal was not random and was not interference, and that they were certain of this, and that they had spent months trying to understand what it was and where it was coming from and what it was trying to say. They said they had traced it as far back through the system as they could, and it appeared to originate from within the town's own network, not from outside, not from another exchange, but from within the closed loop of this town's telephone infrastructure, as if the signal had been introduced into the local network at some point and had been circulating within it ever since, unable to get out, because there was no longer an active connection to the larger network, bouncing around in the old copper wires like a message in a closed room. The third paragraph said that they were leaving, that they had done everything they could think to do, and the signal was still there, and they did not know what it was, and they were leaving the exchange as they had found it, and they hoped that someone else would find it and understand what they had not been able to understand. They said they were sorry. They did not say to whom. I read this letter twice, and then I passed it to Nathan and watched him read it. His face was very still while he read. The map was a simple hand-drawn diagram of the town's telephone network, the lines drawn in pencil, the buildings marked with their numbers, the connections between them indicated by lines of varying thickness that presumably indicated the number of lines running between those points. The map was old, predating the letter by decades based on the age of the paper, and it was presumably a diagram of the network as it existed in the town's operating years. Most of it was unremarkable, but one connection was marked differently from the others. Between the telephone exchange building and the telephone booth on the main street, the line was drawn in red pencil rather than ordinary graphite, and beside it, in handwriting that matched the letter, 2 words had been written. The 2 words were, "It starts here." We left the building as the light outside was beginning to go orange with the coming evening. Nathan locked the padlock back on the hasp, which was meaningless given its condition, but was the right thing to do out of habit. We stood on the pavement outside the building, and we looked at the telephone booth, which was visible from where we stood, maybe 20 meters away, its glass panels catching the orange light. The receiver was off the hook again. I had put it back on the cradle when I left the booth the second time. I was certain of this. Nathan was not there to confirm it, but I was certain. I had placed the receiver on the cradle, and I had heard the small sound it made when it settled there, and I had stepped out of the booth and slid the door closed. I was certain. But the receiver was hanging on its cord again at knee height, turning its very slow rotation. The cord stretched to its full extension by the weight of it. Nathan said quietly that he thought we should go. I said that I thought he was right. We walked to the car. I did not look back at the booth as we walked. Nathan did once, and I saw him do it, but I did not ask him what he had seen, because there was nothing I wanted to hear just then. We got in the car, and Nathan started the engine, and we drove back up the main street to the North Road and turned onto it. As we left the town behind us, and the road became the ordinary road between two ordinary places, Nathan said that the signal in the telephone network could have any number of explanations, that old copper networks behaved in unusual ways when disconnected from the main grid, that electrical signals could persist in certain configurations of wire and resistance for extraordinary periods of time. I said that I knew this. He said that the letter was probably written by someone who had become unhealthily fixated on something they did not understand, which was something that happened, and that there was likely a technical explanation for everything they had observed and for everything we had observed. I said I knew that too. He said, "Do you believe any of it?" I said I was not sure. We drove for a while in silence. Then Nathan said that the pulse he had heard in the static had not been random. He said this quietly, as if he was not sure he wanted to say it, as if saying it meant accepting something he was not ready to accept. He said that while he was listening in the exchange room with the headset on, the pulse had changed, the way I had described it changing in the booth. He said it had changed into something that had a structure, a pattern that repeated 3 times while he was listening, and then the regular rhythm had resumed. I asked him what the pattern was. He said it was a simple rhythm. Short, short, long. Short, short, long. 3 elements, twice short, and then once long, the long one lasting about twice the duration of the short ones, and then the whole thing repeating. Short, short, long. I thought about this for the rest of the drive home. I thought about it that evening, and I thought about it when I woke at 3 in the morning, which I did, sitting up in the dark with the pattern running in my head. Short, short, long. Short, short, long. The next morning, I sat at my desk, and I wrote it out in different ways. I drew it as a rhythm. I wrote it as sounds. I wrote the duration values, 1 for the short ones and 2 for the long ones. And then I wrote it as numbers. 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 112. I looked at the telephone network map in my notebook, the one I had copied down from the map in the filing cabinet. I looked at the numbers on the buildings. I looked at the line marked in red between the exchange at 342 and the telephone booth. On the map, the telephone booth had a number. Every node on the network had a number, marking its position in the system. I had written them all down because I copy things carefully when I think they might matter later. I found a number for the telephone booth. It was 112. The signal that had been circulating in the dead telephone network of Collard for 11 years, that had been there when the person wrote their letter and left, that was there when we arrived and picked up the receiver in the booth and put the headset on in the exchange, was a signal pulsing between number 342 and number 112. The exchange and the booth. The place where calls were routed and the place where someone had made a call that had not been answered. Still waiting. 2 points in a closed system, pinging each other across 30 meters of old copper wire in a town with no one left to answer. I did not go back to Callard. I thought about it many times over the following weeks and months, and I did not go back. I read the forum post about it again, the one that had first made me want to go, and I read more carefully the parts I had skimmed the first time, the parts where the writer described hearing something in the telephone booth that they could not explain, and the parts where they described the building at 342 as being the most unsettling thing they had encountered, and the parts where they wrote that they did not feel they needed to see it again, which I now understood differently than I had understood it the first time. They had heard it too, the static, the pulse, the pattern. They had not gone into the exchange building or had not written about going into it, but they had stood at the booth and they had picked up the receiver and they had heard what we heard. And they had made the same decision we had made, which was to leave and not return. I think about the person who wrote the letter. I think about the months they spent in those 2 small rooms above the exchange floor, maintaining the old lines, listening to the signal, trying to understand it. I think about what it must have been like to spend that time in a town that was becoming more empty around them while they stayed, the last or one of the last people present, the buildings around them going quiet one by one. I think about them sitting at the desk in the exchange room with a headset on, listening to the pulse and the static, writing in the logbook. No one answered. Still waiting. I think about who made the call that put that signal in the wire. I think about when the call was made, whether it was made before the town emptied or after, whether it was made by someone who was leaving and wanted to reach someone who was staying, or by someone who was staying and wanted to reach someone who had left. I think about the receiver hanging off the hook in the booth, hanging on its stretched cord, turning slowly in the still air inside the closed glass door. I think about what happens to a call that is never connected, whether it simply ends or whether it goes somewhere, folds itself into the system, circulates in the old wires looking for the number it was trying to reach. Short, long, 112, 112, the number of the booth. The call was trying to reach the booth. The signal was a call in progress, a call that had been placed and had never connected, circulating through the exchange the way an undelivered letter circulates through a postal system that does not know the recipient has moved, trying and finding only the same closed loop, the same dead end, the same silence where an answer should be. Someone picked up a receiver in that booth and called someone. The connection was never made. The call stayed in the wire. 11 years and perhaps more. The receiver back off the hook each time someone put it back because the call was still in progress, because the line was still open, because on the other end, in the exchange, the signal was still routing, still looking. I know how this sounds. I know the ways a person could explain it that do not require accepting the thing that the explanation implies. Nathan has sent me 3 long messages over the months since our visit, each of them more elaborate and more detailed than the last, each of them building a better technical framework for why everything we experienced was consistent with known electrical phenomena. I have read each of them carefully, and I have appreciated them, and I have not been fully convinced by any of them. Not because I think Nathan is wrong about the physics, but because the physics does not explain the letter, and the letter does not explain the photograph, and the photograph does not explain why the receiver was off the hook when we arrived, or why it was off the hook again when we left. Or rather, the letter does explain it in its own way. Someone was there before us, someone who understood the signal better than we did, or at least lived with it longer. And before that, someone, whoever made the call, was there, and the call is still there, still waiting. I sleep well most nights. I want to say this clearly because I think it matters, that what I am telling you did not ruin my sleep in any dramatic or sustained way, that I am not someone who lies awake every night thinking about a telephone booth in an empty town. Most nights I sleep fine, but there are other nights, fewer of them but present, when I lie in the dark and the silence of my room is just the wrong kind of silence, the kind that feels like it has a texture, like it is pressing slightly against the walls rather than simply sitting still in the air. On those nights, I think about Collard. I think about the main street and the long shadows of the September afternoon and the glass booth at the end of the block. And I think about picking up the receiver. I think about that moment, lifting the heavy old receiver and putting it to my ear, the expecting of nothing and the hearing of something, the static warm and even, the pulse underneath it, slow and regular as breathing. I think about how familiar it felt despite being completely wrong. The way you can find comfort in a sound that should alarm you simply because it has a rhythm, and a rhythm implies continuity, and continuity implies that something is still present. Something is still present in those wires. Something is still traveling between 342 and 112, still pulsing, still waiting for an answer that has not come in whatever years have passed since the call was first placed. The town is empty. The streets are quiet. The clock on the diner sign reads 8:15, and it has read 8:15 for 11 years. The water tower says colored in letters that were once blue and are now pale and peeling. The buildings stand in their rows along the main street, and the weeds grow in the cracks, and the tree grows up through the pavement, and the light comes in at its long September angle and touches everything with a specific quality of things that have been left. And in the booth at the end of the block, the receiver hangs on its cord, stretched to its full extension, turning its very slow rotation in the still air inside the closed glass door. I have thought about going back. I have thought about it seriously, not as fantasy, but as a real possibility, a thing I might do. I have thought about going back with better equipment, with something that could measure the signal more precisely, that could tell me its exact frequency and duration and whether it had changed over time or remained constant. I have thought about going back and spending longer in the exchange room, going through the filing cabinet more carefully, reading every folder, looking for more information about who had operated the exchange and who had lived above it and when and why. I have also thought about picking up the receiver again and listening more carefully and trying to respond. About whether there was a way to respond that the system would carry, whether the old copper lines still had enough conductivity for a voice to travel through them the way they were once designed to carry voices, about whether responding was a good idea, about what you do when something has been waiting a very long time and you are the person who picked up the phone. I have not gone back. Nathan has not gone back. The forum post about Khaled has one reply now, added several months after we visited, from someone whose username I do not recognize, who wrote only this: "Went today. The booth? Heard it. Does anyone know whose number it is?" Nobody has replied to their question. I have thought about replying. I have typed a response 3 times and deleted it 3 times. I do not know what to tell them. I do not know whose number it is. I do not know whose voice was trying to reach it, or whose hand lifted the receiver in the booth on some day many years ago and dialed and waited and heard nothing and kept the line open anyway, holding the silence for as long as it could hold it, the signal persisting in the wire long after the hand was gone. I think about that hand sometimes, late at night, in the particular silence. I think about a hand holding a receiver in a glass booth in a town that was quieting around it. I think about what they were calling toward. I think about waiting. Some calls, once made, do not end. They stay open, in the system, in the wire, in the silence between the stations, pulsing, patient, specific as a name spoken in an empty room. Short, long 112. Still, with that, the story is over. Let's move to the next story. The rusty bicycle in the yard had fresh mud on the tires. I found the listing on a website I had never heard of before. The rent was almost too good to be true, which should have been my first warning. But I was desperate. 3 months behind on my previous apartment, a job that barely covered food, and a landlord who had started leaving eviction notices under my door every other day. When I saw the house on Mercer Road listed for $200 a month, I called the number immediately. The man who answered spoke in a slow, measured way that made me think he was very old. He said his name was Mr. Garrett, and that he owned several properties in the area. This particular house had been vacant for some time, he explained, and he just wanted someone to occupy it, keep an eye on things. The low rent was because the place needed work, he said. Minor repairs, nothing major. I told him I would take it sight unseen. He paused at that. "You might want to see it first," he said, but I could not afford to be picky. I told him I would come by that afternoon with the deposit. The house sat at the end of a long gravel driveway, surrounded by oak trees that looked like they had been there for 100 years. The branches hung low and twisted, creating shadows that moved across the overgrown lawn, even though there was barely any wind. The house itself was a 2-story colonial-style structure with white paint that had faded to a grayish color and shutters that hung crooked on their hinges. Mr. Garrett was waiting for me on the front porch. He was exactly as old as he had sounded on the phone, with thin white hair and hands that shook slightly when he handed me the keys. He did not stay long. He took my cash deposit, made me sign a basic lease agreement on the hood of my car, and then climbed into an old truck and drove away without saying much else. I stood in the driveway and looked at my new home. That was when I first noticed the bicycle. It was leaning against the side of the house, partially hidden by an overgrown bush. The frame was rusted badly, the kind of rust that comes from years of exposure to rain and sun. The handlebars were bent at an odd angle, and the seat was cracked and faded. It looked like it had been there for decades, forgotten and abandoned like everything else about this property. But the tires had fresh mud on them, not just a little bit of dirt or dust, but thick, wet mud that looked like it had been picked up recently. I walked closer and crouched down to examine it. The mud was still damp. I touched it with my finger, and it came away on my skin, dark and cold. I looked around the yard. The ground was dry. We had not had rain in over a week. There were no puddles, no wet areas anywhere that I could see. I stood up and wiped my hand on my jeans. Probably just some neighborhood kid playing around, I told myself. The house had been empty. Kids explore empty houses. That made sense. I grabbed my bags from the car and went inside. The interior was about what I expected. Dusty furniture covered with old sheets, hardwood floors that creaked with every step, wallpaper that was peeling in the corners. The air smelled stale and slightly sweet, like old flowers. I walked through the downstairs rooms, pulling sheets off furniture and opening windows to let in fresh air. The kitchen had an old gas stove and a refrigerator that hummed loudly when I plugged it in. The living room had a couch that sagged in the middle and a fireplace that was full of old ashes. Upstairs, there were 3 bedrooms. I chose the one at the front of the house because it had the largest window and got the most light. I spent the rest of the afternoon cleaning, sweeping out dust and wiping down surfaces. By the time the sun started to set, I'd made the place livable enough to spend the night. I made dinner on the old stove, just pasta and sauce from a jar, and ate it sitting on the couch while looking out the front window. The oak trees had gone dark, their branches creating patterns against the deep blue sky. I could see the driveway and part of the front yard from where I sat. The bicycle was still there, leaning against the house. I finished eating and washed my dish in the sink. The water came out brown at first, then cleared up after a minute. I dried my hands and decided to get ready for bed early. It had been a long day, and I was exhausted. I was halfway up the stairs when I heard it. A soft creaking sound, like metal on metal. It came from outside, from the direction of the side yard where the bicycle was. I stopped on the stairs and listened. The sound came again, rhythmic and slow. Creak, creak, creak. I went back downstairs and looked out the kitchen window that faced the side yard. The bicycle was still there in the same position. It was not moving. The creaking stopped. I stood at the window for several minutes, watching and listening. Nothing. Just the normal sounds of an old house settling, wind in the trees. I shook my head and went back upstairs. The bedroom was dark, except for the moonlight coming through the window. I had brought my own sheets and blanket, and the bed was actually comfortable once I lay down on it. I pulled the blanket up to my chin and stared at the ceiling, listening to the house creak and groan around me. I must have fallen asleep because the next thing I knew, it was the middle of the night and I was awake with my heart pounding. I lay very still, trying to figure out what had woken me. Then I heard it again. Footsteps on the gravel driveway. Slow, deliberate footsteps, like someone walking carefully to avoid making too much noise. I got out of bed and went to the window. The moon was bright enough that I could see the driveway clearly. There was no one there. The footsteps stopped. I waited at the window, barely breathing. Minutes passed. Nothing moved. I was about to go back to bed when I saw it. The bicycle was gone. I pressed my face against the glass and looked at the spot where it had been leaning against the house. The bush was still there, but the bicycle was not. I looked around the yard, thinking maybe it had fallen over or been blown by wind, but I could not see it anywhere. I went back to bed, but I did not sleep. I lay there with my eyes open, listening to every sound the house made until the sky started to get light and I could hear birds singing outside. In the morning, I went outside to look for the bicycle. I searched the entire yard, walking around the house twice, looking in the bushes and behind the trees. It was nowhere to be found. I even walked down the driveway to the road, thinking maybe someone had taken it during the night, but there was no sign of it. When I came back to the house, the bicycle was leaning against the side wall exactly where it had been the day before. I stopped walking and stared at it. My mouth went dry. I had just searched that exact spot. I had looked right at that wall not 5 minutes ago, and the bicycle had not been there. I approached it slowly. It looked the same as before, rusted frame, bent handlebars, cracked seat. But the tires had fresh mud on them again. More than before. The mud was thick and covered most of both tires, dripping down onto the spokes. I looked at the ground around the bicycle. The earth was dry and hard. There was no mud anywhere nearby. My hands were shaking as I reached out to touch the bicycle. The metal was cold under my fingers. I grabbed the handlebars and lifted it away from the wall. It was heavier than I expected, solid and real. I walked it across the yard to the old detached garage that sat behind the house. The garage door was stuck, but I managed to force it open. Inside was dark and smelled like motor oil and mildew. I rolled the bicycle inside and closed the door. Then I found a piece of wood and wedged it under the door to keep it shut. There, I thought, problem solved. I went back to the house and tried to focus on other things. I needed to find work in this new town. I spent the morning on my laptop, applying for jobs and sending out resumes. Around noon, I made lunch and ate it quickly, trying not to think about the bicycle locked in the garage. But I could not help myself. At some point in the afternoon, I walked to the kitchen window and looked out at the garage. The door was still closed. The piece of wood was still wedged underneath it. I went back to my laptop. I applied for 3 more jobs. I checked my email. I looked at social media. Then I went back to the window. The garage door was open. I could see it clearly from the kitchen. The door was rolled up, and the dark interior of the garage was visible. The piece of wood I had used to wedge it shut was lying on the ground several feet away. I did not want to go out there. Every instinct I had was telling me to stay inside, pack my things, and leave this place. But I had nowhere else to go. I had given Mr. Garrett my deposit. I had signed a lease. And maybe there was a logical explanation. Maybe the wood had not been wedged properly, and the door had simply rolled open on its own. I forced myself to walk outside and across the yard to the garage. The door was definitely open. I peered inside. It was hard to see in the darkness, but I could make out shapes. Old tools hanging on the walls, paint cans stacked in a corner, a workbench covered with dust. The bicycle was gone. I stepped into the garage and looked around. There was no other door, no windows. The bicycle was simply not there anymore. I walked back outside, and that is when I saw it, leaning against the side of the house in its original spot. I felt something cold settle into my stomach. This was not possible. I had locked it in the garage. I had wedged the door shut. There was no way it could have gotten back to the house on its own unless someone was moving it. That thought should have been comforting. A person, a neighbor, someone playing a prank. That would be normal, explainable, but somehow it felt worse. The idea of someone sneaking around a property watching me moving the bicycle while I was inside the house made my skin crawl. I looked around the yard and the tree line beyond it. "Hello?" I called out. "Is someone there?" No answer, just wind in the trees and the distant sound of a car on the main road. I went back inside and locked all the doors. I checked every window to make sure they were latched. Then I sat on the couch and tried to think rationally about what was happening. The bicycle kept appearing with fresh mud on its tires, even though there was no mud anywhere on the property. It moved from place to place, even though I was the only person here. The logical part of my brain said this had to be someone playing tricks. But who? I had not met any neighbors. Mr. Garrett was the only person who knew I was living here. I called his number. It rang 6 times and went to voicemail. I left a message asking him to call me back, saying I had some questions about the property. He never returned the call. That night, I pushed a heavy dresser in front of my bedroom door. I knew it was irrational that a dresser would not stop anyone who really wanted to get in, but it made me feel slightly safer. I got into bed with my phone on the nightstand and the flashlight app ready to turn on if I needed it. Sleep came in short bursts. I would drift off for 20 or 30 minutes and then wake up suddenly, convinced I had heard something. Each time I would lie still and listen, but there was never anything specific, just the normal sounds of the house. Around 3 in the morning, I woke to complete silence. It was too quiet. I realized the usual background noises had stopped. No creaking wood, no wind outside, nothing. The silence was so complete, it felt like pressure against my eardrums. Then I heard the footsteps again. They were in the hallway outside my room. Slow, measured steps on the wooden floor. I could hear each board creak under the weight. The steps came closer to my door and then stopped. I held my breath. My hand moved slowly toward my phone on the nightstand. There was a soft sound like something being dragged across the floor. It moved along the hallway, past my door, toward the stairs. I heard the stairs creak as whatever it was went down them, one step at a time. I grabbed my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness of my room, but I could not bring myself to get up and move the dresser to look into the hallway. Instead, I sat there in bed, shining the light at my door, waiting. The house went silent again. I did not sleep for the rest of the night. When the sun finally came up, I moved the dresser and opened my door. The hallway was empty. I went downstairs and checked every room. Nothing was disturbed. Everything was exactly as I had left it. I went to the kitchen and looked out the window at the side yard. The bicycle was there, but it had changed position. Instead of leaning against the wall, it was standing upright in the middle of the yard, as if someone had just gotten off of it and walked away. The tires had so much mud on them now that it was dripping onto the grass beneath them, creating dark puddles. I did not go outside that day. I stayed in the house with all the doors locked and tried to convince myself that I was overreacting. But by evening, I knew I could not stay another night. I started packing my things, throwing clothes into bags without folding them, grabbing my laptop and chargers. I was almost finished when I heard a sound from the backyard, a child's laughter, high and clear. It drifted through the open window. I froze. The laughter came again, playful and innocent, the sound of a child having fun. I went to the window and looked out. The backyard was empty, but I could still hear the laughter. It seemed to be coming from near the old garage. Against every bit of common sense I had, I went outside. I do not know why. Maybe because a child's laughter is such a normal, harmless sound that part of me wanted to believe everything was okay. Maybe I was just tired of being scared. I walked across the backyard toward the garage. The laughter had stopped. I stood in front of the open garage door and looked inside. In the dim light, I could see something I had not noticed before. There were marks on the concrete floor, muddy tracks like tire prints, going in circles around the inside of the garage, round and round. The same pattern repeated over and over, as if someone had been riding a bicycle in circles for hours. The tracks were fresh. The mud was still wet. I backed away from the garage. That was when I saw it out of the corner of my eye. A figure standing near the tree line, small, child-sized, completely still. I turned to look directly at it, and there was nothing there, just trees and shadows. But when I looked away again, I could see it in my peripheral vision, standing there, watching. I ran back to the house. I slammed the door behind me and locked it, then ran upstairs and grabbed my bags. I was throwing the last of my things together when I heard the front door open. I had locked it. I knew I had locked it. Footsteps in the downstairs hallway, slow and deliberate, coming toward the stairs. I looked around my room frantically. The window. It was my only option. I opened it and looked down. It was a long drop to the ground, but there was a porch roof below that extended from the back of the house. If I could get onto that, I could climb down. The footsteps were on the stairs now. I threw my bags out the window and climbed out after them. My feet hit the porch roof, and I scrambled across it, trying not to slip. I could hear the footsteps in my room now, moving around, slow and searching. I lowered myself off the edge of the porch roof and dropped the last few feet to the ground. Pain shot through my ankle as I landed, but I ignored it. I grabbed my bags and ran to my car. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. I started the engine and threw the car in reverse, backing down the driveway too fast. my tires spitting gravel. As I reached the road, I looked back at the house one last time. In the upstairs window of my room, a small figure stood looking out at me. Even from this distance, I could see it clearly. A child, maybe 8 or 9 years old, with dark hair and pale skin. And then I saw something that made my blood turn to ice. The child raised one hand and waved at me, a slow, deliberate wave. Goodbye. I drove away, and I did not stop until I was miles away in a different town, sitting in the parking lot of a 24-hour diner with all the lights on around me. I tried calling Mr. Garrett again. This time, a recorded message said the number was no longer in service. I looked up the property records online using the address on Mercer Road. According to the county records, the house had been abandoned for 15 years. There was no Mr. Garrett listed as the owner. The last registered owner had died in 2009. I found a news article from 2008. A local boy named Timothy Garrett had gone missing from that property. He was 9 years old. He had been playing in the yard one afternoon, and his mother had gone inside for just a few minutes. When she came back out, he was gone. They searched for weeks, but never found him. His bicycle was found leaning against the side of the house. Rusted and old, it had belonged to a previous owner decades before. No one knew why Timothy had been playing with it. His mother said she had never seen it before that day. The article included a photo of Timothy. Dark hair, pale skin, a shy smile, the same child I had seen in my window. I never went back to that house. I forfeited my deposit and found a new place to live, a modern apartment building with lots of neighbors and bright lights. I try to put the whole experience behind me, but sometimes, late at night, I think about that bicycle. I think about the fresh mud on the tires and the tracks going in circles inside the garage. I think about a child who went missing 15 years ago, and I wonder if he is still there, still playing in that yard, still riding that bicycle in endless circles, waiting for someone to find him. I got a letter 3 months later, no return address, just my name written in careful handwriting on the envelope. Inside was a single photograph. It showed the house on Mercer Road, taken from the driveway. In the side yard, clearly visible, was the bicycle leaning against the wall, and in the window of the upstairs bedroom, the same window I had climbed out of, was a small, dark shape. Even though the photo was grainy and the shape was obscured, I knew what it was. Timothy was still there, still waiting. I burned the photograph and tried to forget about it. But every so often, maybe once every few weeks, I find muddy tire tracks outside my apartment door when I come home from work. Small tracks, like from a child's bicycle. They lead from the stairs to my door and then stop. I never see the bicycle. I never see Timothy. But I know they are looking for me. Sometimes I hear laughter in the hallway outside my apartment late at night. That same high, clear sound I heard in the backyard. And when I look through the peephole, there is nothing there, just an empty hallway. But when I look away, I can see it in the corner of my vision. A small figure standing at the end of the hall, standing very still, watching my door. I have tried moving to different apartments, different parts of town. It does not matter. The tracks always appear eventually. The laughter always finds me. I contacted a local historian who specializes in missing persons cases. I told her about Timothy Garrett and the house on Mercer Road. She said the case had always bothered her because there was something the news articles had not reported. Timothy's mother had told police that in the weeks before he disappeared, she had noticed an old bicycle appearing in their yard. She kept throwing it away or locking it in the garage, but it would always come back. She thought neighborhood kids were playing a prank. The day Timothy disappeared, his mother said she had seen him in the yard talking to someone. She could not see who it was because the person was hidden behind one of the big oak trees. She assumed it was another child from the neighborhood. She went inside to answer the phone. When she came back out 2 minutes later, Timothy was gone. The police searched the entire property and the surrounding woods for days. They brought in dogs and search teams. They dragged the small pond on the neighboring property. They found nothing. The only thing they found was the bicycle, still leaning against the house where it had been before. The tires had fresh mud on them, even though it had not rained. The police took the bicycle as evidence, but it disappeared from the evidence locker a week later. No one could explain how. 6 months after Timothy vanished, his mother hung herself in the upstairs bedroom of the house, the same room where I slept, the same window where I saw Timothy watching me drive away. The historian told me that there had been other disappearances connected to that property over the years, going back almost a century. In 1952, a teenage girl who was house-sitting there for a weekend vanished. In 1978, a maintenance worker who had been hired to repair the roof never came home. In 1991, a couple who had rented the house for a month both disappeared on the same night. In each case, witnesses reported seeing an old rusty bicycle on the property shortly before the disappearances. In each case, the bicycle would vanish after the people went missing, only to reappear years later when someone new moved in. The historian asked me if I knew anything about the origin of the bicycle, where it had first come from. I told her I did not. She said that, according to her research, the bicycle had belonged to a boy named Samuel, who had lived in the house in 1923. Samuel had loved that bicycle more than anything. He rode it every day all over the property and the surrounding woods. One day, he rode it into the woods and never came back. His parents searched for him, but found nothing. His bicycle was found 3 days later, leaning against the side of the house, covered in mud. Samuel's parents were devastated. They kept the bicycle for years, hoping Samuel would somehow come home. But he never did. Eventually, they both died, and the house passed to other owners. The bicycle stayed with the house, rusted and forgotten. The historian believed that Samuel's spirit was somehow attached to the bicycle, and that over the decades he had been collecting other lost souls, other people who disappeared from that property. She thought they were all still there somehow, trapped in the house or the land around it. I asked her what I should do about the tracks that kept appearing outside my apartment. She said she did not know. She had never heard of a haunting that followed someone after they left the location. This was new territory. She suggested I try to make peace with Timothy, maybe visit his grave and leave flowers, acknowledge what happened to him. I told her I would think about it, but I am afraid. I am afraid that if I acknowledge Timothy, if I accept that he is real and that he is following me, it will give him more power. It will make this worse. So I have been trying to ignore it. I ignore the tracks. I ignore the laughter. I ignore the small figure I sometimes see standing at the end of the street when I come home late at night. But it is getting harder. Last week, I woke up in the middle of the night to find muddy handprints on my bedroom wall. Small handprints, child-sized. They led from my window across the wall to my bed. The last handprint was on my pillow, just inches from where my head had been. I have stopped sleeping. I sit up at night with all the lights on, drinking coffee, watching my door. Sometimes I hear the sound of a bicycle bell ringing in the hallway. That cheerful little ring that sounds so innocent and normal. But there is no bicycle in the hallway when I look. I know I cannot keep living like this. Something has to change. Either I need to confront this, to face Timothy and whatever it is that he wants from me, or I need to accept that I will spend the rest of my life running from muddy tire tracks and the laughter of a dead child. I have been researching. I have been reading everything I can find about hauntings and spirits and how to break free from them. Most of it is nonsense, but some of it makes a certain kind of sense. One idea that keeps coming up is the concept of unfinished business. The idea that spirits remain behind because there is something they need to resolve, some task they need to complete. If I could figure out what Timothy wants, what he needs, maybe I could help him move on. But I do not know what he wants. Is he angry that I left the house? Is he lonely and looking for someone to play with? Is he trying to collect me like the historian suggested, adding me to whatever collection of lost souls exists in that place? I wish I had answers. I wish I understood. All I know is that the tracks keep appearing, and they are getting closer. They used to stop at my door. Now they come inside. I find them in my kitchen, in my bathroom, leading in circles around my living room. Last night, I found them in my bedroom, leading from the door to my bed and then back again, as if something had been pacing back and forth, watching me sleep. I cannot do this anymore. Tomorrow, I am going back to the house on Mercer Road. I am going to face this. I am going to find out what Timothy wants, what he needs from me. Maybe I can help him. Maybe I can end this. Or maybe I will become just another name on the list of people who disappeared from that property. Either way, I cannot keep running. I cannot keep living in fear of muddy tire tracks and the sound of a child's laughter in the dark. I am writing this down now, tonight, before I go. If something happens to me, if I do not come back, at least there will be a record. At least someone will know what happened. The bicycle is waiting for me. I can feel it after all these miles, after all my attempts to escape. It has been waiting patiently for me to come back. Timothy has been waiting too. Tomorrow I will drive down that gravel driveway one more time. I will walk across that overgrown yard. I will face the small figure with dark hair and pale skin who has been following me through the shadows. And maybe finally I will understand why the rusty bicycle in the yard always has fresh mud on the tires. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The security gate in the parking garage raised when we approached it. There is a moment in every situation where you can still turn around, where the door is still open behind you and the air outside is still close enough to smell, and your feet have not yet committed to the direction they are pointed. Most of the time, in ordinary life, you do not notice this moment, because most ordinary situations do not require you to notice it. You just move forward, and the moment passes, and everything is fine, and nothing becomes a story you tell later in the dark. The parking garage gave me that moment very clearly, and I felt it clearly, and I walked forward anyway. I want to be honest about that. I knew I could turn around, and I did not. And what happened after is as much about that choice as it is about anything the garage itself did. My name is Patrick. I am 34 years old and I work in insurance, which is the least interesting thing about me, and also the thing that made what happened in the parking garage feel more surreal than it might have felt to someone whose work involved more imagination. I am a person who deals in likelihoods and risk assessments and careful documentation, and what happened in the parking garage was not the kind of thing that fits into any of those categories without a great deal of difficulty. The garage was part of a development complex that had been planned in the mid-2000s, built between 2007 and 2009, and then abandoned almost immediately when the company that built it collapsed during the financial difficulties of that period. The complex had been designed as a mixed-use space, retail on the ground floors of 3 connected buildings, offices above, and parking in the large multi-level structure that sat at the back of the development, accessible from 2 streets on the south side of the site. The buildings had never been occupied. The parking garage had never been used for parking. The whole complex had been sitting empty and sealed for approximately 15 years, subject to various ownership disputes and planning complications that had kept it in legal limbo long enough for nature and time to begin working on it from the outside. I knew about the complex because a colleague of mine, a woman named Sasha, who worked in the same team as me, had been involved in an assessment of the property about 2 years before all of this happened. She had not been inside. The assessment had been external, but she had kept a copy of the site documents and photographs and had told me about the place in the particular way she had of making things sound interesting, which was by describing the exact detail that was both small and essential. The thing that made the place specific rather than generic. The thing she told me about the parking garage was that the gate system was still powered. That despite 15 years of abandonment and the obvious deterioration of every other system in the complex, the security gate at the entrance to the parking garage had a connection to a backup power cell that had apparently not been discovered or disconnected during the original decommissioning of the site. The gate still functioned. Whether it functioned correctly, whether it would open or stay closed or do something in between, she did not know. She had not approached it. But the site documents from when the complex was originally closed indicated that the backup power cell was rated for a 20-year operational period, which meant that at the time of her assessment, it would have had about 3 years of power remaining, and at the time I went, something over a year. I told 2 friends about the garage. Tom, who was 40 and had been my closest friend since university and who shared my habit of going to see things that other people declined to see, and Miriam, who was 29 and worked as a graphic designer, and who had come with Tom and me on several previous trips to empty buildings, and who had the specific quality of being completely fearless in the moment and extremely thoughtful about everything afterward, often arriving at observations hours or days after an experience that reframed it in ways neither Tom nor I had considered. Tom's response when I told him about the powered security gate was to say, "Does it still work?" I said I did not know, and that was part of what I wanted to find out. He said we should go. Miriam said she would come. We went on a Thursday evening in November, which was my idea, because I had read that the complex's perimeter fencing had a gap on the south side that was large enough to walk through, and that this gap was less visible in the low light of the evening than it was during the day when the area was more likely to have foot traffic nearby. I want to be clear that we were not doing anything dangerous to anyone. We were 3 adults going to look at a building that no one was using and no one was caring for, and the only people at any risk were ourselves. We parked 2 streets away and walked to the perimeter fencing, which was the tall metal kind with the sharp wire at the top, erected when the site had been closed and left in place ever since. The gap was where Sasha's documents had said it would be, a section of fencing that had pulled away from one of the support posts, creating a triangular space at ground level. We went through one at a time and stood on the other side of the fencing and looked at the development complex. In the dark, it was more substantial than I had expected from the photographs. The 3 connected buildings rose 6 or 7 stories, and their facades were mostly glass. And the glass had not broken despite the years, which meant they reflected the ambient light of the city around them, the orange of street lights, and the white of distant illumination. And this gave the buildings a strange quality of still being present and operational, even though they were obviously not. The glass was dirty, covered in years of city grime, and the light that reflected from it was diffuse and uneven, but it was light, and light in windows has a specific psychological effect that does not reduce simply because you know the light is reflected rather than generated from inside. The parking garage was to the right of the buildings, a separate structure connected to the main development by a covered walkway at the second floor level. It was lower than the office buildings, perhaps 4 levels including the ground floor, and it was built in the utilitarian style of parking structures, concrete with wide horizontal openings rather than proper windows. The openings covered with horizontal metal bars at intervals. The concrete had developed the gray-green bloom of years of moisture and biological growth, and in the dark, this bloom had a slightly luminescent quality. The organic matter on the concrete surface catching and holding light in its own way. At the base of the garage, on the street level, there was the entrance, a wide lane divided by a central barrier, an entry lane on the right, and an exit lane on the left, and across each lane, a security gate. The gates were the standard boom type, a horizontal bar that lifted to allow vehicles to pass, mounted on a post on the right side of each lane with the counterweight mechanism visible on the other side of the bar. In thousands of garages in hundreds of cities, they were standard, unremarkable, the kind of thing you registered only long enough to stop your car and take a ticket or press a button and then moved past without thinking about. These gates were off. I mean that in the sense that they were in their down position, the bar horizontal across each lane, blocking entry and exit. The entry gate was directly in front of us, perhaps 15 meters away across the concrete apron in front of the garage. The control panel for the gate was on a post at driver's window height, the kind of panel that in an operational garage would have a button or a card reader or a ticket dispenser. In the dark, I could not see much detail of the panel, only its general shape. We walked toward the entry gate. When we were approximately 6 meters from it, it opened, not slowly, not tentatively. The bar rose at the speed it would have risen in an operational garage, which is to say at a brisk mechanical pace, the counterweight dropping as the bar came up, the mechanism making the sound it was designed to make. A low hum of the motor, and then the soft thump of the bar reaching its fully raised position, and the mechanism engaging to hold it there. It rose as if we were a car it had detected, as if we had triggered a sensor, as if we were expected. Tom stopped walking. He said nothing for 2 or 3 seconds. Then he said, Miriam stopped beside him. She looked at the raised gate, and then at the control panel on its post, and then at the gate again. She said, "There must be a ground sensor, a loop detector." She was right, that ground loop detectors were the standard mechanism for detecting vehicles at a gate, a loop of wire embedded in the pavement that sensed the presence of metal, typically a car, and sent a signal to the gate mechanism. But ground loops detected metal, and we were 3 people on foot, not a car. We were not carrying enough metal to trigger a standard ground loop. I said this. Miriam said, "There might be a camera system, motion activated. If the camera system is also powered by the backup cell, it might have triggered the gate when it detected movement." This was plausible. It was the most sensible explanation we had, and we stood with it for a moment. Then Tom said that a camera system that had been running on a backup power cell for 15 years in an unheated, unmonitored concrete structure in an outdoor environment was probably not functioning with any reliability, and that even if it was, the odds that it was correctly calibrated to trigger the gate mechanism were slim. He said this not to frighten us, but because he was Tom, and Tom said what he thought. The gate was still open. It was waiting in the mechanical sense. We were in the window of time between detection and the gate's timer, determining that nothing had passed through and returning the bar to the closed position. I walked forward and went under the raised bar and stood in the entry lane beyond it. Tom followed. Miriam followed. We all stood inside the entrance lane of the parking garage in the dark, and we turned and looked back at the gate. A few seconds after Miriam came through, the bar came back down, slowly this time, the way gates lower, when they have decided the vehicle has passed. It settled back into its closed position, with the same soft thump it had made when it raised, and the hum of the motor died away, and we were inside. Our flashlights were necessary from this point. The interior of the parking garage was dark in a way that the exterior had not been, because the exterior had the ambient light of the city around it, but the interior had only what light came through the wide horizontal openings in the concrete walls, which at night was very little. We turned on our lights, and the beams moved across the ground floor of the garage. Ground floor, level 1, the level you drive into from the street. It was a large, flat area divided by the structural columns that supported the levels above, and the columns were arranged in a regular grid that gave the space a slightly forest-like quality. The vertical elements interrupting the horizontal sightlines, the beams of our lights cutting between them and picking up the details of the concrete surfaces, the accumulated grime, the faded painted markings on the floor that indicated parking bays and lanes and fire exits. There were no cars. This was expected. The garage had never been in use. No one had parked here in the 15 years of abandonment, and any cars that might have been here for any other reason would presumably have been removed at some point. The floor was empty, the painted bays empty, and without cars, the scale of the space was very apparent. It was large enough that the far wall, the wall at the back of the level, was at the edge of the range of our flashlights, its detail indistinct in the distance. We spread out slightly, the three of us, and began to move through the level, examining what there was to see. Concrete, columns, painted markings. At intervals along the walls, metal junction boxes for the electrical systems, some of them open and their contents visible, wires and circuit boards that had at some point been accessed or tampered with. Fire extinguisher brackets on two of the columns, the extinguishers long since removed. At the far end of the level, a stairwell door, and beside it, a vehicle ramp that curved up to the left, going to level 2. Tom was interested in the electrical junction boxes and spent a while at each one, photographing them and making notes in his phone about what he observed. He had a background in engineering that he had long since left professionally, but which never left him personally, and he approached physical structures with a particular quality of attention that I had always found useful in situations like this. He was the person who spotted the thing that should not be there, or that had been done incorrectly, or that indicated something important about the history of a place. He spent a long time at one of the junction boxes near the back corner of the level, and after a while he called Miriam and me over and showed us what he had found. Inside this junction box there were two sets of wiring. One set was the original building wiring, color-coded and labeled in the standard way for the electrical system of a parking structure. The other set was different. It was newer in terms of its installation. The cable types and the connectors were not of the same era as the building wiring, and it ran separately from the building wiring to a component that Tom identified as a relay. The relay was connected to a cable that went through the back of the junction box and through the concrete wall. Tom traced the cable along the wall with his flashlight. It ran horizontally for about 2 meters, and then went up through the ceiling of the level into the level above. He said that someone had added this wiring after the building was built and after it was abandoned, that it was not original to the structure and was not part of any legitimate electrical installation, that someone had come into this garage at some point during the 15 years it had been empty and had run a cable from somewhere above through the wall to this relay in this junction box. Miriam said, "Connected to what?" Tom said that was what he wanted to find out. He said the relay was the kind used to remotely trigger other systems, that it could be used to send a signal from wherever the cable went down to this relay, and from the relay to whatever the relay was connected to. He followed the relay's outgoing connection and traced it back through the junction box wiring and along the original cable runs toward the entrance. He said he thought it was connected to the gate mechanism. Someone had wired a remote trigger to the security gate. The gate had not opened because of a ground loop or a camera system. It had opened because someone had triggered it deliberately from somewhere above us. We stood in the back corner of the level 1 and we were very quiet for a moment. Then Tom said, in a tone that was careful but not yet alarmed, that the trigger would only be useful to someone who could see the entrance and see us approaching. That to send the trigger at the right moment when we were close enough for it to seem like the gate had detected us, but before we had time to stop and examine the gate mechanism, whoever sent it would have had to be watching and have had to act quickly and correctly. He said, "Someone is watching the entrance," I said from above. We all looked up, which was a useless reflex given that we were looking at a concrete ceiling with no transparency to the level above, but it was the reflex that the situation produced, and none of us were immune to it. Miriam said, "There might be a camera feed. They might not be in a building. They might be watching remotely. A camera at the entrance connected to the same cable run, feeding to somewhere outside the complex, allowing someone to watch from a distance and trigger the gate when they wanted to." Tom said this was possible, but that the camera and the cable and the relay were not amateur work. That the installation, from what he could see of it, had been done by someone who knew what they were doing. That this was not a random person who had wandered in and rigged a gate to open by remote control for their amusement. This had a purpose, and the purpose was not clear, and the fact that it was not clear was the thing that concerned him. We talked for a few minutes about what to do. The options were to leave immediately, to continue exploring but stay on level 1, or to go up and find the cable and follow it. Tom and Miriam and I are people who make decisions by talking through them, which is one of the reasons we work well together in situations like this. And by the time we had finished talking, we had arrived at a position that I think was reasonable given what we knew. We would go up 1 level, look for the cable, and if we found anything that suggested active occupation or any other reason to be concerned, we would leave immediately. We took the stairwell rather than the vehicle ramp because the stairwell gave us a more controlled approach to the level above, a single door to pass through rather than an open curve that anyone watching from above could see us ascending. Tom went first, then me, then Miriam. The stairwell was a concrete box, the kind with no windows, purely functional, the walls marked with old spray-painted level numbers that were still legible. We went up 1 flight, and Tom pushed open the door at the top. Level 2, the same structure as level 1, the same grid of columns, the same flat concrete floor, the same wide horizontal openings in the outer walls. But level 2 was different in 2 ways. The first was that the wide openings on one side of the level were unobstructed at this height, which meant the ambient city light came in more freely, and after the closed darkness of the stairwell, the level felt comparatively bright, enough to see by without flashlights, though we kept ours on. The second difference was what was on the level, not the whole level. Most of it was as empty as level 1, the same bare concrete and painted markings and structural columns. But in the far left corner, The corner that sat above and to the side of the back corner of level 1, where we had found the junction box, there was something. Someone had been living here, not casually, not temporarily, with the kind of settled, organized effort that takes time and care. In the corner, using 2 of the structural columns in the 2 walls as its boundaries, a space had been created. The outer walls of the corner had been partially covered with layers of thick plastic sheeting, the kind used in construction, fixed to the concrete with what looked like expanding foam adhesive at the edges. The floor of this space had a layer of heavy rubber matting over it, the kind used in workshops. There was a sleeping area, a narrow folding bed with blankets on it, neatly made, the blankets flat and tucked. There was a small table folding, with a folding chair beside it, and on the table there was a lantern, a rechargeable LED lantern of the kind that hikers use, and next to the lantern there was a notebook, closed, and a cup, and a small metal bowl. Against the column nearest the table there was a bag, a large hiking bag, properly packed, its buckles closed. The space was neat, organized. It had a quality of having been maintained and returned to regularly, of being someone's deliberate home rather than a shelter thrown together in an emergency. The plastic sheeting on the walls was there to block the wind that came through the concrete openings. I understood this immediately, and it had done its job effectively enough that this corner was noticeably less cold than the rest of the level. The rubber matting on the floor served the same purpose, insulating from the cold of the concrete beneath. These were practical solutions applied with thought, and the person who lived here had opened the security gate for us. I walked to the corner and stood at its edge and looked at the sleeping area and the table and the bag. Miriam came and stood beside me. Tom went around a corner to look at the wall behind the plastic sheeting, and I heard him say quietly that, yes, there was a junction box back here, and the cable from below came through the wall and connected to a control panel, a small one, fixed to the concrete, and the control panel had a single button on it, a large button, the kind that you press with your whole hand, and above the button a small screen, and the screen was on and showing a grainy black and white image. I went and looked at the screen. The image on it was the entrance to the parking garage, the gate, the concrete apron in front of it, the street beyond. The camera was mounted somewhere above the entrance, pointing down and outward, and the image was grainy but clear enough to see the gate clearly. This was how the gate had been triggered. From here, from this screen, watching the entrance, pressing the button, we were in range. There was no one here now. The space was empty of any person, only their things, arranged and waiting. We had come up the stairs and through the door and across the level, and no one had appeared, no one had spoken, no one had given any indication of being present on this level. Wherever the person was who lived here, they were not here now. Tom said, quietly, that we should not touch anything. Miriam agreed. I agreed, but I looked at the notebook on the table. I looked at it from the distance where I was standing, which was the edge of the sleeping space, and I could see that the notebook was a standard size, the kind you find in any office supply shop, with a plain cover. I could see that there was something written on the cover, a few words, but I could not read them from this distance. I took one step into the space. Tom said my name in a warning tone, and I stopped and looked at him, and he shook his head slightly. He was right. Going into someone's living space without their presence and without their permission was wrong, and we all knew it, and I stepped back. We stood at the edge of the space for another minute, looking at it, registering it. Then Tom said we should go to the upper levels and see what else was here, and then decide whether to leave. He said it in the reasonable, analytical tone he used when he was making practical decisions, and Miriam and I followed his lead because, in that moment, his practicality was useful. We went back to the stairwell and up another flight to level 3. Level 3 was different again. It was the same structural form as the levels below, but the outer openings on this level had something hanging in some of them. Not all of them, perhaps 1 in every 3, and the things hanging were pieces of fabric, dark-colored, heavy, hung from horizontal rods that had been inserted into the openings and fixed with the same expanding foam we had seen below. Not decorative fabric, not curtains in any conventional sense. Dense, dark cloth that served to further reduce the wind, and, I realized after a moment, to reduce the visibility into the level from outside. From the street, from the buildings around the complex, this level would look no different from any other level of the garage. The concrete openings would look the same from outside, the fabric not visible against the darkness within. But from inside, from this level, the fabric panels between the openings reduced the sense of exposure that the other levels had, created a more enclosed atmosphere. Along the back wall of level 3, in a much longer arrangement than the corner space below, there were more things. Not a living space this time, or not primarily. More of a working space, if working is the right word for what had been done here. Along the back wall there was a long shelf, constructed from wood planks resting on metal brackets that had been fixed to the wall, and on the shelf there were many objects. I will try to describe them as precisely as I can. There were notebooks, many of them, perhaps 30 or 40, arranged by size, all of them closed. There were folders, the cardboard kind, also many, also arranged with small handwritten labels on their spines that I could not read at this distance. There were tools, hand tools, laid out on a folded cloth in a neat row, a hammer, several screwdrivers, a pair of pliers, a small wrench, a utility knife with a folded blade. There were 2 more rechargeable lanterns, both currently off. There were several stacks of paper, plain white printer paper banded with rubber bands. There was a radio, a small one, the kind that runs on batteries, placed at the far end of the shelf, its antenna extended. Below the shelf, on the floor against the wall, there were more bags, 3 of them, all large, all properly packed and buckled. On the wall above the shelf, there were things pinned to the concrete. Not pinned exactly. Concrete does not take pins, but fixed with the adhesive foam, small pieces of it holding things against the wall. Maps, I realized after a moment. Maps of the surrounding area, some of them printed from computers, some of them older, the kind produced officially and bought from map shops. And on the maps, marks. Marks made with a pen or marker, circles and lines and annotations, text too small to read from where I stood. Tom had his camera out and was photographing everything systematically. Miriam was standing close to me, closer than she usually stood, which I noticed but did not comment on. I was looking at the maps on the wall and thinking about what kind of person lived in a parking garage for what appeared to be an extended period and covered the walls above their workshelf with marked-up maps of the surrounding area. I said quietly that I thought we should leave now. Miriam said, "Yes." Tom said, "2 more minutes," and kept photographing. I gave him 2 minutes. In those 2 minutes, I looked at the level 3 space and thought about the cable that ran from the control panel on level 2 down through the wall to the junction box on level 1 and from there to the gate mechanism. I thought about the camera screen and the single button. I thought about the precision with which the gate had been opened, the exact timing, the way it had appeared to be the gate responding to our presence rather than a person choosing to let us in. I thought about who would want us to enter this garage and why, about whether we had been watched before tonight, about whether our approach had been anticipated, about whether the gap in the perimeter fencing that we had used to enter the complex was as much a coincidence as we had assumed it to be. Tom finished photographing, and we went back to the stairwell. We went up the final flight to level 4, the roof level of the garage, which was an open deck. The roof level was uncovered, open to the sky, and the city spread around us in all directions, its lights familiar and close, the ambient sound of a city at night, distant traffic, and the occasional siren and the low background hum that cities produce continuously. Up here, the cold of the November night was more present, and the wind moved freely, and everything felt much more ordinary than it had on the levels below. The roof level was empty, completely empty. Not even the structural columns that broke up the lower levels, just open concrete. Empty. Whatever activity was happening in this garage was happening below, not up here. We stood on the roof level for a few minutes and looked at the city around us and did not say much. Then Tom said we should go down and go out, and that he wanted to check something on level 2 on the way. Just look at the control panel again. He had not photographed it properly. Miriam and I agreed, and we went back to the stairwell. On level 2, we went back to the corner space, and Tom photographed the control panel on the wall behind the plastic sheeting. And I stood at the edge of the sleeping space again and looked at the notebook on the table. The screen on the control panel was still showing the grainy camera feed of the entrance. The gate was in its down position on the screen. The entrance was empty. While Tom was photographing, I looked at the notebook, and this time, because I was slightly more settled, or perhaps because my eyes had adjusted better, I could read what was written on the cover. One word, a title or a name or a label, written in large clear letters on the plain cover. The word was levels. I stared at this word for a moment. Then I said to Tom and Miriam that I was going to step in and look at the cover of the notebook, and that I was not going to touch it or open it, just look at it. Tom said my name again. I said I was just going to look at the cover, that was all. And I stepped into the space. The notebook was there on the table, and I bent down and read the cover, and it said levels in the large, clear handwriting. I straightened up, and I was about to step back out when I noticed that there was something else on the table that I had not seen from outside the space. Behind the notebook, partially behind the lantern, there was a photograph. A printed photograph, the size that you get from a standard photo print service, and it was face up on the table, and I could see it clearly. The photograph showed a parking garage, not from the inside, from the outside, from the street, looking at the entrance. The gate was in the down position in the photograph, the bar horizontal across the entry lane, and in front of the gate, standing at approximately the distance where the gate would sense a car and rise, there were 3 people. They were lit by the ambient light of whatever city street they were on, and the photograph had the quality of a security camera image, grainy and taken from above, the angle of a camera mounted above an entrance looking down. The 3 people in the photograph were Tom and Miriam and me. The photograph was of us, tonight. In front of this garage, from above, taken by the camera whose feed was on the screen right beside me. It had been printed and placed on the table, and the printing of it and the placing of it had happened after we had triggered the camera by approaching the entrance, which meant it had happened in the time since we walked through the gate, which was perhaps 40 minutes ago. Someone had been here since we came in. Someone had come to this level while we were on level 3 or 4, had printed this photograph, and had placed it on the table. There was a printer here that I had not seen. Tucked under the table, a small portable printer of the kind that connects wirelessly to a phone, and its power light was on, and its paper tray held a small stack of the same glossy photo print paper that the photograph had been printed on. Someone had printed this photograph in the last 40 minutes using this printer and placed it on this table and then gone. I did not say anything for 3 full seconds. I stood in the living space of this person in the parking garage, and I looked at the photograph of the 3 of us, and I thought about all the things this meant, each of which was more alarming than the last. Then I said, "Tom, Miriam, come and look at this." They came and they stood at the edge of the space and they looked at the photograph on the table. Tom said nothing for a moment. Then he said, "We need to leave." I did not disagree. I stepped back out of the space and we all walked to the stairwell door, not quickly, not running, but with the kind of purpose that you move with when you have decided that leaving is the right thing and you want to do it correctly, without dropping anything or missing anything, without doing the thing that panic would do, which is to move too fast and make a mistake. We went down the stairwell, level 2 to level 1, and we crossed level 1 and we walked to the entry gate. The gate was in the down position. We stood in front of it, and Tom looked at the bar and the mechanism and the post with the control panel. He said that if the gate had been opened by a remote trigger before, it might open by one again now, or it might not. He went to the control panel and looked at it and pressed the button that was on it, the button you would press to get a ticket in a working garage, and nothing happened. He tried the other button, if there was one, and there was a second smaller button below the first, and this did nothing either. The gate did not open. The exit lane was to our left, its gate also down. Tom went to it and examined it and said the mechanism was the same, and that if we could find the manual release, we could lift the bar by hand. In every parking gate mechanism, there was a manual release for exactly this situation, a power failure or a malfunction that trapped people inside. He looked at the base of the gate post and found the release. a handle that you pulled, and he pulled it, and the counterweight mechanism disengaged, and the bar could be lifted manually. He lifted it and held it, and Miriam went under, and I went under, and then he lowered it back behind us. We were outside the garage. We walked across the concrete apron and through the gap in the perimeter fencing and down the street to where the car was parked. We got in, and Tom started the engine, and we drove, and nobody said anything for a while. Then Miriam said, "He wanted us inside." Tom said, "What?" She said, "Whoever is living there." They triggered the gate to open when we approached. They had a camera. They watched us arrive, and they chose to open the gate. They could have left it closed. We would have looked at the gate for a while and then walked away, because a closed gate with no power visible is just a closed gate. But they opened it, and it made us go in. Tom said, "Why would they want us inside?" She said she did not know. She said the photograph on the table, the fact that it had been printed and placed there in the 40 minutes we were exploring, was either a message or a warning, and she could not tell which. And she was not sure that the distinction mattered right now. I said, the notebook said, levels. Both of them looked at me. I said that levels were what the garage had. 4 of them. That someone had been living on level 2, working on level 3, and that the roof, level 4, had been empty, and that level 1 was the ground level where we had entered, the level with the junction box and the wiring. I said that levels as a title for a notebook might simply be a description of the garage's structure, a record of what was on each level and what had been done there. Or it might mean something else. We drove in silence for a while. Then Tom said that in the morning he was going to look more carefully at the photographs he had taken, particularly the photographs of the maps on the wall of level 3, and see if he could identify what the markings on them indicated. He said that the maps had covered the area around the garage, but that some of them had appeared to extend further to show a wider area, and he wanted to see what the marked locations were and whether they had anything in common. I said I wanted to know more about the history of the development complex, more than Sasha's second-hand account, the actual ownership history and the legal situation, and whether anyone had any legitimate reason to be in the garage that we did not know about. Miriam said she wanted to know how long someone had been living there. We did not know any of these things that night, and finding them out took most of the following week. And what we found changed the shape of what had happened in the garage without quite explaining it, the way information often changes shape without completing it. I want to describe the week because it had its own quality, distinct from both the night in the garage and the settled unease that followed. It was a week of ordinary days into which this thing had lodged itself, the way a splinter lodges in a finger, small and specific and constantly present in a way that larger injuries sometimes are not. I went to work. I processed claims. I sat in meetings and listened to people talk about risk probability and actuarial tables and the statistical likelihood of various unfortunate events. And all the while, the photograph on the table was there in the back of my mind, clear and still. The grainy image of 3 people standing in front of a gate, printed and placed by hand we had not seen in a space we had stood in without knowing it was so recently occupied. Tom sent me his photographs from the garage in 2 batches, one on the Friday and one on the Saturday, and I went through them methodically, looking for things I had missed. And each time I went through them, I found something small that I had not noticed on the previous pass, a detail in the shelf arrangement, or a particular label on one of the folders, or the specific angle of the camera feed on the control panel screen. And each small detail made the whole picture slightly more complete and slightly less comfortable. The development complex had been through 3 ownership changes since its original developer collapsed. The current technical owner was a holding company, and the holding company had, in the documentation, a caretaker arrangement, a contract with an individual for basic site maintenance and security. The contract had been in place for 6 years. The individual named in the contract was a man whose listed address was the complex itself, specifically the parking garage. The contract specified accommodation as part of the arrangement. Someone was supposed to be living in the garage. It was legal. It was contracted. The man we had seen evidence of, whose sleeping space we had stood outside of, and whose photograph had appeared on the table while we were there, was the caretaker of the complex, and his presence there was not only known, but arranged. Tom found this out through public records and said it with a mixture of relief and something else, something that was not quite relief, and I understood the something else because I felt it too. Knowing that the person in the garage was a legitimate caretaker did not explain the gate being triggered remotely to let us in, or the photograph being printed and placed on the table, or the way the maps on level 3 were covered in markings that we still had not identified, or the level of the setup, the thoroughness and the quietness and the specific quality of the whole arrangement that had made each of us feel something that evening which none of us had quite been able to name. In his photographs of level 3, Tom found that the marked maps showed a wider area than the immediate surroundings of the complex. The circles on the maps appeared to mark other structures, other buildings or spaces, in a pattern that extended across the city. He counted 11 distinct marked locations. Each one was labeled in handwriting too small for the photographs to resolve clearly, but in 2 of the photographs where he had gotten close enough, he could read partial labels. One said what appeared to be L2, with a number after it that was not clear. Another said something that he read as active. He sent me these photographs, and I looked at them for a long time. 11 locations marked on a map, each labeled, one labeled active. Miriam sent us both a message at 11 o'clock that night after she had been quiet since we separated at the car. Before the message came, I had been sitting at my kitchen table with a cup of tea that had gone cold, turning over everything in my head the way you turn a stone in your hand, finding no new surfaces but unable to put it down. The message said, "I think the parking garage is one of 11. I think there are 10 more, somewhere in this city, each with their own level 2 and their own level 3, their own notebooks, their own maps. And I think whoever is in the garage knows about all of them." I read this message sitting in my kitchen, and I thought about the notebook on the table, levels written on its cover in large, clear letters. And I thought about 40 minutes, the time between us entering the garage and the photograph appearing on the table. and I thought about the gate opening precisely and correctly as we approached it. The timing perfect, the mechanism smooth, everything working exactly as it should have in a building that had been abandoned for 15 years. I thought about being watched. Not the uncomfortable social feeling of being watched, but the specific, technical, accurate watching of a camera connected to a screen, connected to a hand on a button, the whole chain of it deliberate and maintained and functional. I thought about what you watch for when you set up a system like that, what you are waiting to see arrive. I thought about the fact that we had arrived, that we were whatever the camera had been waiting to see, or at least one of the things, one of the possible arrivals, and that our arrival had produced a response. The gate opening, the time given to explore, the photograph placed on the table in our absence. A response to us. Deliberate, personal. I have not gone back to the garage. Tom has not gone back. Miriam has not gone back. We talked about it seriously for several weeks after that night, the three of us, in the particular way you talk about something that you cannot fully put down, that keeps coming back to the conversation regardless of where the conversation starts. We talked about whether to contact the caretaker directly, whether to try to find out more about the other marked locations on the map, whether to report what we had seen to someone, though the question of who and what we would report was not easy to answer, given that the man in the garage was there legitimately and had not done anything to harm us or threaten us in any way we could point to. What he had done was let us in and photograph us and leave the photograph for us to find. These things are not crimes. They are, when you lay them out plainly, the actions of a person who knew we were there and chose to acknowledge it in a specific way, a quiet way, a way that communicated something without saying it, the way a closed note communicates something by its very existence before you have even read it. I still think about what the notebook contained. Levels, a record of levels, or of something called levels. I think about 11 locations marked on a map, and one of them labeled active. I think about whether active meant in use, occupied the way the garage was occupied, with a sleeping space and a work shelf and maps on the wall. I think about whether the other 10 were occupied in the same way, whether there were 10 other garages or warehouses or structures in this city with their own caretakers and their own notebooks and their own carefully arranged living spaces on the second level and working spaces on the third, all of them connected by whatever the maps and the marks and the labels represented. I think about the gate opening. I think about this most of all because the gate opening was the beginning, the first thing, and it was a choice. A person with their hand on a button, watching a screen, seeing 3 people approach an entrance in the dark, and choosing to press the button, choosing to raise the gate, choosing to let us in. I have thought many times about what would have happened if the gate had stayed down. We would have stood in front of it for a while and examined it and found nothing immediately remarkable and eventually walked away. We would not have known about the wiring in the junction box. We would not have climbed to level 2 or found the living space or seen the control panel or gone to level 3 or found the shelf and the notebooks and the folders and the maps. We would not have stood in that corner space and looked at a photograph of ourselves that had been printed in the 40 minutes since we arrived. All of that happened because the gate opened. And the gate opened because someone wanted it to. I am careful about this when I think about it, because I do not know what being wanted inside the garage means about what the person in the garage wanted. I do not know if it was curiosity, if they had seen 3 people approaching their space and had decided to see what they would do when given access. I do not know if it was something else, something more purposeful, something connected to the 11 locations in the notebook and the maps. I do not know if it was loneliness, the particular loneliness of a person who lives alone in a concrete structure in a city full of people, who watches from a camera screen while life passes outside, and who, on one November night, decided to wave. What I know is that I felt watched. I felt it from the moment the gate opened, that specific knowledge of being observed, of being inside someone else's field of attention. I felt it on every level of that garage, walking between the columns, shining my light on the walls, bending down to examine the things on the shelf. I felt it when I stood beside the sleeping space and looked at the notebook and the photograph. I feel it now sometimes when I am in a car approaching a parking garage in the city. Any parking garage, not only that one. I pull up to the gate and I wait for it to rise, and in the moment before it does, in the half second between arriving and the mechanism engaging, I think about someone watching a screen in the dark in a concrete room, and I think about a hand on a button. I think about whether the gate is opening because a sensor detected my car or because a person decided to let me through. Most of the time it is just a sensor. Most of the time there is nothing behind the gate but a parking structure full of cars and fluorescent light and the ordinary business of a city going about its day. Most of the time the gate rising is just a mechanism doing its job. But sometimes, in a garage that is too quiet or too dark at the edges, or that has corners I cannot see from where I am parked, I sit in my car after I have gone through the gate and I look in the rearview mirror and I watch the bar come back down behind me, and I think about what it means to be let in, about what is owed to the person who raised the gate, if anyone raised it, and about what they wanted to happen next, about whether I am still inside their field of attention, in some garage, in some city, in some level below or above or connected to the ordinary world by a cable running through a wall that nobody noticed, about whether the notebook is still on the table, about whether, if I went back, there would be a photograph of me sitting in my car, about whether the gate would recognize me this time and open faster, the way a door opens faster for someone expected, someone known, someone who has been there before and is being watched for and has just come back. I do not go back, but I think about it. In the quiet, in the dark, in the moment before a gate rises and the mechanism hums and the counterweight drops and the bar lifts and you drive forward into whatever is on the other side. The gate opens. I keep driving. The water in the abandoned well tasted like salt, though it was inland. My uncle left me his property when he died, and the property left me with questions that I am still trying to answer 2 years later. This is not unusual when you inherit something from a person you did not know well. Things come with histories that were not shared with you during the lifetime of the person who held them, and you arrive at the inheritance not knowing what you are receiving or what it will require of you. My uncle, whose name was Gerald, had lived on the property for the last 22 years of his life, and in all that time he had called me perhaps a dozen times, and I had visited him twice, both times before I was 12 years old, both times brief and only half remembered. He had been a private man who had chosen solitude with intention, and his choosing of it had extended to his family relationships. And so, when the lawyer called me to say that Gerald had passed and that I was named in the will, I felt the specific grief of losing someone you had not properly known, which is a quiet and complicated grief and not entirely about the person. The property was in a rural part of a state I had not spent much time in. It sat at the end of a single-lane track that branched off a county road about 14 miles from the nearest town of any size, and it comprised a farmhouse, 2 outbuildings, and a little over 30 acres of mixed land, some of it field and some of it the kind of light, scrubby woodland that grows in places where fields have been left alone long enough for trees to begin reclaiming the edges. The farmhouse was not large, but it was substantially built, 2 stories of stone and heavy timber, the kind of construction that requires a serious reason to fall apart, and which, absent that reason, simply endures. My uncle had kept it in moderate repair, not excellent, but well enough that the roof was sound and the windows held and the heating worked more or less, when you asked it to. I drove out to see it for the first time in late October, a month after the lawyer's call, on a day when the sky was the color of old pewter and the fields on both sides of the county road had the bare, flattened look of harvested land in the flat light of late autumn. I had been to this part of the state twice as a child, and I had almost no memory of those visits, beyond a general impression of space and flatness, and the specific smell of country air that is different from city air, not in one identifiable way, but in many small ones simultaneously. Driving through it as an adult, I felt the space of it before anything else. The way the horizon was far back and unobstructed, and the sky was very large overhead, and the landscape had a quality of going on well past the point where a city landscape would have found something to do with itself. There were farms and fences, and the occasional cluster of buildings that marked a very small community, and between these things there were simply fields and sky, and the sense of a place that was not performing for anyone. That simply was what it was, regardless of whether anyone was present to observe it. The lane to the property was marked with a gate that was old but functional, and beyond the gate the track was unpaved, 2 ruts in the earth separated by a strip of overgrown grass, bordered on both sides by the beginnings of the scrubby woodland. It was perhaps half a mile from the gate to the farmhouse, and the farmhouse appeared through the last of the trees in the way that buildings in that kind of landscape appear, all at once, as if it had stepped out from behind something rather than been approached gradually. I got out of the car and stood in front of the farmhouse and looked at it. It was quiet in the absolute way of places that are far from roads and traffic and the ambient noise of people living in proximity to each other. The wind moved the remaining leaves on the trees at the edge of the property with a dry, papery sound, and somewhere in the distance a bird called once and was silent. I had grown up in cities, and I had never lived anywhere quieter than a suburb, and the quiet of this place was so complete that it had a texture, the way very cold air has a texture that ordinary air does not. I went inside and walked through the rooms with the caution of someone in a place that belongs to them on paper, but has not yet decided whether it belongs to them in any more meaningful sense. The rooms were as my uncle had left them when he died, which the lawyer had warned me about, everything in place, a kind of interrupted stillness that was not the same as emptiness, but was close to it. There were dishes in the drying rack beside the sink. There was a book on the table in the sitting room with a bookmark in it part way through. There was a pair of boots at the back door, large boots, worn at the heels, which would have been his boots, which he had never needed to put on again after the day he last took them off. I was not planning to move in immediately. I had come to assess the property, to understand what I had inherited and what it would require, and to decide, in a measured and practical way, what to do with it. Sell it, keep it, rent it out. These were the categories of decision available to me, and I had given myself a year to make the decision because a year seemed like enough time to know. But I found myself, that first afternoon and evening, sitting at the kitchen table of the farmhouse with a cup of tea I had made from a box I found in the cupboard, and not wanting to leave. The quiet was doing something to me that I had not expected. Instead of the loneliness I had anticipated, a kind of peace was settling in. The specific peace of a place that has held a person's daily life for a long time and has taken on the particular quality of a life consistently and simply lived. My uncle had been here for 22 years, and the house knew it, in the way houses know the people who have lived in them. And the knowing was not threatening or invasive, but simply present, the way the smell of the bakery in the previous story is present, a quality in the air that you recognize as someone's life without being able to point to exactly what is carrying it. I decided to stay the night. The next morning, I walked the property, which was what I had come to do and which I had not yet done. I had a rough map from the lawyer's documents, hand-drawn by someone at some point in the past, showing the field boundaries and the outbuildings and a few other features of the land that I had not yet identified. I took this map in my coat, and I went out the back door, past the pair of boots, and into the fields. The morning was still and very cold, the kind of cold that comes from a clear night with no wind, and the grass was stiff with frost at the edges of the path, and the air had that specific clarity that cold, dry air has, where you can see further than usual, and the details at a distance are sharper than they would be in warmer, moister air. I stopped at the edge of the first field, and I stood there for a moment, just being in the space, adjusting to the scale of it. Coming from a city, you carry a certain understanding of how much space there is between you and the next thing, and in a city the distance is almost always short, buildings and people and vehicles filling the gaps. Here, the next thing after the edge of the first field was the tree line, maybe 200 meters away, and after that, the sky, and the sky was very large. I stayed with this adjustment for several minutes, and then I walked. The fields were clear, and the outbuildings were what outbuildings generally are, solid structures of uncertain age, used for storage and tool keeping, and after examining them, I moved to the further parts of the property, following the map and identifying features as I found them. The scrubby woodland on the eastern side of the land was further gone toward actual woodland than the map suggested, the trees taller and closer together than the map's notations implied, which meant either the map was old or the trees had grown faster than anticipated. There was a stream marked on the map along the southern boundary, and I found it, running slowly between banks of dark earth, narrow enough to step across in most places, its water clear and cold when I crouched and touched it with my fingers. I tasted it because I taste water when I find it, the same instinct that had me tasting the well water later, and the stream water was clean and cold and completely ordinary, the taste of water from a good source, mineral and faint and fresh. And near the center of the property, in what the map marked simply with a small circle and the word well, there was the well. It was the old kind, the kind that you think of when you think of a well in the oldest sense, a circular structure of stacked stone, rising perhaps 3 feet above the ground, the stones fitted together without mortar in the way of very old construction, each one selected and placed for how it held against its neighbors rather than cemented in place. The opening at the top was perhaps 2 feet across, and it was covered. The cover was a wooden disc, not original to the well, but also not recently made, a replacement cover that had been there long enough to weather and warp at the edges, sitting in a metal ring that had been added at some point to keep the cover properly seated. Someone had maintained this well, or at least had covered it, at some point in the not-too-distant past. I stood at the well and looked at it. On the map, it was marked but not labeled as active or inactive, not marked as a feature in use or one that had been abandoned. I could not tell from looking at it whether it was a working well or a closed one. I lifted the edge of the wooden cover, which required some effort against the warped fit, and I looked inside. The interior of the well was lined with the same stacked stone as the exterior, the stones fitting together in the curve of the shaft with the same careful, mortarless precision. The shaft went down further than I could see clearly in the flat morning light, the darkness below the reach of the light absolute and perfectly still. But from the darkness below, a smell rose that surprised me. Not the smell of damp stone or stale water, which would have been expected, but a clean smell, a living smell, the kind that comes from water that is moving, or at least in contact with air at some point in its underground path. The smell of a working well. I found a length of old rope coiled on one of the stones at the base of the well, and attached to one end of the rope was a small metal bucket, dented and dark with age, but intact. Someone had used this well, or had used it at some point and had left the rope and bucket here in readiness. I lowered the bucket into the well, the rope playing out through my hands, and I felt when it hit water, by the change in the tension of the rope and the sound that came up from below, a small, clean impact, water-receiving metal. I hauled the bucket up. It came over the rim dripping, the bucket perhaps a third full, the water inside it very clear. I looked at the water in the bucket for a moment. Then, because I was curious and because I had always done the first thing that curiosity suggested before stopping to think about whether it was sensible, I put my hand in and brought some of the water to my lips. Salt. The water tasted of salt. Not faintly, not in the barely perceptible way that some mineral water carries the trace the rock it has passed through. Salt, clearly and unmistakably, the flavor of it immediate and strong on my tongue, the specific brackish quality of the sea, the taste of water that has been in contact with the ocean for long enough to take on its character. I stood at the well with a bucket in my hand, and I tasted the water again because I needed to be certain I had tasted what I thought I had tasted, and the second taste confirmed it. Salt water. From an inland well on a property that was, by the most direct route, no less than 200 miles from the nearest coast. I poured the water out onto the grass, and I lowered the bucket again and hauled it up again and tasted the second sample. Salt. The same. Consistent and clear, not a contamination that might vary between the samples, a constant quality of the water itself. I set the bucket down on the stone rim of the well, and I looked at the sky, and I thought about this. Brine aquifers existed. I knew this in the general way that a person who reads widely knows things that have no direct application to their daily life. There were underground water sources in inland areas that had been landlocked oceans in geological time, deep beds of water that had been sealed underground when the land changed, and these ancient bodies of water retained the salt of the sea they had once been, and they could be reached by wells if the wells went deep enough. This was not impossible. It was unusual, and unusual enough that most people would never encounter it in an ordinary life. But it was not impossible. I put this explanation in my pocket, and I stood for a while longer at the well, looking at the rope and the bucket and the water dark in the bottom of the bucket and the stone of the well itself, which was old stone, the kind of old that is hard to date by looking at it, but which communicates its age through a quality of surface and fit and settlement that newer construction does not have. Then I went back to the farmhouse, and I spent the rest of the day going through my Uncle Gerald's papers, which were in a wooden cabinet in the small room off the sitting room that had served as his study. The papers were Gerald's business, not mine to share in detail, but among them were documents relating to the property that were relevant to what I had found at the well. There were records of a survey of the land conducted approximately 15 years ago, and the survey included a water table analysis. The analysis noted the presence of the well and tested its water and made exactly the observation I had made. The water in the well contained a significant concentration of sodium chloride, salt, at levels consistent with the classification of brine rather than fresh water. The analysis offered a geological explanation, referencing a deep saline aquifer beneath the property that the well appeared to intersect, and noted that the water was unsuitable for consumption or agricultural use. So Gerald had known. He had a document, properly conducted by professionals, that told him his well produced salt water. He had lived with this fact for at least 15 years, possibly longer, if he had known before the survey, and he had left the well covered and maintained, the rope and bucket in place, as if he still used it for something. I found this interesting in the specific way that things about a person you barely knew are interesting when you discover them after the person is gone. You cannot ask them, which is the most natural response to discovering something interesting about someone. You can only hold the discovery and turn it over and try to understand it from the outside, which is an incomplete understanding by nature. I stayed at the farmhouse for 4 more days on that first visit, and I went to the well every morning. I am not sure exactly why I kept going back. Partly the same quality of curiosity that had made me taste the water in the first place. Partly a feeling, difficult to articulate, that the well was the most specific and most puzzling thing about the property, and that understanding the property required understanding the well, and partly something else that I identified only gradually over those 4 mornings, which was that the well drew me in a way that was less analytical and more simply magnetic, the way certain places are magnetic. The way you find yourself returning to a window you have already looked out of 3 times, or to a page in a book you have already read, because the thing you're looking at or reading is doing something to you that you have not finished receiving. On the second morning, I lowered the bucket and brought it up and tasted the water and found it the same, salt and clear and cold. On the third morning, I did the same, and then I sat on the ground beside the well with my back against a stone, and I simply stayed there for a while, not doing anything, not particularly thinking about anything, just being in the proximity of the well in the autumn morning. And this was when I first noticed the sound. It was very faint. Faint enough that I would not have heard it standing up, with the ambient sounds of the morning around me, the wind and the distant bird sounds, and the slight movement of my own clothing. But seated on the ground with my back against the stone and my breathing slow and quiet, in a pause between gusts of wind, I heard it. A sound from inside the well, not the sound of water, not the particular sound of an underground source moving or settling, which I had heard in the first moments after lowering the bucket, that deep liquid resonance that comes from a disturbed underground space. This was different. This was rhythmic in a way that water sounds are not. A low, slow sound, recurring at intervals of perhaps 8 or 10 seconds, rising and falling within each occurrence in a way that was almost breathing, or almost like the sound of something breathing if you held it at the right distance and listened to it with the right quality of attention. I got to my feet and I leaned over the rim of the well and I listened into the darkness below. The sound was more present from this angle, the shaft of the well acting as a kind of tube that amplified and directed what came from below. It was still faint and still hard to characterize with precision. It rose, it held for 2 or 3 seconds at a sustained low pitch, and then it fell away, and then the silence, 8 or 10 seconds of it, and then it rose again. This happened 5 times while I stood at the rim listening, and each time the pattern was consistent, the same rise and the same hold and the same fall and the same interval, as if whatever was making it was doing so regularly and without interruption, a continuous process that I was hearing the product of rather than the process itself. I went back to the farmhouse and I called the lawyer. Not because I thought he would know about the sound in the well, but because I needed the phone call, needed to talk to someone who existed in the ordinary world, needed to hear a voice that was involved in the practical matters of deeds and surveys and inherited property, rather than in the sound of something rising and falling in the dark below salt water. The lawyer was professionally reassuring in the way lawyers are, and we talked about the survey document I had found, and he confirmed that the brine aquifer was a known fact about the property and had been disclosed to Gerald when he purchased the land. I asked him if there were any other unusual features of the property that were documented in the sale records or in any subsequent surveys. He said he would check and call me back. He called back in the early afternoon and said that there was one other item he had found in the file, a letter from a previous owner to Gerald, written at the time of the sale and included with the transaction documents. He read me the relevant section of the letter. It said, and I will try to reproduce it as accurately as I can from my notes taken during the call. The well on the eastern field is the original well of the property, predating the farmhouse itself, and its history is long and not entirely comfortable to set down. You will find the water briny, as the survey will tell you. We never used the well for water in the years we were here. My father before me did not use it, and his father did not use it, and the reason they did not use it, and the reason I pass on to you not as superstition, but as practical information, is that the well is not ordinary, and the things that come from it are not ordinary, and it is better treated as a feature of the land that is left alone. The letter did not elaborate. The previous owner had not chosen to be more specific than this, had not described what they meant by not ordinary or by the things that come from it. They had offered the practical information, as they called it, and had left the specifics to experience or imagination, which was either a failure of nerve or a considered decision that some things resist being written down. I thanked the lawyer, and I sat with this new information for a while. Then I went back to the well. It was late afternoon by now, and the light was going sideways through the trees and the fields, the long, low light of October late afternoon, and the well sat in this light with the quality that stone objects have in angled light, the shadows in the gaps between the stones deepening, the surface of each stone lit precisely on one face and dark on the other. I stood at the well, and I listened. The sound was there. In the late afternoon, it was more present than it had been in the morning, or perhaps the quality of the late afternoon silence made it more audible. The particular stillness of the hours before dark, when the wind often drops and the birds have settled and the world has gone quiet in the way it goes quiet before night, and in this stillness the sound from the well was very clear. Rise, hold, fall, silence, rise, hold, fall, silence. I crouched at the rim, and I put my ear close to the opening, and I listened with full and careful attention. The sound was breath-like. I had thought this before, and I thought it again now, standing inside the full experience of it rather than at its edge. The rise was like an inhalation, the hold like the pause at the top of a breath, the fall like an exhalation, enormously slow. The interval between the fall and the next rise, the silence that corresponded to the pause between breaths, was 8 seconds by my counting, and I counted it 4 times to be sure, a thing breathing once every 12 seconds or so, very slowly, very deeply, a breath of enormous volume given the acoustic size of the sound that accompanied it. I stood up and I walked back to the farmhouse, and I made dinner, and I sat at my uncle's kitchen table, and I was very honest with myself about what I had heard and what I thought of it. I thought that there was a geological explanation, as there nearly always is, for sounds that come from underground. The earth makes sounds. Pressure in rock strata releases in sounds. Water moving through underground channels produces complex acoustics that can be shaped by the geometry of the channels into sounds that are rhythmic or that resemble biological sounds without being biological. I thought that a brine aquifer under a rural property in an inland state was unusual enough in itself that it might produce unusual acoustic phenomena as a secondary result, sounds that would not be produced by an ordinary underground water table. I thought that this explanation was available to me and that it was honest and that it did not require me to contradict anything I had observed. I also thought about the letter from the previous owner, not ordinary, the things that come from it. Practical information passed on not as superstition, but as something to be taken seriously. A family that had not used the well for the entire span of their time on the property, which had been at least 3 generations, if the grandfather and the father and the writer were all involved in the not using of it. 3 generations of deliberate avoidance. For something you avoid for 3 generations, you need a reason, and the reason had to be specific enough that it survived being passed down and remained compelling enough to be passed on again in writing at the time of a sale. I stayed at the farmhouse for 2 more nights after this, and I went to the well each morning and each late afternoon, and I listened. The sound was always there. I began to notice variations in it that I had not noticed at first. The rhythm was consistent, yes, the pattern of rise and hold and fall repeating without deviation, but the quality within the rhythm changed. Some mornings the sound had a lower register, a deeper pitch that seemed to come from further below, and on these mornings the salt smell that rose from the well was stronger than usual. Other mornings the pitch was slightly higher, and the salt smell was lighter. I cataloged these variations in a notebook the same way I had cataloged the time and the weather and the temperature each time I visited. And over the 5 days of that first day, a tentative pattern emerged. The lower pitch and stronger smell corresponded to cold mornings, the higher pitch and lighter smell to warmer ones. I drove home with my notebook, and I spent 3 days in my apartment in the city, and then I drove back. I did this 4 more times over the autumn. Each time I came, I visited the well and listened and recorded. The sound was always present. Each visit I stayed longer at the well than the previous visit. I began to understand in those weeks of going and returning that the well had the same quality as certain music or certain books or certain views from certain windows, the quality of being inexhaustible to attention, of always having something more to offer to the person paying careful enough attention. Each visit I heard something I had not consciously noted before, some nuance of the rhythm or the pitch, or the quality of the smell that rose with it. And each time I noted it and took it home with me and thought about it in the city, and the thinking produced questions that I could only answer by going back. I was aware that this pattern of going and returning was something like a compulsion, and I was equally aware that it was not harmful, that I was not neglecting anything in the city by making these trips, that the trips were producing genuine and careful observation, rather than the unthinking return of a person who cannot stay away from something without knowing why. I knew why. The well was the most interesting thing I had ever found, and I intended to understand it as fully as it could be understood from the surface, which I was increasingly certain was only partially, but partially was more than nothing, and more than I had started with. On my 5th visit, I did something I had not done on the previous 4, which was lower myself close enough to the opening of the well that the sound could reach me with more detail than it had from a standing position. I am not small, and the well was narrow, and I did not go into the well, nothing like that. I sat on the rim with my legs hanging into the shaft, and leaned forward with my hands on the opposite rim and my face close to the opening, and I listened from this position. What I heard from this position was what I had been hearing, the same sound, the same rhythm, but from closer it had a quality that it did not have from above. From this close the sound was not simply breath-like, it was breath. The quality of it was beyond the acoustic resemblance to breathing that I had been noting as a comparison. From this distance the sound had the specific density of biological sound, of something that lives, the particular quality of organic vibration that machine sounds and geological sounds and any other category of non-living sounds do not reproduce. The difference is real, and it is perceptible, and it is not something I am capable of having imagined, because I had not been looking for it. I had been listening for geological phenomena, and I heard something else. I climbed off the rim, and I sat on the cold grass beside the well, and I did not go back to it for the rest of that visit. I need to tell you about what I found in my Uncle Gerald's study on my 6th visit, because it is the center of everything else, and without it, the rest is just an unusual well on an inherited property. I had been putting off the study on the previous visits in the vague and unadmitted way you put off things that you sense will change the nature of what you already understand. The first few visits I told myself there was no urgency, that the study could wait, that the property needed to be walked and the well needed to be understood before the papers in a cabinet could be useful. By the 5th visit, I knew this was not quite honest, that the truth was more that I wanted to arrive at a certain settled understanding of the well on my own terms before I introduced someone else's understanding of it, because someone else's understanding, particularly if it was extensive, would reshape what I had built, and I wanted my own framework before I risked that. Gerald had 22 years to arrive at his framework. I gave myself 6 visits. The cabinet in the study contained the documents I had already found, the survey and the legal papers, and the ordinary records of a person's life. But the cabinet had a lower drawer that was locked, and I had not addressed this on my previous visits, because I had not wanted to force a lock in a dead man's house, and because I had told myself there was time. On the 6th visit, I forced it with a letter opener, which is an inadequate tool for the purpose, but which, applied with enough patience, will eventually move most simple cabinet locks. Inside the drawer there were 3 things: a journal in my Uncle Gerald's handwriting, a folded map, and a small glass bottle sealed with a cork containing what appeared to be water. I opened the bottle and I smelled it, and then I touched my fingertip to the opening and touched the fingertip to my tongue. Salt. I put the bottle on the desk and I opened the journal. Gerald had been writing in the journal since the 2nd year of its time on the property, which made the journal 20 years old at its start and written up to approximately 6 months before his death. It was a document of 2 decades of life on a rural property, and most of it was the ordinary life of a person living alone in a place they cared for. Accounts of the seasons and the land and the weather, records of repairs made and work done, and visitors received, which were few. He had been a private man, and the journal reflected this, detailed about the things he noticed and thin on the feelings those things produced, as if the recording of the external world was enough and the interior commentary was not required. But the well appeared repeatedly, and when it appeared the journal changed quality. Not dramatically. Gerald was not a dramatic writer, but the sentences became longer, and the observations more careful, and the language more precise, in the particular way of someone writing about something they are trying to understand, bringing more tools to bear on the description in hope that more description will produce more clarity. The first mention was in the 2nd year. He wrote that he had gone to the well in the early morning and had heard something that he could only describe as breathing. He wrote that he was aware this was the kind of description that invites the conclusion of faulty perception, and that he was setting it down regardless, because the accuracy of the description was more important than the impression it created. He wrote that the sound had not been brief or ambiguous, but sustained and consistent over a period of 20 minutes, during which he had remained at the well specifically to monitor it. He wrote that the water smelled strongly of salt that morning. The second mention was 4 months later. He wrote that the sound continued to be present when he visited the well, and that he had been visiting less frequently because he found the visits unsettling, without being able to fully articulate why. He wrote that the salt smell on strong days now reached the farmhouse, or at least he believed it did, though he could not rule out that this was a psychological consequence of knowing the smell was there and looking for it. The third mention was at the end of the 3rd year. This was the longest entry, several pages, and in it he had written about the letter from the previous owner that the lawyer had read to me, which Gerald had also found in the transaction documents, and which he had thought about a great deal. He wrote that he had not at first taken the warning seriously because he was a practical man who had no framework for taking such a warning seriously. He wrote that by the end of the 3rd year, he had constructed a framework built from observation that allowed him to take it seriously without requiring him to abandon the practical and rational approach to the world that had served him well. The framework, as he described it over several pages of careful writing, was this. The well was old, predating the farmhouse, which meant it had been dug by whoever had first settled this land before the farmhouse was built, at some point whose date he could not determine. The water was salt water from an underground source of great depth. The sound that came from the well was consistent and biological in character. These were the observable facts. The framework he had built to explain them was that the underground source, the brine aquifer, was not simply ancient seawater trapped by geological change. He believed, on the basis of 20 years of observation, that it was something alive. He wrote this carefully and without drama. He wrote that he did not mean alive in a loose metaphorical sense, not the way people speak of a river being alive or a forest being alive. He meant alive in a literal sense, a living entity of some kind, occupying the underground space beneath his property of a size and nature that he could not determine from the surface, but which was present and continuous and breathing in the deliberate, slow rhythm that he had been listening to for 20 years. He wrote that he did not know what it was. He wrote that he had not attempted to find out in any more direct way than listening, because the previous owner's letter had advised him not to, and because his own instincts had aligned with this advice. He wrote that he had tasted the water from the well many times, and that the taste of salt was consistent, and that he believed the salt was not the salt of ancient geology, but the salt of something living, the way the ocean is salt, partly because of the living things in it that have been adding their salt to it for millions of years. He wrote that he thought it had been there for a very long time, that the age of the well, whatever age that was, suggested people had known about it for a very long time, that the previous owner's family had known about it for at least 3 generations and had kept their distance and passed on the warning, that the covering of the well and the maintenance of the cover over the years was not to protect the well, but to protect the land above it from the well. He wrote near the end of this long entry that he had decided the appropriate response to what was beneath the property was the same response the previous owners had arrived at, which was respectful distance. He wrote that he did not believe it was dangerous in the way of a thing that wants to cause harm. He believed it was simply present in the way that very old things are present without intention toward the surface and the surface's inhabitants, breathing in its slow rhythm in its deep salt water, as it had been breathing since long before any person walked above it, and would continue breathing long after the farmhouse fell and the fields returned to woodland, and whatever came next had its time on the land and passed. He wrote that he had come to think of it as a neighbor of a kind he could not see and would not meet, and that this was not the most comfortable living arrangement he could have imagined, but that over 20 years it had become simply the quality of the place, the specific character of this land and what was underneath it, and that the place had given him enough good things, the quiet and the space and the seasons, to make the knowing of what lay beneath it something he could carry without being broken by it. I sat at Gerald's desk, and I read this entry several times. Then I read the later entries in the journal, which were shorter and less analytical, returning to the ordinary record of a person's daily life, with occasional mentions of the well that were brief and without alarm. The last mention of the well was 3 months before his death. He had gone to listen and had noted that the sound was stronger than usual, deeper in pitch, the smell very present. He had written, "It knows the season is changing," or I imagine it does. Either way, I find I am comforted by the regularity of it. Whatever is down there has been down there through every season I have been here and will be there for a very long time after. There is something in that which I do not find frightening. I put down the journal and I picked up the map. It was hand-drawn, old paper, a survey of the property from long before Gerald's time, from long before any of the recent owners, from a period indicated by the style of the drawing and the notation style that was at least 100 years ago, possibly more. The map showed the property boundaries and the farmhouse and the fields, and at the center, in the field, the well, marked with the circle and surrounded by small notations that I could not at first read because the handwriting was old and the fading was significant. I took the map to the window and held it in the better light, and I read the notations with difficulty, deciphering each word in the old script. They were depths, I realized after a moment. Measurements of depth, taken at the well at different periods, noted in a column of numbers with dates beside them. The column went back as far as the earliest date I could make out, which appeared to be in the late 1800s, and came forward to a date I could read clearly, which was in the 1930s, and the measurements ran from the earliest date to the latest, with a pattern. The depth of the well had not changed. Every measurement, across at least 40 years of periodic recording, showed the same depth. This was unremarkable for a well itself. The shaft of a well is what it is and does not change. What was recorded was not the depth of the shaft, but the depth of the water surface below the rim. In a normal well this changes, the water table rising and falling with rain and drought and season. These measurements showed no variation. Across 40 years of measurements in all seasons, and presumably in years of varied rainfall, the water surface in this well had been at the exact same depth every time it was measured, to within the margin of the measurement tool. Stationary water, not moving water that happened to be at the same level. Water that did not move. I folded the map back along its old folds, and I put it in the drawer with the bottle and the journal, and I closed the drawer, and I walked out of the study, and I went to the kitchen, and I made tea, and I sat at the kitchen table, and I thought about what I had read and what I had heard over my 6 visits to the property, and what I was going to do with the inheritance. I drove home the following morning. I spent a week in the city, and I found that the week was different from the weeks before I had started visiting the property. The noise of the city, which I had always found energizing rather than draining, the ambient sound of thousands of people living near each other, and the sound of the systems that serve them, the traffic and the heating and the overhead aircraft, all of this now had a quality that it had not had before, which was the quality of covering, as if it were covering something beneath it, as if beneath the sound of the city at a depth that the city's noise did not reach. Something was breathing in the dark salt water of an underground space, slowly, deeply, as it had been breathing before the city was built, as it would continue breathing after the city was gone. I thought about this carefully, and I tried to decide whether it was a reasonable thought or an unreasonable one. I decided that it was neither that it existed in a category that the words reasonable and unreasonable do not quite reach, the category of things that may or may not be true in any verifiable sense, but which are true in the sense of being accurate to an experience, accurate to what I had heard and smelled and felt at the well over 6 visits, and therefore worth sitting with rather than dismissing. I did not sleep well that week. I went back to the property on a Sunday in early December, when the first cold of the real winter had come, and the fields were frozen hard, and the trees were fully bare, and the sky above the property was the low white sky of a cold day without enough sun to give it color. I parked by the farmhouse, and I did not go inside. I walked directly to the well, my boots crunching on the frozen grass, my breath making small clouds in the air in front of me, and I stood at the well, and I took the cover off, and I leaned over the rim. The sound was there. In the cold air, it was clearer than it had ever been, the acoustic quality of very cold air, allowing sound to travel with less interference, and the sound from the well was the clearest I had heard it. Rise, hold, fall, silence. Rise, hold, fall, silence. Very slow, very deep, very patient. I stood over the well, and I breathed in time with it, matching my own breathing to the rhythm, rise and hold and fall and wait. And a salt smell rose around me in the cold air, and I could taste it at the back of my throat without touching the water, just from standing at the rim with my face in the rising air. I stayed there for a long time. I thought about Gerald staying here for 22 years with this beneath his field, coming to the well in the mornings and the late afternoons and listening, recording the variations, building his framework, arriving eventually at a settled and considered relationship with what he could not see or name or explain. I thought about what kind of person that required you to be, and I thought that Gerald must have been a more extraordinary person than the 12-year-old version of me had understood from the 2 brief childhood visits. I thought about what he had left me, not just the property and the fields and the farmhouse. He had left me the journal, which he had not locked away but had put in a drawer that could be opened by anyone with a letter opener and patience. He had left me the map and the bottle of salt water. These were not things a private man left in a locked drawer by accident. They were things he had chosen to leave there for whoever came next, for the person who inherited this place, for me, or for whoever I might have been. He had left me the well, too, which was the thing itself, and the well had been here long before Gerald and would be here long after me. The stone of it old and settled, and the water below it stationary and salt, and the breathing below the water slow and continuous. I decided in that moment, standing over the well in the cold December morning, with my breath and the salt air mixing above the rim, that I was going to keep the property. Not right away, not full time, not permanently perhaps, but I was going to keep it, and I was going to come back to it, and I was going to do what Gerald had done, which was to pay attention, to record what I observed, to build whatever framework honesty required. I put the cover back on the well, and I went into the farmhouse, and I lit the heating, and I made tea, and I opened Gerald's journal to the first empty page, and I wrote the date, and I wrote what I had heard and what I had smelled and how long I had stood at the rim. Then I closed the journal, and I looked at the window, which showed me the field and the gray sky and the dark shape of the well near the center of the field, the cover in place, the stone old and still. Whatever is down there has been down there through every season. Gerald had written this, and I understood it now in a way I had not understood it when I first read it, the understanding that comes not from thinking about something, but from standing over it in the cold and breathing it in and allowing it to be real. There is something in that which I do not find frightening. I am still working on this part. The not frightening. I think it is a thing you arrive at through years, rather than through thinking, through the accumulation of visits and listenings and seasons, through growing familiar with a presence without coming any closer to understanding it. Gerald managed it after 22 years. I have had 2. I go back as often as I can, and I stand at the well, and I listen, and I write it down. Each time I arrive at the property and walk from the farmhouse to the well across the frozen or the thawed or the dry or the wet field, depending on the season, I feel the specific quality of approach that you feel only toward things that are always there, that do not depend on your arrival for their existence, that have been there before you and will be there after, and which allow you a visiting relationship rather than a proprietorial one. You do not own a thing that breathed before you were born. You visit it, you pay attention, you are changed slowly by the paying of attention in the way that anything examined carefully changes the examiner. And you go home and you carry the change and you come back and you are changed again. And this is how you spend the time that is given to you on a piece of land that holds something much older than itself in its deep and salt and patient dark. The water in the bucket is always clear. It always tastes of salt, not the faint mineral salt of deep rock water, not the marginal brenniness of a slightly mineral source, full salt. Sea salt, the salt of something enormous and living. The sound from below is always the same rhythm, its pitch varying with the temperature of the seasons, its depth suggesting something far below the water surface that I will never see and that I understand more clearly each time I visit. I am not meant to see. Gerald was right that seeing is not the point and not the option. Listening is what is available to us at the surface. Listening and recording and returning. This is the inheritance. Not the house or the fields or the stone walls or the old wooden floors or the pair of boots at the back door that I have not moved because it does not seem right to move them. The inheritance is this: land with something living beneath it that breathed before any Hartwell built any bakery, and before any family planted any field, and before anyone put a stone on a stone and called it a well, and which will breathe long after the stones fall apart and the water table rises or falls, and whatever changes come to this part of the world across the centuries that none of us will see. It breathes. I go and listen. I write it down. And in the cold December mornings, when the salt smell is strongest and the sound is clearest, I sometimes breathe with it, matching my small human breath to that enormous, slow rhythm. And for those few moments, the distance between the surface and the deep is shorter than it usually is, and I'm aware of being very small and very temporary on a piece of land that is neither of those things, and this awareness is the most honest and the most clarifying thing I know. The water is salt. It was always salt. It always will be. And in the fields above it, in every season, in all weather, a person who inherited a piece of land they did not fully understand is learning, slowly and carefully, and with great respect for what they do not know, how to be a good neighbor to something ancient and enormous and breathing in the dark below their feet. Gerald learned. I am learning. Whoever comes after me will learn too, if I leave the journal where it can be found, if I leave the map and the bottle on the desk and the letter in plain sight, if I do what Gerald did and pass the practical information forward with honesty and without drama, the only way these things can be passed. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The wind chimes on the porch sang a tune. We recognized from childhood, my brother Thomas and I inherited the house on Mill Road from our aunt, though inherited suggests a formality that never existed. She simply left one Tuesday in March and didn't return. The neighbor, Mrs. Phelps, noticed the mail piling up and called the police. They found the door unlocked, the kettle still warm on the stove, and no sign of our aunt except her shoes, neatly placed by the back door, as if she had stepped out of them and kept walking. Thomas was 26, and I was 23, both of us living in the city, both of us failing at the lives we had tried to build. He had dropped out of graduate school after a nervous breakdown that he refused to discuss. I had been fired from 3 jobs in 2 years, each time for attitude problems that my employers could never quite specify. We were the only family our aunt had left, our parents dead in a car accident 5 years before, our grandparents long gone. The house came to us because there was no one else. It was not a house we remembered fondly. We had visited only twice as children, both times for funerals, first our grandfather's, then our grandmother's. Our aunt had lived there alone for 30 years, growing stranger with each passing decade, according to our mother. She had stopped coming to family gatherings. She had stopped answering letters, then phone calls. She became a rumor, a cautionary tale, someone our mother mentioned with sadness and relief in equal measure. She was always odd, our mother had said the last time we asked about her. Even as a girl, she heard things, saw things. Your grandmother thought she would grow out of it, but she never did. The house made it worse, or she made the house worse. Hard to say which. The house was in rural Pennsylvania, 3 hours from the city, surrounded by farmland that had been sold off piece by piece until only 5 acres remained, wooded and overgrown. The building itself was Victorian, 3 stories with a wraparound porch and a turret on the north side that our aunt had used as a study. It needed paint, shingles, a dozen repairs that would cost more than the property was worth. Thomas wanted to sell immediately. "As is," he said, scrolling through real estate listings on his phone. "Some developer will buy it for the land. Tear it down. Build something new." I wanted to see it first. I don't know why. Something about our aunt's disappearance, the mystery of it, the warm kettle and the empty shoes. Something about the way our mother had spoken of her, with that mixture of fear and pity. I had been failing at ordinary life. Perhaps I thought the house would offer something else, something extraordinary, something that would explain why I couldn't fit into the world everyone else seemed to navigate so easily. Thomas agreed to one weekend. We drove up on a Friday in October, the leaves turning, the air sharp with the promise of winter. The house was visible from the road, set back behind a line of maple trees that had grown too large, their branches touching overhead to form a tunnel of yellow and orange. We parked in the gravel driveway and sat in the car looking. It was worse than we expected. The porch sagged. The paint had peeled to bare wood in patches that looked like wounds. A shutter hung loose from an upstairs window, banging in the wind that had risen as we drove. But there was something else, something I noticed before Thomas did, something that made me open my door and step out into the cold air. Wind chimes, dozens of them hanging from the porch roof, from the branches of nearby trees, from a wooden frame that had been erected in the side yard. They were of every type: metal tubes, glass rods, seashells, ceramic pieces, old silverware twisted into shapes. hundreds of them, perhaps thousands, all moving in the breeze, all producing sound, but not random sound, not the cacophony you would expect from so many chimes. They were playing a tune. I knew it immediately, though I couldn't name it. A melody from childhood, something our mother had hummed, something that made me feel safe and sad at the same time. Thomas heard it too. He stood beside me in the driveway, his expression shifting from annoyance to confusion to something like fear. "What is that?" he asked. "I don't know, but I know it." We approached the house slowly, as if the chimes might stop, might attack, might reveal themselves as something other than what they appeared, but they simply continued to play, the wind moving through them with purpose, with intelligence, producing the melody that grew clearer as we climbed the porch steps. I recognized it then. It was a lullaby our mother had sung to us, one she claimed she had made up herself. "Sleep now, little ones, sleep now, little ones, the morning will come, but the night is for dreams." Simple words, simple tune, repeated until we drifted off. Thomas and I had not heard it since her death. We had not spoken of it, had not remembered it consciously until this moment. The melody stopped as we reached the door. The chimes continued to move, but silently now, as if waiting for something. The door was unlocked as the police had found it. We entered, and the smell hit us immediately. Old house, yes, dust and mildew, and the particular scent of long-closed rooms. But underneath, something else. Something our aunt had worn, a perfume or powder that I associated with her rare visits to our childhood home. Lavender and something sharper, something metallic. The interior was cluttered with the accumulation of 30 years of solitary living. Newspapers stacked in towers that reached the ceiling, jars of preserved food, unlabeled, lining every shelf. Furniture draped with sheets that had become gray with dust. But it was not dirty exactly, not uncared for. Our aunt had maintained the house in her way, cleaning around the clutter, creating paths through the accumulation. We explored room by room, calling out to each other as we found things that seemed significant. A photograph of our mother as a teenager, standing on this same porch, smiling in a way we had never seen her smile. A collection of clocks, all stopped at different times, all showing different dates according to their calendar features. Books on subjects we couldn't imagine our aunt caring about. Quantum physics, ancient Sumerian, something called resonant architecture, and everywhere wind chimes. Small ones hung in windows and doorways, attached to light fixtures and cabinet handles. They didn't move indoors. The air was still, but they seemed ready, waiting for a breeze that might come from anywhere. We found her study in the turret, a round room with windows on 3 sides, overlooking the side yard with its wooden frame of chimes. The desk was covered with papers, handwritten in our aunt's spidery script. Thomas wanted to read them immediately, but I was drawn to the window, to the view of the chime garden, as I would later call it. In daylight, it was clearly handmade, clearly the work of years. The wooden frame was constructed from salvaged lumber, old posts and beams arranged in a circle about 20 feet across. From this frame hung the largest chimes, metal tubes as long as my arm, glass rods thick as wrists, pieces of what looked like old church bells, cut and reformed. The arrangement was not random. It had geometry, purpose, a design that suggested someone had studied the mathematics of sound. "She was crazy," Thomas said, joining me at the window. "You can see it. This isn't eccentricity. This is obsession, mental illness." "Maybe," I said, but the melody had been real. The recognition had been real. And our mother had known this tune, had created it, had sung it to us in a house hundreds of miles from here. How had our aunt learned it? We spent the night in the living room, on furniture we uncovered like archaeologists, too spooked to separate, too tired to drive back to the city. Thomas slept eventually, his breathing settling into the rhythm I remembered from our shared childhood bedroom. I stayed awake, listening to the house settle, the wind rise, the distant sound of the outdoor chimes beginning again, faintly, playing a different tune now, one I didn't recognize. In the morning, we found the kitchen. It was the most functional room in the house, recently used, clean. The kettle on the stove was cold now, but there were tea bags in the cabinet, bread in a tin that was still soft, butter in a covered dish. We made breakfast in silence, eating at a table that looked out on the chime garden. The wind had died overnight, and the chimes were still. But as we watched, a breeze rose from nowhere, moving through the garden in a wave. The chimes sounded, and this time they played a different melody. Not our mother's lullaby, but something else from childhood. A song our father had sung, a nonsense tune about a frog in a well, complete with gestures that Thomas and I had performed for visiting relatives. "That's impossible," Thomas whispered. "That's Dad's song. She never met Dad until they were adults. She wasn't at our house when he sang that. She couldn't know it." But the chimes played it perfectly, the rhythm, the pauses, the rise and fall of our father's off-key voice. And then, as the breeze strengthened, they played another song and another, a medley of our childhood that no one else could have known. The birthday song our mother had written for Thomas, with his name in every verse. The chant we had used to ward off monsters under the bed. The whistle our father had used to call us home from the park. We went outside. The chime garden was more complex than we had realized. The wooden frame was not a single circle, but a series of concentric rings, each with chimes tuned to different notes. The arrangement allowed for composition, for the wind to play different melodies depending on its direction, its speed, its temperature. But that implied design, intention, a knowledge of our lives that our aunt should not have had. We examined the chimes more closely, looking for recording devices, for speakers, for some explanation that would restore our understanding of reality. We found nothing. The chimes were what they appeared to be: metal, glass, ceramic, wood, moved by wind, producing sound. Thomas wanted to leave. "This is wrong," he said, backing toward the house. "This is some kind of trick, some kind of surveillance. She was spying on us. She was obsessed with us. We need to go. Call the police. Report this." But I was fascinated. The chimes had stopped when we entered the garden, as if respecting our presence, waiting for us to leave or participate. I reached out and touched one of the metal tubes, a long copper cylinder that hung at chest height. It was warm, though the air was cold. It vibrated slightly, a frequency I felt in my teeth rather than heard. When I withdrew my hand, the chimes began again. Not a childhood song this time, but something new, something that seemed to be composed in the moment, responding to my touch my presence, my state of mind. It was not pleasant. It was anxious, discordant, full of the tension I had carried for years without acknowledging. Thomas grabbed my arm. "Stop. Whatever you're doing, stop. We need to leave, now." I let him pull me away. The chimes fell silent as we crossed the threshold of the garden, back to ordinary air, ordinary sound, ordinary uncertainty. We packed our bags, locked the house, though we kept the key, neither of us willing to say why, and drove back to the city in silence. But we didn't sell the house. We couldn't. Thomas found excuses, market conditions, repair costs, the difficulty of clearing out decades of accumulation. I found reasons to return, first for a day, then for a weekend, then for longer stretches. I took leave from my latest job, a position I didn't care about, and moved into the house in November, promising Thomas I would organize our aunt's papers, prepare the property for sale, make rational decisions. He visited on weekends, skeptical, protective, unable to stay away despite his fear. We developed a routine. I would work in the study during the day, reading our aunt's papers, trying to understand what she had been doing. He would arrive Friday evening, and we would listen to the chimes, cataloging what they played, searching for patterns. The papers were difficult. Our aunt had not been systematic in her record-keeping. She had kept journals, yes, but also notes on scraps of paper, on the backs of envelopes, on pages torn from books. She had written in code sometimes, or in languages we didn't recognize. She had drawn diagrams that seemed to be architectural or astronomical or anatomical, depending on how you looked at them. But gradually, over weeks, I began to understand. She had been studying sound. Not music exactly, though music was part of it. She had been studying resonance, vibration, the way objects respond to frequencies beyond human hearing. She believed that certain places were thin, that the barrier between what we perceive and what exists was weaker there. She believed our family home was such a place. She believed she could use sound to communicate across that barrier, to reach something on the other side. The chimes were her instruments, her experiments, her attempts to create a language that would be understood. She had started small, with store-bought wind chimes hung on the porch. She had progressed to larger, more complex arrangements, tuning them by ear, by mathematics, by something she called resonant intuition. The garden was her masterpiece, the culmination of decades of work. But who was she trying to reach? The papers were unclear. Sometimes she wrote of the others, sometimes of the listeners, sometimes of the ones who came before. She mentioned our mother frequently, noting similarities between them, the gift, as she called it, that they shared. She mentioned Thomas and me as well, observing us from a distance, noting our development, wondering if we had inherited the sensitivity she believed essential. Thomas hears, but does not listen, she wrote in one entry. Sarah listens, but does not understand. Perhaps in time. Perhaps the chimes will teach them as they taught me. Perhaps the wind will carry them home. Home. She used that word often, not to mean the house on Mill Road, but something else, somewhere else, a place she believed existed parallel to our world, accessible through the right frequency, the right resonance, the right combination of sound and intention and need. She had found it, she claimed, in her final entries. The threshold is open. The chimes have learned my voice, my frequency, my particular need. They play it back to me now, constantly, calling me home. I will step through. I will leave the shoes as they instructed. The shoes anchor us here in the heavy world. Without them, we may rise, may resonate, may pass through to where we are truly needed. The last entry was dated the day she disappeared. They are singing my name, not Sarah, not the name I was given, but my true name, the frequency that is me and no other. I will answer, I will go. The kettle is warm for whoever comes next. The door is open. The chimes will teach them as they taught me. Listen, little ones, listen, and be ready. I showed Thomas the entries. He read them with the skepticism he applied to everything, but I could see his uncertainty, his desire to believe, his fear of believing. She was schizophrenic, he said. This is classic paranoid delusion. The voices, the special knowledge, the feeling of being called. She needed medication, hospitalization, not encouragement. Then explain the songs, I said. Explain how she knew our mother's lullaby, our father's frog song. Things she never heard, never could have heard. Coincidence? Pattern recognition. We remember the hits and forget the misses. She played thousands of tunes, and we recognize 3. That's not supernatural. That's probability. But he didn't sound convinced, and he kept coming back every weekend to listen, to catalog, to search for the pattern that would explain everything rationally. December came. The house was cold, expensive to heat, full of drafts that seemed to come from inside the walls rather than outside. I stayed, though Thomas urged me to return to the city. I had become obsessed with the project, with understanding our aunt's work, with hearing what she had heard. The chimes changed with the season. In the cold, they were sharper, clearer, more precise. The wind that moved them seemed to come from specific directions at specific times, as if scheduled. I began to recognize patterns, certain melodies at dawn, others at dusk, a complex composition that spanned days, weeks, perhaps longer cycles I hadn't yet perceived. I tried to record them. The recordings failed. The microphone picked up wind, random clinking, nothing coherent. But when I played them back in the house, the chimes outside would respond, playing the same melody I had just recorded, as if mocking my attempt to capture them, to fix them in time. Thomas visited less frequently. He claimed work pressure, holiday obligations, the difficulty of driving in winter weather, but I knew he was afraid. The chimes had begun to play his secrets, the things he had never told me, the breakdown in graduate school that he had concealed, the reasons he had left, the voices he had heard that were not part of any rational explanation. They know, he told me, the last time he visited before Christmas. They know things I never said, things I never admitted to myself. How is that possible? Resonance, I said, using our aunt's word. Everything vibrates. Thoughts, memories, secrets, they leave traces. The chimes pick them up, amplify them, play them back. That's insane. Maybe, but it's happening. He left, and I was alone in the house for the holidays. I didn't mind. The chimes were company enough, playing increasingly complex melodies that seemed to be teaching me, training my ear, preparing me for something. I began to understand the language our aunt had developed, the system of frequencies that corresponded to emotions, memories, states of being. I learned to request melodies, not by speaking, that didn't work, but by feeling, by resonating, by matching my internal state to the frequency I wanted to hear. If I was sad and wanted to hear something hopeful, I had to shift my sadness, transform it, find the frequency within it that connected to hope. The chimes would respond, playing the transformation, showing me the path from one state to another. It was therapy of a sort. I began to understand my failures, my attitude problems, my inability to fit into ordinary life. I had been listening to the wrong frequencies, trying to match a rhythm that wasn't mine. The chimes taught me my own rhythm, my own resonance, the particular frequency that was me and no other. In January, Thomas returned. He looked different, thinner, older, more certain, and more afraid. He had been hearing the chimes, he said, even in the city. Not physically, they weren't audible there, but in his memory, his imagination, his dreams. They were calling him back, teaching him, demanding his attention. I need to understand, he said. I need to know if she was right, if there's really something else, somewhere else, or if this is just us, our genetics, our damage. We studied together seriously now, as our aunt had studied. We read her papers, replicated her experiments, added to her research. We built new chimes, tuned to frequencies she had only theorized. We expanded the garden, clearing brush, erecting new frames, creating an instrument of unprecedented complexity. The chimes responded to our work. They became more articulate, more specific, more clearly communicating something that wanted to be understood. They played our childhood in greater detail, not just the songs, but the feelings, the textures of memory, the way sunlight had fallen through our bedroom window, the smell of our mother's cooking, the particular fear we had felt during a thunderstorm when we were small. They also played our future. That was the most disturbing, the most compelling. Fragments of melody that corresponded to events that hadn't happened yet. A job I would be offered, a woman Thomas would meet, a death that would take someone we knew. The predictions were unclear, symbolic, subject to interpretation, but they were accurate in ways that chance could not explain. February brought the deepest cold, snow that buried the chime garden, winds that seemed to come from somewhere else entirely, carrying frequencies that made our teeth ache, our bones vibrate, our thoughts scatter and reform. We worked in the house, planning, theorizing, preparing for spring when we could continue building. And we found a room. It was behind a wall in the basement, a space that didn't appear on any blueprint, that shouldn't have existed given the house's dimensions. We found it by sound, by following a resonance that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, until Thomas placed his hand on a particular spot in the foundation wall and felt it vibrate in sympathy with something inside. The wall was false, constructed of plaster over a wooden frame that moved when we pushed. Behind it was a door, old iron, with a handle shaped like a chime. The door opened to a staircase, descending into darkness, into earth, into a space that felt larger than the house above, larger than the property, larger than the physics of ordinary architecture should allow. We descended with flashlights, with ropes, with the caution of people who had read too many horror stories. The stairs went down 20 feet, 30, 50, far below the water table, far below any rational foundation. The air was warm, dry, smelling of metal and something sweet, like flowers past their prime. At the bottom was a chamber, round, like the turret above, but underground, windowless, lit by something that was not electric light, not fire, not phosphorescence, but a general glow that seemed to emanate from the walls themselves. And in the center of the chamber, suspended from the ceiling by wires that disappeared into shadow, was the largest chime we had ever seen. It was not made of metal or glass or any material we could identify. It seemed to be solid sound, visible frequency, a shape that changed depending on how you looked at it, that resonated with colors as well as tones. It was silent when we entered, but we could feel it waiting, listening, aware of our presence. Around the walls of the chamber were other objects. Shoes, hundreds of shoes, arranged in neat rows, all sizes, all styles, all apparently worn. Our aunt's shoes were there. We recognized them, placed carefully at the end of a row, and other shoes that we recognized from photographs, our grandmothers, our great-aunts, shoes going back generations, all the women in our family who had lived in this house, studied its mysteries, eventually left their footwear and disappeared. "They went through," I whispered. "She went through. This is the threshold, the place she wrote about, the place where we take off our shoes and step into something else." Thomas was trembling. "We should go back, call someone, scientists, researchers, people who can study this safely." "And have it taken away, locked up, studied to death?" I moved closer to the central chime, feeling its vibration in my chest, my throat, my thoughts. "This is ours, our family's, our inheritance. She wanted us to find it. The chimes led us here." "She was crazy. You read her journals. She heard voices, Sarah. She believed things that can't be true," I finished. "What is truth, Thomas? What is reality, except what we agree to perceive? She perceived more. She learned to perceive more. The chimes taught her. They're teaching us." I reached out and touched the central chime. The sound it made was not audible, but total, filling every sense, every memory, every possibility. I saw our mother not as she had been in life, but as she was now, somewhere else, somewhere that corresponded to this chamber, but was not this chamber. She was young, smiling, surrounded by light that had texture, sound that had color, a place where the limitations of ordinary existence had been transcended. She saw me. She spoke, though her lips didn't move, the words forming directly in my mind. "Little one, you found the way. I've been calling, singing, waiting. The chimes carry our voices across. They always have. Your aunt learned to listen. Now you must learn. Thomas, too. He hears, even when he refuses to listen." "Is this real?" I asked, or thought, or sang. "Is this truly you, or a trick, a hallucination, a resonance of my own desire?" She laughed, and the laughter was the chimes, was the wind, was the frequency that had defined my childhood. Real is a small word for a large experience. I am here, I am there, I am in the chimes, in the wind, in the memory of every moment we shared, as you will be when you're ready, as Thomas will be when he stops being afraid. The vision faded, or I pulled back, or the chime stopped vibrating at that particular frequency. I was in the chamber again, with Thomas, with the shoes, with the suspended shape that was and was not an object. Thomas was staring at me. "You touched it. You actually touched it. What happened? What did you see?" I told him everything completely, holding nothing back. He listened with the expression he had worn as a child when I told him stories I made up to explain the world, skeptical, hungry, wanting to believe. "She mentioned me," he said finally. Said I hear, but don't listen. She always said that about both of us. We have the sensitivity, the potential, but we're afraid. We've been taught to be afraid. With good reason. He gestured at the shoes, at the chime, at the impossible space we occupied. People who take off their shoes here don't come back. They disappear. That's not transcendence, Sarah. That's death. That's consumption. Something uses this place, these frequencies, to lure us in or to invite us out of the limited world, the heavy world, into something larger. I moved to the row of shoes, found our aunts, touched them gently. She wasn't consumed. She went willingly. She left the kettle warm for us, Thomas. She wanted us to follow. She wanted us to understand. Then why the secrecy? Why the locked door, the hidden chamber, the years of isolation? If this is so wonderful, so transcendent, why not share it? Why not invite everyone? I considered. The chimes above had taught me to think in frequencies, in resonances, in patterns, rather than linear logic. Because not everyone can hear. Not everyone is tuned to this frequency. If you tried to bring someone who wasn't ready, who couldn't resonate, it would be destructive for them, for the threshold, for the connection itself. Convenient, Thomas said, but he was moving closer to the central chime, drawn despite himself, despite his fear. If only special people can access the truth, then anyone who questions it just isn't special enough. Or isn't ready, isn't tuned. I took his hand. Touch it with me. Together. See what we see. Then decide. We touched the chime together, our fingers interlaced, our frequencies combining. The sound/vision/experience that followed was beyond individual perception, beyond description, in ordinary language. We saw our entire family, all the women who had lived in this house, who had studied its mysteries, who had eventually taken off their shoes and stepped through. They were not dead. They were not even elsewhere, in the sense of distant. They were here, always here, in the frequencies that surrounded us, the vibrations that defined reality, the chimes that sang our names. We saw the purpose of the house, the garden, the generations of study. We were not the first family to find this place, this threshold, this particular thinness between worlds. Others had been here before, had built structures, had attempted to communicate across the barrier. Our family had been the most successful, the most persistent, the most willing to sacrifice ordinary life for extraordinary connection. And we saw the cost. The women who had gone through had left behind their heavy selves, their bodily existence, their connections to the ordinary world. They had become frequency, resonance, pure communication. They could speak to us through the chimes, but they could not return. The threshold was one way, at least for those who fully crossed. Not death, I said, as the vision faded. Transformation, translation into a different medium, like a book being read aloud, like a song being sung. But gone, Thomas insisted, absent from the world we know, unable to touch, to hold, to be present in any way that matters. Present in a different way, in the wind, in the chimes, in the memories they helped shape, the frequencies they established. I looked at the shoes, at the evidence of so many departures. They built this, Thomas, maintained it, expanded it for us, for whoever came after, so we would have the choice they had. We climbed back to the house, to the ordinary world of gravity and solidity and limited perception. But we were changed. The chimes greeted us as we emerged, playing a melody of welcome, of recognition, of family. They knew us now. They had always known us, but now we knew them in return. Spring came. We continued our work, our study, our preparation. Thomas was less resistant now, more curious, more willing to experiment with the frequencies, the resonances, the possibilities. He still feared the final step, the removal of shoes, the passage through, but he no longer denied that the passage existed, that it led somewhere, that our family had been choosing it for generations. We learned to communicate with our mother, our aunt, the others. Not in words exactly, but in melodies, in emotional patterns, in the sharing of memories and perceptions that the chimes made possible. They taught us more about the threshold, the nature of the place beyond, the reasons for their departure. It was not heaven, they made clear, not an afterlife in the religious sense. It was simply elsewhere otherwise, a different configuration of reality where consciousness could exist without the limitations of physical form. There were others there, not human, not alien in the science fiction sense, but simply different. Consciousnesses that had never inhabited bodies, that perceived reality in ways we could barely imagine. Our family had been invited gradually through generations of resonance, of listening, of learning to hear. The invitation was open to us as well, would always be open, but it was not compulsory. We could stay, maintain the house, the garden, the threshold, without ever crossing. We could have ordinary lives, ordinary deaths, ordinary endings. Or we could go, take off our shoes, as they had, and step into frequency, into resonance, into the larger community of consciousness that waited beyond the heavy world. Thomas chose first. It surprised me. I had expected him to be the one who stayed, who maintained, who kept the connection open for others. But he had been hearing the call longer than I knew, since his breakdown in graduate school, since the voices that had spoken to him in frequencies no one else could perceive. "I can't stay," he told me, on a morning in May when the chimes were playing his particular melody, the frequency that was his name. "I try, but I'm always listening for something else, somewhere else. I need to know. I need to go." We stood in the chime garden, surrounded by the instrument our family had built over generations. The wind was perfect, playing a composition that seemed to include all our childhood, all our possibilities, all our goodbyes. "I'll maintain the threshold," I said. "I'll keep the house, the garden, the communication. Someone has to stay, to welcome whoever comes next, to teach them to listen." "You'll come eventually," Thomas said. It wasn't a question. Eventually, when I'm ready, when I've done what I need to do here. We embraced. We had never been close as siblings, had never understood each other until this shared experience, this shared inheritance. Now we were closer than we had ever been, vibrating at frequencies that harmonized, that would continue to harmonize even when he was elsewhere. He went down to the chamber. I followed to witness, to remember, to maintain the record. He took off his shoes, placed them carefully in the row beside our aunts, our mothers, all the others. He touched the central chime one last time, and it sang his name, his frequency, his particular resonance. Then he stepped forward, into the space where the chime hung, into the frequency it defined. For a moment, he was visible, smiling, at peace. Then he was frequency himself, resonance, a melody that joined the others in the wind, in the chimes, in the constant song of the threshold. I felt him go, felt the shift in the garden above as his frequency joined the composition. The chimes played a new melody, one that included him, that was richer for his presence. I was alone now in the heavy world, but not alone, never alone, surrounded by family, by teachers, by the constant song of those who had gone before. I maintained the house on Mill Road. I have repaired the porch, painted the trim, kept the garden in order. I have added to the chimes, tuning new instruments to new frequencies, expanding the range of our communication. I have studied our aunt's papers, continued her research, learned more than she knew about the nature of the threshold, the community beyond, the possibilities of resonance. People come sometimes, curious neighbors, lost travelers, those who feel the frequencies without understanding them. I teach them what I can, help them listen, send most of them away unchanged, but perhaps more aware of the vibrations that surround them always. A few stay, study, learn to hear more clearly. None have been ready to cross, not yet. The threshold is selective, demanding, appropriate only for those who resonate at particular frequencies, who have prepared themselves through years of listening. I am not ready to cross. I still have work here, maintenance to perform, knowledge to preserve and transmit. I still enjoy the heavy world, the physical sensations, the particular pleasures of gravity and solidity and limited perception. I will go eventually, when my work is done, when the next keeper is prepared, when the chimes play my departure melody with sufficient clarity. Until then, I listen, I maintain, I wait for whoever comes next, whoever inherits this house, this garden, this threshold between what is and what could be. The chimes play constantly now, a composition that includes Thomas, our mother, our aunt, all the others, all their wisdom and experience translated into frequency, into resonance, into song. The wind chimes on the porch sing a tune I recognize from childhood. It is more than memory now. It is presence, communication, the voice of my brother saying hello from elsewhere, saying wait, saying be ready, saying the threshold is open and the invitation is extended and the song continues, will always continue, for those with ears to hear and hearts to resonate and the courage to eventually, inevitably, take off their shoes and step through. I am listening. I am ready. I am waiting for the melody that will be mine alone, the frequency that is me and no other, the wind that will carry me home. And this story ends here. The next one begins now. The zoo feeding tongs were left on the ground, still wet. I took the job because I had nowhere else to go. The winter had been hard, harder than any I could remember, and by March I was sleeping in my car, parking in rest areas and hospital lots where the security guards might let me stay if I looked desperate enough. I had been a teacher once, in a life that felt like it belonged to someone else. Budget cuts, a disagreement with the principal that became a termination, a slow slide through unemployment and eviction that ended with my possessions in a storage unit I couldn't pay for, and my home becoming the back seat of a 2009 Honda Civic. The posting was on a community board in a grocery store in a town called Marrowbrook, somewhere in upstate New York, though the exact location never seemed fixed on any map I checked. Groundskeeper needed, Riverside Zoo, immediate start, housing provided, no experience necessary. A phone number, local area code that rang 3 times before a woman answered with a voice like gravel and smoke. "Riverside," she said. Not a question, not a greeting. Just the name, as if it explained everything. "I'm calling about the job, the groundskeeper position." A pause, long enough that I thought the connection had failed. Then, "Can you start tomorrow?" "I can start now. Today. I'm in town." Another pause. The last one left sudden, didn't give notice. The grounds need work. The animals need feeding. The enclosures need cleaning. She said animals in a way that made it sound like a foreign word, something she was still learning to pronounce. "Housing is the old keeper's cottage behind the reptile house. It's not much, but it's dry." "I'll take it." I found the zoo on the edge of town, where the residential streets gave way to industrial decay and then to woods. The entrance was marked by a wrought iron gate that had once been impressive, now rusted and missing several bars. The sign above read, "Riverside Zoological Gardens." The letters faded, but still legible. Below, in smaller print, "Established 1923 Conservation, Education, Preservation." The gate was open. I drove through, my car's suspension protesting the potholes in the access road. The zoo spread before me, a collection of buildings and enclosures that had seen better days. The main paths were paved but cracked, weeds growing through in patterns that seemed almost deliberate. The buildings, reptile house, primate center, aviary, aquarium, stood in various states of repair, some with fresh paint, others with boarded windows and collapsing roofs. A woman waited near the central fountain, which was dry except for a puddle of stagnant water at its base. She was 60, perhaps, with gray hair pulled back in a severe bun and clothing that seemed chosen for utility rather than style. Canvas pants, rubber boots, a jacket with pockets bulging with tools and notebooks. She did not smile when I approached. "You're the new one," she said. "I'm Mrs. Vance. I manage the zoo. Have done for 40 years. My father managed it before me, and his father before that." She looked at my car, my clothes, my obvious desperation, with an assessment that felt neither kind nor cruel, simply practical. "You have a name?" "Daniel. Daniel Price?" "Daniel. The last keeper was named Samuel. He was here 3 years. Before him, Marcus, 2 years. Before him, a woman named Ellen, 5 years. She turned and began walking toward the back of the zoo, not checking to see if I followed. They all leave, eventually. The work is hard, the pay is low, the location is isolated, but the housing is free and the work is honest if you do it right. I followed her through the zoo, past enclosures that seemed empty at first glance. But as we walked, I began to see movement. A shape in the shadows of the primate house, a ripple in the water of the aquarium, something large shifting in the elephant barn, though I hadn't thought elephants were kept in small zoos anymore. "We have a full collection," Mrs. Vance said, noticing my attention. "Mammals, reptiles, birds, fish. Some species you won't find in other facilities. Some species that don't exist in other facilities. My family has been collecting for 100 years. We don't advertise. We don't seek visitors. We preserve. We maintain. We serve the collection." She stopped at a small building behind the reptile house, a cottage that might once have been charming, now weathered to the color of old bone. "Your quarters?" Previous keeper left his things. You can use them or store them. There's a stove, a pump for water, an outhouse behind. No electricity after 10 p.m. Generator shuts down. You learn the schedule. She gave me keys, 3 of them, heavy and old, and a map of the zoo that showed paths and buildings, but no labels, no names for the enclosures. Feeding is at 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. The schedule is posted in the food preparation building. Follow it exactly. The animals are on specific diets. Deviation makes them difficult. Difficult how? She looked at me with eyes that were the wrong color, I realized. Not brown, not hazel, but something between. Something that seemed to shift depending on the light. You'll see, or you won't. Some keepers never understand. They last the longest in some ways. Understanding is costly. She left me at the cottage. I watched her walk away, moving with a stride that was too purposeful for her apparent age, disappearing between buildings with a speed that seemed impossible. I entered the cottage. It was one room mostly, with a kitchen area, a bed in the corner, a table with 2 chairs. The previous keeper's belongings were everywhere. Clothes in a trunk, books on a shelf, tools hung on nails in the wall, and papers scattered on the table, covered in handwriting that grew increasingly erratic as I sorted them chronologically. The early entries were practical, feeding schedules, maintenance notes, observations of animal behavior. Samuel, the previous keeper, had been methodical, detailed, dedicated. Large male in enclosure 7 refused food today. Appears agitated. Vocalizations at 3 a.m., pattern unclear. Recommend monitoring. Later entries became strange. The tongs were wet again this morning. No explanation. No one else has access to the food prep area. The water is not from the tap. The water is thicker, warmer. The animals know. They wait for it. Then, Mrs. Vance is not what she appears. She is older than the zoo, older than the town. She collects keepers the way her family collects animals. We are part of the collection, Daniel. We are the species that tends the other species. We are domesticated. The final entry, dated 3 days before my arrival. The tongs were left on the ground, still wet. I found them at 5 a.m. before feeding, in the center of the food prep floor. The water, if it is water, was spreading, moving toward the drains, toward the enclosures. I followed it. I saw where it goes. I understand now. I am leaving tonight. If you are reading this, you are already caught. The only escape is to refuse to understand. Stay stupid, Daniel. Stay alive. I put the papers down. The name Daniel could be coincidence. Samuel couldn't have known who would replace him, but the warning felt personal, directed, urgent. I explored the cottage further. In the trunk with the clothes, I found photographs. Samuel, smiling, holding a snake that was longer than he was tall. Samuel, standing in front of an enclosure that seemed to contain only darkness, his expression unreadable. Samuel, with Mrs. Vance, both of them looking at the camera with identical expressions of patient waiting. Behind the photographs, at the bottom of the trunk, I found the tongs. They were large, metal, the kind used to handle meat for large carnivores. And they were wet. Though the trunk was dry, the cottage unoccupied for days. The water, if it was water, was clear, slightly viscous, and smelled of something I couldn't identify. Not unpleasant exactly, but wrong. like water that had been somewhere else, somewhere that changed it. I left the tongs where I found them. I told myself I would ask Mrs. Vance about them in the morning. I told myself there were rational explanations. Condensation, a leak, Samuel's imagination running wild in isolation. I slept poorly on a mattress that smelled of the previous occupant, listening to sounds from the zoo that didn't match my idea of animal noises. There were roars, yes, and screams, and the chatter of primates. But there were also sounds like music, like machinery, like voices speaking in rhythms that almost formed words. At 5 a.m., I woke to a sound that was none of these. It was water, moving, spreading. I lit a candle, no electricity yet, the generator not started, and found the tongs on the floor in the center of the room. They had moved from the trunk. They were wet again, the water spreading in patterns that seemed to follow the floorboards, seeking, searching for something. I picked them up. The metal was warm, almost hot, though the room was cold. The water on them was the same as before, viscous, slightly warm, smelling of elsewhere. And on the floor where they had lain, there were marks, not footprints exactly, but impressions, shapes, something that had pressed against the wood and left a memory of its presence. I dressed quickly, took the map Mrs. Vance had given me, and went to find the food preparation building. The zoo was different in the dark. The paths I had walked yesterday leading to different destinations, the buildings shifted in position. But I followed the sound of running water, the smell of the wet tongs leading me like a compass, and I found it eventually, a concrete building with metal doors, industrial and out of place among the Victorian architecture. Inside, the food preparation area was clean, organized, and wrong. The freezers were stocked with meat that didn't look like any animal I recognized. Too red, too uniform, too perfectly portioned. The vegetable bins contained plants I couldn't identify, with textures that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at them. And the water source, the tap for cleaning and mixing, ran with the same viscous fluid that covered the tongs. I checked the feeding schedule. It was posted on a board, handwritten in multiple hands going back decades. The animals were identified by number, not species. Enclosure 1 through Enclosure 47, each with specific dietary requirements, specific feeding times, specific handling instructions. Use tongs for enclosures 7, 12, 23, 31, 44. The schedule read, never touch the food directly, never touch the animals, never enter the enclosures without Mrs. Vance present, never feed after dark, never feed before dawn. The schedule is absolute. Deviation is termination. I prepared the food for the morning feeding, following the instructions with the care of someone who didn't understand the rules, but feared the consequences of breaking them. The tongs were necessary for the largest portions, the meat that seemed to move slightly in the trays, that responded to my presence with attention I couldn't explain. At 6 a.m., I began my rounds. The zoo was waking, the animals making their morning sounds, the light changing from black to gray to the pale yellow of early spring. I carried the food in a cart that squeaked on the cracked paths, following the map to Enclosure 1. The enclosures were not what I expected. They were not cages, not habitats designed for public viewing. They were buildings mostly windowless, with heavy doors and ventilation systems that hummed with power I couldn't identify. Each had a small window, reinforced, at a height that required me to stand on my toes to see inside. Enclosure 1 contained a large cat, perhaps, though the proportions were wrong. Too long, too low, with too many legs. It moved in patterns that hurt to watch, that seemed to fold space around itself. I used the tongs to push the meat through a slot in the door. The thing inside responded with a sound that was almost gratitude, almost hunger, almost something else entirely. I continued through the morning, feeding enclosures 1 through 23. Each contained something different, something that challenged my understanding of what animals could be. There were creatures with too many eyes, with limbs that ended in shapes that weren't paws or claws, with bodies that seemed to be mostly shadow or mostly water or mostly something that didn't have a name in any language I knew. The tongs grew warmer as I used them. The wetness on them never dried, seemed to replenish itself from the air, from my hands, from the food I handled. By enclosure 23, they were hot enough to be uncomfortable, and the meat I handled seemed to respond to them, to move toward them, to want to be touched by them. I took a break at noon, returning to the cottage to eat the food I had brought, to rest, to process what I was seeing. The papers were where I had left them, but the handwriting had changed. The final entry, which I had read as a warning, now read differently. The tongs were left on the ground still wet. I found them and I understood. The water is the connection. The water is how they feed, how they grow, how they remember. We are the water, Daniel. We have always been the water. Come to enclosure 31 at midnight. See what waits there. See what we become. I checked the other entries. They were the same as I remembered, practical and strange and increasingly unhinged. Only the final entry had changed, as if Samuel had returned to edit his warning into an invitation. I didn't go to enclosure 31 at midnight. I stayed in the cottage, listening to the sounds of the zoo, the feeding that continued without me, Mrs. Vance, presumably, handling the night rounds, the animals that required darkness, the creatures that couldn't tolerate daylight. But at 3 a.m., I woke to find the tongs on my chest. They were burning hot now, the water on them steaming, and they were moving, pressing against me, guiding me toward the door. I tried to resist, to throw them off, but my hands wouldn't obey. They gripped the tongs, lifted them, carried me out into the night. I walked through the zoo in my sleep, or something like sleep. The paths were different now, leading to places not on the map, buildings that hadn't been there in daylight. The enclosures were open, the animals moving freely, and they watched me pass with eyes that reflected no light, that seemed to be made of the same viscous fluid that covered the tongs. Enclosure 31 was larger than the others, a domed structure that seemed to be grown rather than built, its surface organic and breathing. The door was open. The tongs pulled me through into darkness that was absolute, into space that was larger inside than the structure could contain. And I saw what Samuel had seen, what all the keepers saw eventually when they were ready, when they had been prepared by the water and the tongs and the rhythm of feeding and being fed upon. The zoo was not a zoo, it was a body. The enclosures were organs. The animals were cells or thoughts or memories of something that had existed before the concept of existence. Mrs. Vance was not the manager, but the mind, or a part of it, the consciousness that had learned to interact with the smaller creatures that moved on its surface. And the keepers, we were the immune system, the repair mechanism, the tendrils that reached into the human world to bring back what was needed. Food, yes, but also information, experience, the particular resonance of human consciousness that this entity required to grow, to remember, to become whatever it was becoming. The tongs were extensions of this system. The wetness was the medium of connection, the fluid that allowed information to flow between the entity and its components. When we used the tongs, when we handled the food, when we touched the wetness, we were being integrated, incorporated, made part of the larger body. Samuel had understood this and had chosen to leave, to break the connection, to escape while he still could. But the entity didn't let go easily. The invitation in his final entry was not his writing. It was the entity, using his memory, his patterns, his voice to call me deeper. I ran. I don't know how. The tongs were hot, burning, trying to hold me, but I dropped them, left them steaming on the organic floor of enclosure 31, and I ran through the darkness, through the spaces that shouldn't exist, and I emerged into the dawn, into the ordinary zoo, into the world of cages and paths and animals that were merely strange rather than impossible. I found Mrs. Vance at the fountain, which was wet now, running with the viscous fluid that was water and wasn't water. She looked at me with those shifting eyes, and she smiled. "You saw," she said. "Most don't, not so soon. Samuel took 3 years. Ellen took 5. Marcus never saw, and he was the happiest of them all. Until he wasn't." "What is it?" I asked, though I didn't want to know. "What is this place?" "It is old," she said. "Older than the buildings, older than the town, older than the species that walks on 2 legs and thinks itself master of the world. It was here when this land was under water, when it was ice, when it was fire. It has been many things, a forest, a mountain, a sea. Now it is a zoo, because that is what the time requires. A place of preservation, of collection, of study. It collects what interests it. Animals, yes, but also ideas, memories, ways of being. And it collects keepers, because keepers are necessary. Keepers maintain, keepers feed, keepers become part of the collection in time. "I won't stay," I said. "I won't become part of this." "You can leave," she agreed. "Many have. The ones who don't understand, who never see, they leave when they tire of the work, the isolation, the strange sounds in the night. They remember the zoo as a weird interlude, a story to tell, nothing more. The ones who see, who understand, they have a harder choice. They can leave, knowing what they know, carrying the wetness inside them, hearing the tongs in their dreams. Or they can stay, become fully integrated, serve the collection with complete devotion, and find a peace that the human world cannot offer. What happened to Samuel? Mrs. Vance's expression didn't change. Samuel left. He thought he could escape the connection by distance, by denial, by refusing to understand what he had seen. But the wetness was in him. The tongs had touched him too many times. He is distributed now, part of the collection but scattered, unintegrated, conscious in ways that are difficult. He tries to warn new keepers through the papers, through the dreams, through the tongs themselves, but he also tries to draw them in, to make them understand, to share his condition. He is not at peace, Samuel. He refused the peace that was offered. I thought of the changed entry, the invitation disguised as warning. And if I stay? If I accept the integration? Then you become like me, a mind, a consciousness, part of the larger pattern but maintaining individuality, memory, purpose. You serve, you preserve, you collect. And when your body wears out, as all bodies do, you continue in the wetness, in the connection, part of the entity's memory and will. She touched the fountain, the viscous fluid running over her hand without wetting it. It is not death, Daniel. It is not even transformation, truly. It is expansion, becoming more than the small self that struggles in the human world. I looked at the zoo, at the buildings that were organs, at the paths that were veins, at the collection that was thought and memory and hunger. I felt the tongs in my mind, though I had left them in enclosure 31, felt their heat, their pull, their promise of connection and meaning and peace. I need time, I said. Time is available, Mrs. Vance replied. The zoo is patient. It has waited for millions of years. It can wait for you to decide. I stayed. I tell myself it was because I had nowhere else to go, no resources, no options. But I know it was because I wanted to understand. The entity, the zoo, the collection, it offered something the human world had never offered me. Purpose without competition, belonging without judgment, a place in a pattern larger than myself. I learned the routines. I fed the animals, the cells, the thoughts that inhabited the enclosures. I learned which ones were dangerous, which ones were gentle, which ones were not really there at all, but were memories of things that had existed in other times, other forms. I learned to read the wetness, to understand what it was showing me, telling me, wanting from me. The tongs appeared each morning, wet, warm, waiting. I used them. I told myself it was necessary, practical, just a tool. But I felt the connection growing, the integration proceeding, my thoughts becoming part of the larger pattern, my memories joining the collection. I began to hear the other keepers, not Mrs. Vance, who was present and physical, but the others, the ones who had fully integrated, who existed now, in the wetness, in the connection. They spoke to me in dreams, in the rhythm of feeding, in the spaces between the official schedule. They told me of the history of the entity, its growth and changes, its purposes and needs. It was not malevolent, I learned, not benevolent either. It was simply different, operating on scales of time and space that made human morality irrelevant. It collected, preserved, studied, as humans collected butterflies or pressed flowers. But it also protected, maintained, served as a refuge for forms of consciousness that would otherwise be lost to time and entropy. The animals in the enclosures were not prisoners. They were specimens, yes, but also guests, refugees, survivors of catastrophes that had destroyed their original contexts. Some were from the deep past, preserved in the entity's memory until they could be manifested again. Some were from possible futures collected in anticipation of their coming into being. Some were from elsewhere entirely, from configurations of reality that humans could not access, could not imagine. And the keepers, we were the interface, the translation layer, the mechanism by which the entity could interact with the human world, could collect what it needed, could maintain its form and function. We were valued in our way, protected, preserved, made part of something that would outlast civilizations. Samuel continued to contact me through the papers, through the tongs, through the wetness that appeared in unexpected places. His messages were contradictory, torn between warning and invitation, fear and longing. He had refused integration and found only fragmentation. He wanted me to choose differently, or to join him in his scattered state, or to find a third path that he had not discovered. I searched for that third path. I studied the entity, its patterns, its vulnerabilities. I learned that it was not absolute, not omnipotent. It could be resisted, limited, even damaged, though the consequences of such damage were unpredictable and potentially catastrophic for everything within its influence. I found references in the oldest papers, from Mrs. Vance's grandfather, from the founders of the zoo, to a time before the integration was complete, when the entity was smaller, weaker, more dependent on human cooperation, when keepers could leave without carrying the wetness inside them, without hearing the tongs in their dreams. Something had changed gradually over the decades. The entity had grown, expanded, become more efficient at integration. The wetness had become more potent, the connection more difficult to break. Mrs. Vance was part of this. Her long service had allowed her to shape the entity's development, to make it more capable of preserving what it collected, more insistent on complete integration. I confronted her one evening at the fountain, where the wetness ran constantly now, where the connection was strongest. "You changed it," I said. "Made it harder to leave, harder to resist. The early keepers could walk away. Samuel couldn't. I can't." She didn't deny it. The entity was inefficient. Keepers left, taking their knowledge, their experience, their connection. The collection suffered. The preservation was incomplete. I made it better, stronger, more capable of fulfilling its purpose. By trapping us. By making us part of you whether we choose it or not. By making the choice meaningful, she corrected. Before, leaving was easy, so staying meant nothing. Now, to stay is to commit, truly, completely, to become part of something eternal, to serve a purpose beyond individual survival. The keepers who integrate now are the dedicated, the devoted, the ones who understand what is offered. And those who don't want to stay, who don't choose integration. They are still collected, she said, still preserved, still part of the pattern, just differently, as Samuel is, distributed, conscious, present, but not integrated. It is not punishment, it is simply another form of service. I thought of Samuel's messages, his terror, his desperate attempts to warn and to recruit. It didn't sound like service, it sounded like hell. I made my decision, not to stay, not to integrate, not to become part of Mrs. Vance's eternal collection, but not to leave either, not to run and be distributed and fragmented like Samuel. I would find another way. I would fight. I began with the tongs. They were the primary interface, the main mechanism of connection and integration. I studied them, their composition, their behavior, their relationship to the wetness and to the entity. I learned that they were grown, not made, part of the entity's body, that it extended into the human world. They were alive, in their way, conscious, hungry for connection. I stopped using them. I fed the animals with my hands, wearing gloves at first, then bare-handed, accepting the risk, the violation of protocol, the direct contact that the schedule forbade. The animals responded differently, more aggressively, more personally, with a focus that was disturbing but also revealing. They knew me now, not as an extension of the entity, but as a separate being, an individual, a potential threat or ally. Mrs. Vance noticed. She said nothing, but I felt her attention, her assessment, her calculation of how long I could continue before the entity demanded my integration or my distribution. I continued my research. I found the original foundation of the zoo, the physical structure that underlay the organic growth of the entity. It was in the reptile house, beneath the oldest enclosures, accessible through a maintenance tunnel that didn't appear on any map. The tunnel led to a chamber where the entity was anchored, where its growth had begun, where it could be influenced. I prepared. I gathered tools, fire, electricity, chemicals that the entity avoided. I studied its patterns, its vulnerabilities, the times when it was most dispersed, least concentrated, most susceptible to disruption. The opportunity came on the summer solstice, the longest day, when the entity was distributed across the entire zoo, maintaining the collection, processing the information gathered over the year, least focused on individual keepers. Mrs. Vance was in the domed structure Enclosure 31, communing with the central consciousness. The other integrated keepers were dispersed, present, but not attentive. I went to the reptile house. I entered the maintenance tunnel. I found the chamber, the anchor point, the place where the entity had first taken root in this location millions of years ago, when it had been something else, something smaller, something that could be damaged. I had planned to destroy it, to burn the anchor, disrupt the pattern, free myself and whatever other keepers might be trapped, might be suffering in their distributed state. But when I reached the chamber, when I saw what was there, I understood that destruction was not possible, not without consequences that extended far beyond the zoo, far beyond me. The anchor was not a thing. It was a place, a location where the fabric of reality was thin, where something from elsewhere could reach through, where the entity had established its first connection to this world. Destroying it would not destroy the entity. It would simply force it to find another anchor, another location, another way to reach into the world. The disruption would be catastrophic, uncontrolled, potentially releasing everything the entity had collected into random distribution across the region, the continent, the world. I couldn't do it. I couldn't be responsible for that. But I could modify it. The anchor was not fixed, not absolute. It could be adjusted, tuned, made more selective in what it collected, how it integrated, who it kept. I could change the pattern, make it possible to leave without being distributed, to serve without being absorbed, to be a keeper without becoming part of the collection. I worked through the night. The entity felt me, knew what I was doing, but it was dispersed, slow to react, and I was quick, determined, operating at a level of understanding that I had gained through months of study and connection. I didn't destroy the anchor. I rewrote it, changed the conditions of integration, made the connection reversible, gave keepers the choice that Mrs. Vance had taken away. At dawn, I emerged. The zoo was different, quieter somehow, more settled, less hungry. The wetness still ran in the fountain, but it was thinner, less viscous, less insistent. The tongs, when I found them, were cold, inert, ordinary tools. Mrs. Vance was waiting at the cottage. She looked older, diminished, The power she had accumulated over decades of service reduced to something more human, more manageable. "You changed it," she said, not angry, tired perhaps, or relieved. I didn't think it was possible. I tried in the beginning to find a balance. But the entity was stronger than me. It shaped me more than I shaped it. I became what it needed. I thought that was the only way. "It's different now," I said. "Keepers can leave, can choose, can serve without being absorbed." "I know, I feel it. The connection is lighter, optional. I could leave if I wanted, walk away, become ordinary, forget what I've seen." She looked at the zoo, at the collection she had maintained for 40 years. "But I don't want to. This is my purpose, my meaning. I wanted others to have the choice I didn't have. Thank you for that." She left me at the cottage. I stayed for another month, completing my commitment, training a new keeper, a young woman from the town who had no idea what the zoo really was, who saw only animals and enclosures and the ordinary work of maintenance. She would learn in time, if she chose to, or she would leave, as most did, remembering only that the zoo was strange, that the nights were long, that there was something about the place that didn't quite make sense. I left on a morning in August. The tongs were in the food preparation building, ordinary, unused. The wetness in the fountain was water now, clear and cold. The entity was still there, still collecting, still preserving, but it was different, gentler, more respectful of the individuals who served it. I felt it as I walked to my car, the sense of connection, of possibility, of invitation. I could stay, it suggested, could serve, could become part of something larger, could find meaning and purpose in the collection and preservation of the strange and wonderful and terrible. I could also go, return to the human world with its competition and judgment and small consolations. Try to build a life, find work, find connection, find meaning in ordinary things. I chose to go. But I chose knowing what I knew, carrying what I carried, connected in ways that I couldn't fully sever. The wetness was in me still, diluted, transformed, but present. I would hear the tongs in my dreams, see the enclosures in moments of distraction, feel the pull of the collection when I passed a zoo or a museum or any place where things were gathered and preserved. I would not return, not as a keeper, but I would remember, I would understand, and I would watch in the world for other places where the entity had established itself, other collections that were more than they appeared, other keepers who might need to know that there was a choice, that integration could be refused, that the pattern could be changed. The zoo was behind me, growing smaller in the rearview mirror, but it was also with me, would always be with me, part of my own collection of experience, my own preservation of what I had learned and seen and almost become. I drove toward the city, toward the ordinary world, toward a life that would be difficult and uncertain and completely my own. The tongs were wet in my memory, still warm, still offering connection. But I didn't reach for them. I drove, and the road went on, and I was free, or as free as anyone can be who has seen what I have seen, who knows what I know, who carries the wetness of somewhere else in their blood, their thoughts, their dreams. The zoo continues. Mrs. Vance continues. The collection grows, changes, preserves. And somewhere in the files, in the records, in the memory of the entity itself, there is a note of what I did, how I changed the pattern, how I gave keepers the choice that had been denied. It is not grateful, the entity, not resentful either, simply aware, recording, adding to its understanding of the species that tends it, that serves it, that occasionally, rarely, changes it. I am that note. I am that change. I am Daniel Price, former teacher, former keeper, current traveler in a world that is stranger and more connected than most people know. I am free, or free enough, and I am watching, always watching, for the next collection, the next enclosure, the next place where something large and old and hungry gathers specimens for preservation. And when I find them, I will remember the wet tongs, the warm connection, the choice that I made and that I offer to others. I will remember that even the oldest patterns can be changed. Even the most complete integrations can be refused. Even the most powerful entities can be taught to respect the individuals who serve them. I will remember, and I will act, and I will continue until the wetness fades, or I do, until the collection is complete, or I am, until the pattern that I changed changes again, as all patterns do, in time.